screen from Vance. And it's stolen away by Loxton. Loxton's got the lane in the hand, but Loxton's going to take it to the right and throw it down.
Full court pressure from Grayson. 9 seconds to go.
Got to get it up court.
Howler dribbling it up. Get a nice pass to Decker. Decker ball fake up and under, lays it up and in.
It's good.
And we're going into over.
It's time for the Southwire 3rd Regional Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Let's join our host, Vic Evans, as he interviews the coaches and players of the 3rd Region.
Small crossover, step back, three.
Oh my!
Jonathan Moss!
To Hancock. Hancock, somebody's got to shoot lane. Step side, 3 on the way. Got it!
Oh my gosh! Davis County!
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here in the event center of Cromwell Media, being joined by Jalen Darty. And in just a few moments, we'll kick things off with Ohio County's boys and girls basketball. And Jalen, this is always one of my favorite times of the year. We get to know some of the players, get to see some of their personalities, and also get to learn a few things. I mean, if you think about it, we learned in football, look back, you learned about Kevin Robbins and look at the year that he's had.
Yep.
And Richardson, that was a name that was thrown out there. You can go back to baseball, and you can go back to baseball, and it was like Hunter Henry from Brett County, who are going to be the new stars that we have to know here in the 3rd Region in basketball. Hoping to learn for a few today.
Yeah, we're going to learn about a lot. Looking forward when Grayson County gets here. Hopefully, Coach Johnston brings Jagger Martis. He's one that I'm looking forward to learning a lot about coming in from LaRue County. They're going to be a favorite in the 3rd Region right behind Davis County. Coach Briggs and the Eagles are coming up. Looking forward to learning a little bit more about them. They're going to be a hot team to watch in the 3rd Region this year. And then on the girls' side, my McLean County Cougars. Looking forward to seeing what Coach Ellis has got cooked up this year. They're looking they've got a lot going on. Anna Miller coming back from injury. And then the Ohio County Lady Eagles here as well. They're bringing a lot back.
I'm really looking forward to it. We'll take a short break right here. When we come back from break, we will have Ohio County, the boys and the girls, as it's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here all day long on 102.7 The Game. Also live stream thanks to Green River Area Federal Credit Union. You can find it on the Cromwell YouTube page. Just search 3rd Region Basketball Media Day. It'll pop up. You can also find it on our Facebook page live, and it will also be on X Live. So if you want to watch it,
and better every year.
If you want to watch it, you can find it. We'll be right back with Ohio County up next. Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
No matter your mascot, no matter what color you bleed, purple, blue, red,
Sports Country in Owensboro is ready for basketball season. There's always excitement in the air leading up to the madness in March. Sports Country is loaded with sports memorabilia, apparel, t-shirts, hats, cards, and more. Team decals for UK, KWC, Western, and Louisville. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shammy's Car Wash, Owensboro's #1 sports fan store.
Join us at the Owensboro Health World Diabetes Day Expo on Thursday, November 6th. Drop in anytime from 3:30 to 6 p.m. for some fun and facts related to type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Whether you are a child or adult living with diabetes, there will be resources and activities for you. We're offering free A1C testing while supplies last. That's November 6th at the Owensboro Health Park. We're building a healthier, stronger community and striking back against diabetes. See you there.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak?
Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rains? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
That's the sound of happy at DQ. Get white meat seasoned chicken strips with fried Texas toast and DQ's signature country gravy for just $7.49. For crunch time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket.
Canty Dairy Queen, with locations on Highway 231 in Owensboro and in Beaver Dam beside Ohio County High School. Canty Dairy Queen supports local high school sports broadcasts on ESPN Owensboro. Bring the whole team or the whole family to Canty Dairy Queen for your favorite treats and eats.
When the Louisville Cardinals take the field and hit the hardwood, they're backed by more than just fans. They're backed by American Legion Post 9, proud title sponsor of Louisville football and basketball. For generations, Post 9 has stood strong, serving our veterans, supporting our community, and now championing college athletics. Because honoring service doesn't stop at the uniform. It lives on in how we lead, cheer, and support the next generation. American Legion Post 9, proudly serving country, community, and Cardinal Nation.
Guess who just helped me save on insurance? Gavin Roberts at Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Gavin? He's my go-to. Home, auto, life. He does it all.
And he's right here in Owensboro on Frederick Street.
Gavin Roberts, local and dependable. Call him today.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here at Cromwell Media, also being joined by Jalen Darty. And Jalen, before we get started with Ohio County, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Absolutely, Vic. We've got Southwire, Owensboro Health, Green River Area Federal Credit Union, Sports Country, Kentron Manufacturing, and Above All Roofing.
Without our great sponsors, we couldn't do what we do here at 102.7 The Game. But let's waste no more time and let's get straight to Ohio County. And we'll start with Coach Briggins coming back after a year last year. There was a little down year for Ohio County, but also a very young team. You know, so far in your all season, you know, from last year to the end of last year to now, how do you like the growth of this basketball team? Hold on, Coach. Jalen, you got to hit the microphones for me, buddy.
Everybody else over here.
There you go. Now you're ready to go.
That's why you don't get a McLean County guy to work the board over here. But no, we've had a lot of growth over the years. I don't like talking about summer records because there's a lot of people that will put out stuff about their summer record.
I think like Davis County, they like to take like championship tours, and
they won a Western. They took a big fire truck back home, so we don't do all that crap in the summer. But we had a good summer record. We went 15-3. Got a lot better, got a lot stronger. We kind of took over the weight room and did our own weightlifting. And I don't care to say we're the best shooting team in the region.
I know. Well, you know, you and I, you know, because we do Beyond the Bench together, and I think we were doing the volleyball game, and you're like, I'm telling you, this may be the best shooting team I've had in 25 years.
Yeah, it's my 24th year coaching. It's the best shooting team I've ever coached. Not even close. And so we shoot the ball really well. We got a transfer in from Puerto Rico who's really going to help us. And these three guys to my left here, these three seniors, they've set the foundation and great attitudes. Just couldn't ask for three better guys,
you know,
and good teammates as well.
You know, in coaching, you have to deal with a lot of things, and we've talked about that on Beyond the Bench with all the side stuff you have to deal with. My big question for you is how much having to work with Bradley on Beyond the Bench has made you a better coach, because there's nothing these guys can do that you don't have to deal with every day with him.
Oh, no, Bradley is a diva, possibly a narcissist. So, so dealing with him, it prepares you for life. And like I said, it's coaching's getting more difficult every day. Especially we talked about it before. This is text messaging and the messaging, just the communication part of it's gotten harder. But, having good leadership, senior year can be tricky for kids.
Mm-hmm.
They're either bought in, ready to go, or they're burned out and they're ready for it to be over with. And these three guys are ready to go. Great teammates. They talk to all of them, no matter if you're a freshman, sophomore, junior, they're great teammates. They get along with them. That's all you can ask for as a coach.
What's this hogwash, Coach? I got to ask you. Everybody says that the 3rd region runs through the 9th district.
It's not true. 9th district thinks they're the SEC of football, and just because they think they're everything runs through them. It's not true. If you look at the 10th region, McLean County, Muhlenberg County, and us, it's pretty loaded year in and year out. It's a battle, and the 9th is good this year. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but the 10th is going to be solid, and nothing runs through the 9th. They can think that, but that's not true.
And you talked about these 3 seniors. I think you're right. You see a lot of times, I see this especially like in baseball, softball, because it's at the end of the school year, that teams usually have their best year that are junior heavy. And when they're senior heavy, you just don't know what you're going to get, and you talk about these. What makes these 3 guys special?
I mean, just they're great guys. They don't have egos. They don't, they care about winning. I got my nephew here. I'm pretty hard on him. I'm trying to back off of him a little bit, but has a great attitude, works hard. They played through injuries. Tate Abney, just a very vocal leader. He's the glue for us, and he got hurt late last year, and he was hurt in the district tournament and fought through and played in that game, and it kind of hurt us down the stretch not having him healthy. And then Ryan Durham, he led us in scoring last year, averaged 17 a game, dynamic scorer. We really worked on his defense in the offseason. He's gotten better defensively. And if he can get down and guard and the way he scores the ball, he's going to be a very good college player.
Well, let's start with Ryan here, right, real quick. And Ryan's one, hey, he says you don't guard enough. How's that been this year? It's good. I'll pull that microphone towards you there a little bit.
I've been working on it a lot.
And talk about, trying to figure out where that's coming from over there. There you go. Thank you. I get a lot of feedback in there. I got to get a better technical guy sometimes. I know. But, talk about your seniors that he brought here with you, the friendship you guys have built through the years, and what these 2, what Alex and Tate mean to you.
Oh, I mean, everything to me. I mean, been together all high school. Been playing together for 4 years. Best friends.
And this is a group that, it wasn't a normal Ohio County year last year. You're talking about a team that traditionally has been right there as one of the best teams in the 3rd region. A little bit of down year, you bring everybody back. Also add the new transfer. How's he fit in to the whole team aspect of Ohio County basketball?
He fits in great with us. He gives us everything that we really needed, defensively and offensively. He brings a lot of athleticism to the table, and it's what we needed.
And he talked about your defense. I mean, are you one of those guys that feel like if I give up 23 and I scored 25, I did my job, I outscored him by 2? Is that your style of defense?
I used to think like that.
Problem. I can handle that.
You can handle the 25-23, huh?
Yeah, I want it better than that, but it's the score than the 23 again with the 42. But he's really worked on it, and we've really worked on it in practice, and he's really improved, and you can tell he's working on it.
And I go over here to Alex, and, he talks about, Coach Briggins has bragged for 3 weeks now to me about how well you shoot the basketball. I mean, is that the case? Is, you guys go to practice? Is it just comes natural for everybody, or is this the best shooting team you've been on?
Oh, this is definitely the best shooting team I've ever been on. I mean, everybody lights out.
Who's the best? Who is the best shooter?
I say me.
You? Okay. But Tate, is he right on that? Is he the best shooter? Slide that microphone over to you. You have to kind of pass that one around. Coach Briggins didn't follow the rules, so we got to make it work.
Yeah, I say Alex is the best. I mean, we have a lot of guys that can shoot at a high clip. I mean, we're gonna blitz you this year. I mean, we've been working on our defense, but our offense it's gonna look good.
There were times last year you guys shot it really well. I think defensively was kind of a struggle. Was this a whole? He talked about Ryan, Coach Briggins did, but was this a whole team that needed to get better defensively to take another step? And how hard has that been?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've been working at it every single day in practice. It's not just one guy. I mean, if we all want to be good and make it to where we want to be, we're all going to have to be on the same level. And I think we've all been pushing each other in practice, and our defense is 10 times better.
Ryan, talk about Coach Briggins a little bit. I mean, it's a guy that's been there. He's done, girls basketball, boys basketball. I think he's a football coach at heart. He'll tell you he's the, one of the best at everything he does. But talk about playing for Coach Briggins and through the years, what he's meant to you.
He's helped me a lot. He used to be very hard on me when we were younger, like sophomore year, and he's gotten a lot looser with us. He's let us be a little more free, and let us do a little bit more of a freedom role, and let us take over on our own standards. And he's just been real good about that.
You know, Alex, let me ask you, you know, Ohio County's a team that's normally in the regional tournament, you know, year in, year out. And if not only in the region, they're usually making a run in the regional tournament. Didn't go last year, you know, where you got beat in the first round of the district. How hard was that? And then how much was that a motivating factor in the drive this offseason?
Yeah, it was heartbreaking losing first round of district, but it's really motivated us. I mean, we're just constantly thinking about we got to win this year. Just like got us really motivated.
You know, and you guys, I'll let either one of you answer this. You know, there's always this big who has the best fan base, the best student section, the best home court advantage. Ohio County's right there at the top. You got the stage and it's rocking. Talk about what those nights are. You know, you're there whether it's a district game or just a big game, and the stage is rocking. You know what that means to you, and what's that feeling about?
We for sure got the best fan base, best student section, and it's a great feeling to know that they're always backing and supporting you. And yeah, we for sure got the best.
And then you know, going into your senior year, Ryan, you know, it's you know, has it hit you yet that, you know, you start looking at it and counting down the days and the games and be like, man, you know, it's went by fast. I mean, has that kind of hit you yet, or does it come a little later in the season?
I'm just ready for basketball.
If you could change, Tate, one thing about Coach Briggins, what would the one thing that you would change about Coach Briggins?
What I'd change about Coach Briggins? Let me think. I got lots to say.
No. Let it. He's not listening. He's not paying attention. We got his mic turned off. He can't hear you.
No, I have his back. I say that everything he does is for the right reason. I mean, obviously we've seen Coach Briggs. He gets on us hard, but I mean, it's all for the right reasons. We're all good. We know it's no hard feelings. I mean, he's just a good coach. I mean, he's going to get his point across, but I mean, it's all for the right reason. I think it makes us a better basketball.
I've got to ask you, Ryan, you ever listen to the show Beyond the Bench? I mean, what do you think? Is this guy got future in radio, or does it just make you laugh?
I think he does a really good job. I mean, the aliens is kind of crazy.
I was going to say, does
Everything
he?
Else.
Here's what: do you ever like sit down and say, "Coach, let's talk about these conspiracies that you're talking about"? Y'all ever have those conversations with him? Because I've had some weird ones.
Well, he's been telling us about the flat Earth and the ice wall. So, I mean, we're almost convinced at this point.
Coach, you know, it seems like you got a team that you really enjoy coaching. I know at times last year talking to you, there were some times where it was tough, but, you know, talk about just the overall experience with this basketball team.
So you can win and not enjoy coaching a team.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been in that situation. Like you're winning and you don't like coaching that team. This team, even though last year we made strides and got better, I enjoyed coaching that team. They're a good group. And this summer I enjoyed coaching them. And so they're a fun group of kids to coach, great attitudes. That's what makes it. There's not a lot of egos. You know, they just want to win and have great attitudes. And that's what makes it so much fun as a coach. And, you know, you're talking about our defense. You know, one thing is to say you got to get better defensively. Like, you know, we kind of changed some stuff up how we're playing defensively. But that all starts in the weight room. We had to get stronger and play more physical. So like I said, we started lifting, like we had a weightlifting class. We kind of scrapped that. We're doing our own weightlifting now, and we've gotten stronger in the weight room, and that's really paid off on the defensive side of the ball. And so I think our biggest question for us is, can we guard and rebound? And offensively, I'm not too worried about us, but can we guard and rebound is going to be the difference. And last year, you know, it was a 3-point game against McLean at Muhlenberg in the district, and we had Tate was about 65%. And we had a 7th grader go off for 14 points and 7 rebounds. So he's a year older, 8th grader. We got to transfer in. These 3 guys are a year older. So, you know, I really think that, you know, we're moving in the right direction as a program.
Well, the one thing you can always count on Ohio County, the fans will let you know what they think of the coaching job that you did.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Well, let's go over here now to Coach Tad Hill. You know, Coach Briggins likes to think he coaches all these sports. But the guy that does coach more sports than anybody I know is Coach Hill. Welcome back,
right.
Coach.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
You know, and how did your offseason go? And it's a busy offseason. You get the baseball job, you got the girls' basketball job. You know, how's it been balancing those two things?
About like normal for me. I've always it's always been softball, travel softball, baseball, basketball. Some years football, some years cross country. So it's been business as usual. But this fall, put a lot of emphasis on into our baseball, playing over here in the fall league and all that. And trying to get them lined out and into the right direction. So, and then we're right back into basketball. So, been busy as usual. Looking forward to basketball season, and I think we'll have a good year.
You know, it's a little kind of not a rebuild, but, you know, you go to lose a heartbreaker in the regional tournament last year, and I think, double overtime, you know, but have some graduations that you lost. You know, who are some new pieces that you're looking to step up to kind of replace the senior leadership that you lost?
Yeah, and those three seniors were really good players, but they were great leaders and great kids, and we're going to miss their leadership. So I've been harping for the last couple of weeks here on trying to find someone else that will lead, not only on the floor, but we need some vocal players, more vocal players, and that's what we've been working on. And these two kind of laid it on them to do that with Lily, Kate, and Jocelyn, and we have some juniors that'll be able to. But other than that, we're trying to develop some of those vocal leaders.
You know, and you talk about Lily, Kate, and also Jocelyn that you brought with you today. You know, have you seen them kind of move? Is that kind of pushing them to be more vocal?
Yeah, a little bit. Jocelyn's really quiet anyway, but now Lily Kate's been, she's been more vocal now and getting everybody in the right spot and all that. We're just looking for that person. You know, you're down 2 or 3 or whatever that can jerk somebody up by the jersey and say, let's go. You know, we've got to get this done. So looking for that. So we'll be all right there.
You know, and one thing we have, you know, talk about these two. What made you bring these two today?
Well, they're both seniors, so they kind of got the head start on that. But, you know, Lily's been she started at point for us, I guess now 3 years, 4. Just had a long career in basketball and other sports, but just it's their time, you know. And Jocelyn having to fight through a lot of adversity, and she's just a great kid. Started most of the year for us last year. She's a post player, but really her best game is mid-range, you know. So having those two, and they're just good kids, and wanted to bring them today. One final hurrah, you know. And for the things that Jocelyn went through and our whole team went through at the end of last year, you talked about that double overtime loss in the region. Probably 98% of the people in that arena had no idea what we had been through that day. Losing Jocelyn's dad that day unexpectedly, and he was so close to all of our kids, not just his own, but he was a big part of our program. And you know, we basically sat in the locker room 3 or 4 hours, just everybody, you know, crying and doing all this. And there was a long discussion of, are we even going to go play? I mean, there's probably an hour discussion of that with administration. Just forfeit and just go on with it. But I don't know if I've ever been prouder of a team. And basically, we loaded the bus. We never shot around. We loaded the bus, went over. I got in about 2 minutes of pregame. Said, there's no need even talking. Let's just go play. That's what we did. And it was amazing what our kids did and how they gutted it out. And double overtime, gut-wrenching. We were emotionally spent. You know how about like the van this morning when Matt got in it, it was on E, that red light. That's the way we were when we got to the sports center. We were out of gas, and they just gutted out. It's quite the story, and didn't win. And it wasn't about the winning part. It was just about our kids going over there to fight, you know. And I've told people this summer, I don't even remember the game. I can't recall one play in that game. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Austin said, you got to go home. I'm like, all right, let's go. But we were winners more than in that game.
Yeah, and it was an unbelievable game too. Just an absolutely unbelievable game. And then I've been there. You know, I was coaching baseball and, you know, lost my dad like in the middle of the thing. And I want to ask Jocelyn about this because what, you know, and not just to hold that night, but just going through all that with your teammates. you know, how much growth did you have of friendships with your teammates and what it meant to you to help you through maybe the toughest time you've had to deal with?
It meant a lot to me. They're always there for me no matter what. Still to this day, like they're always checking on me, and I'm just really glad to have them.
You know, and as you get ready for this, you know, as you get through that and you're going into your all season to get better, what are some things that you wanted to work on to grow your game is? You know, he talks about your mid-range game, you know, but what are some things, if that's the strength, what are some weaknesses that you were trying to get better to make your game be better?
Probably my aggression. I'm really quiet until you get to know me, so I'm not really pumped.
Uh-huh.
So I have to like move into it real slow.
Okay, and Lily, I mean, is that your job to make sure you get her pumped? You have to go over and give her a couple forearm shivers and get her ready to go?
Yeah. I'm always like, come on, Jocelyn, get aggressive.
You know, and what were some things that you were looking at to improve your game this offseason? And you know, and that is tough. You know, Coach, you know, for him to talk about it now, you know, it's been a long time, but that is a really tough thing, and it brings people together. When you had to go through that just as a teammate with, you know, and your friendships you have, you know, talk about how that affected you.
Yeah, it was awful, but Jocelyn was ready to play. She came to the locker room. She's like, I'm playing. We're like, no, Jocelyn, you have to go home. But she wanted to play, and it was hard to see. I loved Kyle. Like, he was like a dad to me, and I don't know, it's just hard.
I understand. And, you know, how good can this team be? You know, this is a team that, you know, it lost a heartbreak in the region last year in tough situations. You know, you do graduate a couple, you know, people that put a lot of points on the board. How good can this team be? The 10's kind of wide open. You know, McLean may be the favorite, and you got Muhlenberg. How good can this team be?
I think we just need to get to the hole more. We don't do that. We're a shooting team. We need to get better on defense, and we just need to find our Ella and Emerson. We don't have that right now. Somebody needs to step up and be that.
So if everybody's got to get better on defense, who's a better defensive player, you or Ryan down there? Because I hear that he couldn't guard a water bucket. So are you better than him defensively at least?
I don't know. I kind of stand on defense.
You kind of love the honesty, Coach. Hey. I've got to ask. I've been told I've got to ask you, who is the teammate clown? You know, when you have those tough situations, Coach Hill's unhappy, things are going tough. Who's the one that can make everybody laugh and kind of break the ice? You have 4.
We got 4, and they're all the juniors. Lacey, she's the wild one. Celeste is just funny. Emma laughs at everything, and then Baker's just there. She's funny.
You know, Coach.
Shout out to them.
There you go. Always good to give the shout out to your teammates. Coach, I mean, I'll ask you, how good can this team be? Is this a team that, you know, you could see back at the Sports Center again? And to get to that ceiling, what's the one thing you think you have to get a little bit, you know, do better than maybe you did last year?
We really miss Ella Decker in the post there. She did so much rebounding and can score. We need to, like Jocelyn said, I've been on to her to be more aggressive. We've got to be more aggressive in the post and be able to score there in the post. And so, you know, our district, it's always, I mean, that's a goal of ours last year. We went 5-0 in the district and won it. And, you know, that's hard to do in our district. We were all 3 so even last year. And luckily, we ended up on the right side of that. But to get that 1 seed over there in our district's big because you can put the 3 of us in a hat and draw them out most of the time. And nowadays, it didn't used to be that way, but nowadays it is. It's close. So we're kind of like them. We can shoot the ball. Well, it's just that we got to get some scoring in the post.
So what we found out is we got to get Jocelyn's got to get a little meaner, you know, and turn it on. You know, let me ask you, outside of basketball, Jocelyn, I mean, at school, what's the favorite subject? Which one do you like enjoying most? And what else do you like to do outside of basketball?
I like hanging out with my friends, but school, I think my favorite's probably, I don't know, science. Okay. I like science.
What's your worst one?
Oh, math.
So if you
100%.
If you have a math test and you got on a Thursday and you got to pass it to get to play on Friday, what teammates are you going to help you study for that math test? Who's the one you go out? You know, when you got those tests that you have to pass, what's the teammate you ask to help?
Probably Emma Schrader or Lily.
Okay, well, see, so you're the smart one, Lily. Is that what you're saying?
Math guru.
Math guru. Lily, what's a couple goals that you have this year for you personally? We know about your team goals, but for personally, give me 2 goals that you're looking forward to put together this year in your senior season.
I was telling Dad about this. I don't go to the free throw line a lot, so my goal is to shoot at least 4 every game.
Oh, Coach, he'll love that.
I know. He gets on to me all the time. Just draw a foul, and I will not. I will not go down there.
Why not? Is there a reason?
I don't know. I always get blocked.
Okay.
That's my thing.
All right. And how about you, Jocelyn? Do you have any personal goals that you've kind of set for this year for your own self?
My aggression.
You're all about aggression.
100%. Yep.
You need to get her. You need to get a couple of those, like the Angels beat sticks that you have, and every time she goes to the basket, just hit her. Lily, that's what you need.
The pad's coming out today. I already got it wrote down.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us on Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Good luck this season, Ryan. Good luck with your defense. I know you got to deal with Coach Briggins. He'll let you know when something's wrong. Coach Hill, it's always so great to have you here, and we look forward to following you guys all season long.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And that is Ohio County to lead things off here. Southwire Media Day. When I think up next will be Muhlenberg County is up next. We'll take a short break right here. Be back and we'll have an interview with Coach Groves. They could not make it. It's Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
After an accident, you should never have to worry about what happens next. You're in pain. You're unsure who to trust. Call Roads and Roads today, 833-4ROADS. That's 833-4RHOADS. Trust a local law firm with over 50 years of dedicated service, a proven track record of winning and doing what's right. You deserve the best representation, and that starts right here. Roads and Roads, we've got your back.
When the Louisville Cardinals take the field and hit the hardwood, they're backed by more than just fans. They're backed by American Legion Post 9, proud title sponsor of Louisville football and basketball. For generations, Post 9 has stood strong, serving our veterans, supporting our community, and now championing college athletics. Because honoring service doesn't stop at the uniform. It lives on in how we lead, cheer, and support the next generation. American Legion Post 9, proudly serving country, community, and Cardinal Nation.
Hawkins Avenue PLLC is a full-service architectural firm providing design services for K-12 education, business, healthcare, industrial, religious, hospitality, and mercantile projects across the state. Our motto is design-focused, service-based, and feel it nothing less than mandatory to provide a service to our clients that exceeds our expectations. With a combined 30-plus years of experience, the team at Hawkins Avenue is the architectural firm you need for your next project. Located in Beaver Dam, give Jeremiah or Kyle a call at 270-363-2235.
Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hotspot. This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCEOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so leave it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely.
Call 888-8-SPARKY.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details. Power to protect with Secure Lock Equip at Labor Management Federal Credit Union member NCUA.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with RE/MAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Jalen Darty here. And Jalen, before we get to McLean County, who's up next, why don't you tell me about some people who are making all this possible?
Absolutely, Vic. We've got Rolling Pin for breakfast. Can't beat Rolling Pin Donuts. Mr. B's Pizza today for lunch. They're our food sponsor for Media Day. Pepsi. Got to thank those guys for donating our drinks. You see the product placement there on our table. Bailey Electric, Elite Auto Glass, and Canty Dairy Queen.
And we'll start now with Coach Darren Lynham coming back again from McLean County. And Coach Lynham, it's always great to have you in. And how's the offseason been so far? I mean, it's a team that you got a lot of people who you got to replace. You lost quite a few seniors last year. How do you like the basketball team? How do you like the work so far?
I think we've been doing pretty well. You know, last year we had 4 seniors and 4 juniors. Of course, we have our 4 juniors back. Four very talented players. And, yeah, we've had a pretty good offseason. And, you know, preseason practice here so far, we're in week 3. And, you know, basically we'll be ready to go when the time comes.
Does it make you worry a little bit? You hear Coach Briggs talk about it's the best shooting team he's had in 25. He's seen in 25 years. Do you worry about that down there in the 10th?
Well, I mean, you know, our 10th district, like he said, you know, is pretty balanced and pretty loaded. You know, we've kind of joined the fold down there the last 6 or 7 years. And so, you know, obviously kind of like the 9th up here, you know, 4 usually pretty quality teams. 2 of them have to stay home in the region tournament. And we've got kind of the same situation down there. One of us is not going to come. We were fortunate enough to, you know, be one of those teams last year. But, yeah, I mean, you know, the region this year is really good. You know, there's been a lot of transfers come in from, you know, different places and what have you. And obviously, you know, Davis County and Grayson County are going to be the 2 leading dogs, as everybody knows. But, you know, yeah, we like our chances as far as, you know, being very competitive and having a quality season as usual. But, yeah, our district's going to be pretty good, you know, with Ohio County. They've basically returned about everybody. And then, you know, with Muhlenberg being 4 times our size, they're always going to be, you know, on our level.
You know, Coach, you talk about a lot of the teams in the region bringing in the transfers. You know, how does a school like McLean County try to combat that? You know, Davis County bringing in a lot of guys. Apollo with their Puerto Rican coming in. I want Ohio County the same thing. Martis coming into Grayson County. You know, how does a school like McLean County try to combat that with a lot of these schools getting these transfers in?
It's tough. I mean, you know, we're a school of 400. And, you know, when you stack us up in the region enrollment rise, we're about, you know, 12th out of 15. But I mean, you know, we just kind of keep rolling on and doing our thing. You know, we feel we've got some quality talent, starting with these 2 guys right here. And, I mean, you know, we're not going to be any easy out. That's for sure. And I think everybody knows that.
You know, and Coach, you talked about, you know, for this team to reach its ceiling, whatever it may be, you know, what do you think from this, where you're at right now to when you get to the district tournament, what's the big improvement do you think this team needs or has to have for it to reach its ceiling, whether that be 20 wins, 16 wins, whatever it may be?
Just keep developing and getting better day by day. I told the guys the other day, you know, the team I had at Hancock County back in 2017, it wound up 27-5. You know, this team this year is about the same talent-wise as that team. I think, you know, we just need to have a lot of togetherness, play as a team, play for each other, and, you know, just game by game, see where the chips fall, and, you know, just kind of go from there. But, and I'm not saying we're going to go 27-5 like that team did. The stars kind of lined up for us up there that year, if you'll kind of remember. But I'm not going to say it's not either. But, you know, we've got a lot of potential, but, you know, just day by day, keep getting better. And I think, you know, we'll come out on top more games than we don't.
Let's go over here to Layden Bozard. You brought him in. He averaged 5.5 points a game last year. Layden, you know, make sure when you talk, you lean into that. But you have to get close to that mic. That's not a boom mic like the other ones are. But what were some things in the offseason you were looking to get better at your basketball game and you wanted to improve on? Hold on one second. Hold on one second there. It's on. It's unplugged in the back. So that go to number 4. There you go. Got a little. We have to do a little surgery over here, Layden. Sorry about that. As they'll put that in, and then your mic will be all hot and ready to go. Okay, now let's try it out.
So during the off season, I was just kind of working on trying to move without the ball and find the open spots within the offense, like I can just feel myself and get an open shot.
You know, and talk about playing for Coach Lynham. I mean, he's the guy that lets you know when things aren't going well or he's not happy. Talk about what it's meant that, you played for him for a few years now. How's that aspect in your relationship with Coach Lynham? Talk about that a little bit.
Well, I have him for baseball and basketball, so I get to do it with a double. But it's been all right. I mean, half the time he's what's best. He knows what's best, and he's just telling us what we need to do to win and trying to get us right.
Well, the one thing he does do is he wins a lot of games, whether it be in baseball, basketball, tiddlywinks, doesn't matter what he's playing. He finds a way to win. That's for sure. If you had a weakness in your game, what would you say the part that's the weakest part of your game that you have to work on the most?
Just slowing myself down a little bit. Sometimes I get in a rush, and I just try to do too much, and then I'm just everywhere.
And Coach Lynham, talk about this young man a little bit. I mean, he's an absolute star on the baseball field, crushes a baseball, works his tail off on basketball. Talk about what it's been like coaching Layden.
Yeah, Layden is really good at basketball. I mean, obviously his baseball speaks for itself, and he'll wind up playing college baseball somewhere. But basketball-wise, I think everybody's going to find out this year he's a pretty dynamic scorer. He can get hot from the three-point line. He can take it to the basket. He jumps really well for his size. These two guys right here, they probably will be leading our offense scoring-wise this year.
Well, Camden was the leading returning scorer, averaging 10 points a game. What were some things in the offseason that you worked on, Camden, to try to increase that?
I mean, shooting's always focus, like in my off season. So I'd say shooting was primary.
And if there was a weakness that you saw from last year's team that you, as a group, in your eyes, that y'all have to get better at to take that next step, whatever it may be, what would you think the overall weakness was that this team has to get better at?
Just putting pressure on the rim. I mean, we got to be able to get to the rim. We all know we can shoot. We just got to make them respect that we can drive.
Who takes it to the rack best, or who's the best? Give me the best shooter on the team, and then who takes it to the rack best?
Jalen, he's definitely the best to get to the rim. Best shooter, you're looking at him right here.
He was looking at you, late. I gotta ask: is he right on that, or is it you? I mean, he was looking at you first before he answered.
No, it's definitely me.
Definitely you. I was going to say, yeah, that Jax was the best shooter. There was no doubt about that. McLean County, it's a small 400 student school. Talk about Camden, just growing up there, playing there. What does all that mean? Every time you put on that uniform, what it means to you.
I mean, it's a small school, so everybody knows everybody. I've been playing with these guys since I was in elementary school. So, I mean, we all are close. We're all best friends off the court, on the court. And just putting on that jersey, like you're putting on for the county. I mean, we're not a big school. We're not known for a lot, but going out on the floor, you got people supporting you.
This is for either one of y'all. What's it going to take to get – because we always see some basketball players come out and play football. What's it going to take for you guys to get some of those football players out to play basketball? I'd love to see a Jackson Reynolds in the post for you.
We've been trying to get Jackson, but haven't heard much from him.
I've been talking him up. I'm trying to get him.
He'd rather go out there and hit quarterbacks. Tell him he can hit people on the basketball floor, too. It's a contact sport. Is this team a team that we can see in the Sports Center? You can both answer this. Is this team good enough that we could see them in the Sports Center come into the year?
For sure. 100%, yeah.
And talk about, you hear about those 10th district rivalries in Ohio County and Muhlenberg County. I mean, those have got to be special. And the thing about it is you've kind of played against those guys all your life, too. It's not like you don't know everything that they want to do and they don't know everything that you want to do. But just talk about what it means on those Friday nights, on those, whether you're in Ohio County or whether it's in McLean County or Muhlenberg County, those 10th district showdowns. Talk about what that means to you.
I mean, away district games, those are my favorite games.
Away district games, okay.
Yeah, that's when the crowds are rowdiest. You hear everybody yelling, everybody cheering on. I mean, every district game means a lot.
Yeah. If it's a home district game and we win, then it's the best feeling ever.
I've been there. I mean, McLean, I've been to I think it was a Muhlenberg game a couple of years ago, or it was construction night or something. Everybody was dressed up in their construction gear, and it gets crazy. And you get a lot of support up there from McLean County, coach. And talk about what that means. That one, you doing both basketball and baseball and everything you do, But those nights where the gym's packed and it gets a little crowded, I mean, it's got to be nice to have the support of the McLean County Cougar faithful.
Oh, yes, it does. I mean, the community is supports us tremendously. They come out and support the teams. Basketball, of course, baseball as well. Of course, when the game starts and things, my personal focus is not whether there's really 10 fans in the gym or 2,000. Because obviously I have a job to do as a coach, and I focus on that. But especially those district games, they're a little bit extra special because all three teams come out and support their specific team, whether they're on the road or at home. And it makes for a fun atmosphere. And of course, obviously, our district, like most, are girl-boy doubleheaders.
Mm-hmm.
So that just kind of adds to it a little bit. Like Leighton said, those are special nights whenever, you can pull one of those games out, obviously.
Well, one thing I want to ask you, Coach, because I know you always tell us what you really think. One rule change that's coming, it's going to be a couple of years. You got the shot clock that's coming to Kentucky high school basketball. One, I want your thoughts on that. And I know it's not going to affect this year's team and it's down the road, but do you think it's a good move by Kentucky high school to put in a shot clock for basketball? And the second thing I want to say, you had the whole thing with the possibility, or at least the KHSA giving regions the idea to put in a super regional. Is that something that you could see, if it was done right, that you would be in favor of here in the third region too?
Well, with the shot clock first, I think that's going to hurt Kentucky basketball down the road. I think it's going to really affect small schools like the McLean counties of the world, the Hancock counties of the world, who maybe don't have on a year in, year out basis talent as maybe some of the bigger schools, who need to slow the ball down a little bit more to stay in games, give themselves a chance. I'll go back to, I guess, would be 4 years ago now, when we beat Owensboro in the regional semifinals. I don't know if we'd had a chance to do that with the shot clock. Maybe. But anyway, and I really feel that you're going to find out in the next 15 to 20 years, we're headed for class basketball over here, because I think the small schools are going to find out that it's going to be much tougher to compete against the bigger schools. And much like the situation with the loaded sectionals in Indiana, the smaller schools are going to start wanting their own class. That's kind of ruined Indiana basketball the way we all used to know it. I'm an Indiana guy.
Oh, yeah.
We still have the one class thing over here, which is great. You make it to the region tournament, semifinals night, it's packed. Finals night, it's packed. And I would probably say, try to enjoy that, because I think in the next 15 to 20 years, it's going to be different. But as far as the super regional goes, I've always been in favor of that. Have it at the sports center. Everybody makes it. I know there'd be some logistics problems as far as guys and girls. But if you wipe out the districts in total, you've got 2 weeks to play it. I think you could fit everything in. Everybody gets a chance to get on the sports center floor, and it's just a tremendous atmosphere. And, I think people don't realize what we have here in the third region with the sports center. And I think, if you'd go to the second region where they have to host it in a Madisonville or a Henderson or Hopkinsville, where it's just a high school gym, we just have a much better atmosphere here with the tournament.
Well, I'll tell you what, a guy that got to the Sports Center last year for the first time in a while and had an unbelievable year, and now you go from maybe being the hunter to the huntee to the hunter. Now you're the one that everybody's got the circle on your back as being one of the favorites in the region. Coach Ellis, talk about you get to your first year of the program, you want to kind of put your stamp on. Do you feel like just now that you got to your footing under you and you've been through a year, that as a coach, your program is more where you want it now than where it was 6 months ago?
Yeah, I feel like we do. Last year we had to do a lot of just implementing new things, and it was a big learning curve. I mean, we had a lot of girls that were like, we have no idea what you're talking about right now. Or we don't understand exactly. So last year, I feel like early in the season, we dealt with injury. So we lost some players there. And then then we brought some 8th graders up last year. So like, I feel like once we got to about mid-January, like we were starting to really see that growth where, all right, we got all of our girls now, they're understanding the program and, we were heading the right direction. And now after this offseason, like you could just see a big difference. Like now with me and Coach Revlett working with them, like when we say things like, it's like, oh, I understand it now. And they get right into things. And like, it's definitely been a lot smoother transition this offseason versus last year's offseason for sure.
And if you had conversations, as we talked about, last year was kind of an unknown. Yet, as soon as you had the first injury, everybody thought, well, this season's over with. And I'm sure on Live at 5 we talked about like, hey, we hate this because this team was growing together. You have these injuries, but then they just turned it on. Like you said, new young girls come up, had big years. But now going for where maybe you're one of the favorites down there in the 10th district this year, with Ohio County, with the seniors they lost, Muhlenberg also, have you had those conversations that now, you got the target on our back in this district, it's a little different.
Our girls and, the coach has been talking like, and they feel really confident in their ability this year. And, last year with those injuries, we were able to, get some younger girls out there and give them that varsity experience. And I think that was, big help for us. And now, now going into this year, we have a lot of people that got that varsity experience last year. And hopefully that, the IQ they developed and the experience they had, that will help carry us this year and, maybe hit the ground running a little bit.
Coach, talk about those young girls. 2 of them in particular were 8th graders last year. And what a lot of people don't realize in McLean County, you can't play high school basketball until your middle school season's over. So you didn't get Ella Larkin and Carly Floyd until midway through the season. Talk about being able to have those young girls now and being able to implement them into your game plan alongside girls like Kennedy Level and Anna Miller there.
Yeah, like the big thing with implementing them in the system was, is like they got to develop that chemistry with all the girls in the varsity roster. So, now that they've been up, they've been able to, work with Kennedy and Anna's back, and then, Lainey and Reagan. We have all these girls up here now where we're, working, and the chemistry looks a lot better now. I feel like they play well together. But, last year they had to learn their roles a little bit.
We'll go here real quick to Kennedy and, being the senior on the team with a lot of young girls that you have to kind of, be the team mom for in a way. Talk about that because you are so young in some spots with a lot of, they were 8th graders and 7th graders last year. Now they're, freshmen and 8th graders. You're the senior. How difficult is that for you or how is I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for that you have to kind of that fine line because it's a lot different when you're 17, 18 years old and your teammates are 13, 14, 15 years old. How's that been for that transition for you?
I mean, it's definitely a learning process, but I think that I've kind of got it down because I was an 8th grader playing up JV and I just kind of knew how that was. And I know that my 8th grade year, my freshman year, I just didn't have the best experience and I just want that for them. And I want to all have fun this season. And I just want us to all get along. And when they need something, I want to help them. I just kind of want to help them. I just want to be a leader, but I don't want to be a mean leader. I just be nice, and I just want to help them out. Also, if they're doing something wrong, I want them to know. So.
And what did you work on this offseason? I mean, you had a nice year last year, averaging 8.7 points per game. What is it that you were looking for to get better at overall coming into this year in your senior season?
I think that I just wanted to be more of a all-around player. I feel like I was more of just I could shoot the ball, but I didn't really do very much else. And I didn't even shoot that often. I kind of want to be one that I can drive in, I can shoot the ball, and make good passes. I just want to be an all-around player rather than just one-dimensional.
How good can this team be? I mean, this is a team, like you said, it got to the regional tournament last year for the first time in a while. A lot of people back. Anna's back after, another injury. How good can this team be?
We can be really good if we play together and just keep playing how we're playing. And our practices are going well. We're up tempo, so I think that we've got the potential to be pretty good this year.
I've got to ask you, Anna, coming off 2 straight years, I mean, is this one where you just, how often do you pray at night, just let me get through a year where I don't have to worry about this? How tough has it been mentally, 2 years in a row where you're coming off, injuries, significant injuries?
Yeah, it definitely was really tough, but the main thing is that it taught me how much I really do enjoy the sport. And coming back, I've worked 10 times harder because I'm, just wanting to save every moment that I have with it. So.
And I think it's, if I'm correct here, isn't it one injury on each? Is it each knee? 1 year it was one knee, 1 year it's the other. The good thing is now in year 3, I don't know if you have any other knees to hurt. You should be in the clear. But talk about what your teammates as you're going through this. I know at times when athletes are hurt and you're part of the team, but in some aspects you're not really part of the team, you know. But talk about like just the friendships that you built and how they've helped you kind of get through these 2 years where it's just been really tough.
Yeah, last year when I would come into practice, like if I was still on crutches, I mean, they would greet me with a smile on their face. They would joke around with me. It definitely lifted my spirits a lot, and it showed me how good of teammates they were, and I'm really grateful for all of them.
How are the knees doing right now? I mean, how's everything been so far? Okay so far?
Yeah, really good. I haven't had any problems with them so far. So
Full release? I mean, everything's full release now, full go now?
released for about a month and a half now, I think.
Okay. I've always liked to ask, like, you know, and I'll ask you, you're one of the younger girls on the team, you know, in aspects, but also, you know, especially in as far as experience wise, because, you know, you've been hurt for 2 years, but, you know, who's the funny one on the team? You know, and when Coach Ellis is, you know, you have a bad practice or a bad game, he turns it loose in the locker room, peels a little paint off the walls, he leaves. Who's the one that's going to crack something that makes everybody just kind of relax and have fun?
I think me and Kennedy, for the most, probably.
Is that you, Kennedy?
Yeah, probably.
you know, and talk about, you know, as you're coming back in and kind of ingratiating yourself in with the team and trying to be part of it. How tough has that been as you know, because they had a lot of success last year after the injury. Now you're coming in and trying to integrate yourself into that. How's that gone so far?
I think it's going really good. I've played with Ella and Carly since I was really little, so I've always had that chemistry with them. But, I mean, even with, like, Kennedy and all the older girls, I think it's gone really good. We play really good together. Our practices, I mean, we haven't really had any issues so far.
You know, I got to ask you, Kennedy, you know, as you're going out there and you're playing at practice, you know, so many young girls that can really play. Do you ever just sit back and go, what happened here? Which one just surprises you the most on the floor, you know, more often than not?
Oh, I mean, Ella, she surprised me a lot. Like, just some days she's just on it, and then some days she's just there, and she just like, it just surprised me some days when I walk out and she's just shooting around, she's hitting everything, and she's driving the ball, and she's taking it on people, and I'm just like, wow. But also Reagan, this is only her second year, and she's grown a lot, and it surprises me. Like, when I see her do things, I'm like, wow, like, you're really getting the concept. Like, she's doing really good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know, and that leads me to what I was going to ask Coach Ellis. You know, you've had to develop that post presence. You didn't have that last year. You know, I talked to you behind the scenes, and Reagan Brown was somebody you were trying to develop. She come off in as a transfer from Tennessee, but come in as a volleyball player. And then you got her on the basketball court. I've seen where she's played travel ball with the girls a lot this summer. You know, how's that going to be able to develop that post presence that you guys lacked last year?
Last year, we kept cracking jokes that she was the science project. So, like, she never played basketball before, except when she was, like, really little. So, like, it was a big step. But one thing I'm going to brag on her is, like, she just has 110% effort. She's willing to learn. Like, she wants to do well. And, like, with that mindset, she really developed a lot from last year. Like, last year, we used her a lot for JV because she wasn't ready for varsity yet, still learning the game. But, you know, this offseason, she was able to play travel ball a little bit. And, like, you could see things starting to click a lot more, like, you know, how to protect around the rim, how to get some rebounds, you know, how to secure the ball. So we're hoping this year that, you know, she can be that interior defense force that we call her the tree inside. Like, we just be able to wall up in there and protect the rim. So
when you've got the guards like you've got, and you've got a 6'3" post presence like that, that's gonna turn out to big for you guys in the long run.
I hope so.
You know, I've always got to ask you, you coach with Coach Lynham for a long time. You go from the boys' side to the girls' side. Then not only go to the girls' side because of injuries where you're dealing with a lot of middle schoolers. I mean, how tough was that, you know, coming, you know, in your history and stuff? Or did you have to change a little bit of you know, how you coached and then maybe the, you know, the style you coached or also, like, you know, Coach Lynham at times can yell at the best of them. Did that have to change because you were kind of not only dealing with the female, I'm not saying that's different, but also just so young?
I think I had to learn to be more patient, you know, because I was with Coach Lynham for, I don't know, 6 years maybe? 5. And, you know, we got to where, you know, we had a system implemented for so long that, you know, everything was expected. So when I took over the girls' job, like, you know, having to teach everything new, then deal with injuries, then wait for some 8th graders to come in, like, just had to learn to be really patient. So I feel like I took a step back on just, you know, that side of things. But, you know, yeah, I feel like as the season progressed, we were able to keep ramping it up, and now I feel like we're where we need to be. So.
Okay. Well, I've got one question here, Kennedy. I'm going to ask you: who's of all the teammates? Who's the worst driver on the team?
I'm sorry, Lainey, but like she's a new driver, but
She's there you go. Another one.
she's a very, very safe driver. Let's just
Another one that you
Yeah.
have to teach, right? You're having to teach all these people all these new
Very
things. What's the big plans after college or after high school?
Well, I recently just got accepted into nursing school, so I'm going to the Louisville program over here in Owensboro. Not really into anything else. Just
Well,
gotta
congratulations.
finish that and get it done.
That's huge. Congratulations. I mean, I know it's Louisville. It's okay, but it's a great
Yeah,
nursing
but I was
program,
still- I
terrible
was down.
basketball
I was
program.
down.
Layden, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked her. Who's the worst driver on the team? I mean, who's the person you just will not get in the car with?
I would say Oliver's pretty good, but sometimes Jalen scares me.
Coach Lynham, Coach Ellis, good luck this upcoming season. We hope to see you both down at the Sports Center. And I'll ask you, Coach Ellis, before we get out of here, he doesn't like the idea of the shot clock. Have you even thought about it? I know it's a couple years down the road. Do you think it affects girls basketball any different than boys, or are you a fan of the shot clock coming to Kentucky?
I'm very up tempo, so I do like the shot clock. But I mean, I feel like it's going to be a learning curve for a lot of people, though. I do feel like if it's a year where you're down a little bit, it can be pretty rough. Like especially trying to get a good shot off and things like that. But I'm excited for it. I want to see what it's going to be like. But I feel like we've been really pushing to get our shots up, get out and run a little bit. So I think it could be something that we can really benefit off of a little bit.
Coach Lyon, before we get you out of here, for you guys to win that district down there, give me one thing that has to the number one thing you guys have to do to make sure you win that district.
Togetherness and defense. And it's at home this year, so we like to
There
think
you
that's a
go.
little bit
Get
of
to
an
host
advantage.
the district tournament this year.
Again, we've got 4 quality seniors that they've all 4 played for the last couple of years. That's a good place to start. And we've got some auxiliary pieces to go with them. And, we think we will be highly competitive. I feel that, obviously, everybody would say Grayson County and Davis County are the 2 leading dogs in the district. But I think there are about 5 or 6 teams right behind them. I'd like to think we're one of those teams.
I've got to ask you real quick, Layden, of all the guys in the region that you have to guard, who gives you the most trouble? Like, who's the guy that you just have had a tough time stopping defensively that you've had to guard in the region? Yeah, on any other team. Any team in the region, any player, who's the one guy that gives you the most trouble? Got to think about that one a little bit, huh?
I'd probably say Camden in practice.
Okay. Your own teammate. There's nobody out there. You don't matter. There's nobody else out there.
No, I think I can guard everybody.
There you go. How about you, Camden? Who's the one guy that gives you the most?
Let me interject here a second. We'll put him on Henning whenever Apollo comes to town. We'll see how that works out.
You can bite him in the calf or whatever. That's what I would do. Just take him out in the calf. Guys, coaches, ladies, congratulations. Good luck this upcoming season. Thanks so much for joining us at Southwire Media Day.
Vic, and I want to say a special thank you for all you guys do for Third Region Sports just across the whole year. It's tremendous to have you guys do what you do. It really is.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we'll be right back. It is Muhlenberg County. Up next, it's Southwire Basketball and Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Pat Hayden Moving Company, located in Owensboro, Kentucky for over 30 years, is here to help with all your moving needs. We specialize in transporting everything from heavy furniture to fragile electronics. Our team of experts is equipped with the skills and knowledge to handle your belongings with the utmost care throughout the packing, loading, transportation, and unloading process. We'll move 1 or up to more than 100 items, whatever you might need. Contact Pat Hayden Moving Company today for your free estimate at 270-683-6683.
Kenway is not only a proud supporter of Davis County, but also providing clean solutions since 1951. We can provide the value you're looking for in your cleaning, maintenance, and janitorial programs. We are all about you and your facility. Call Brad Payne or Lee Hopewell today.
At Aflac Keller and Associates, we know that strong businesses start with strong people. Our programs are designed to help companies attract and retain top talent, while policies protect employees and their families from unexpected financial challenges. When businesses choose Keller and Associates, they don't just provide benefits, they provide peace of mind. If you want to strengthen your business and protect the people who make it thrive, reach out to Jen Keller today at 270-993-3492.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We're also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Looking for a bank that truly puts you first? At Sacramento Deposit Bank, we've been serving our communities with hometown care for over a century. From personal checking and savings to business loans, mobile banking, and more, we make managing your money simple and stress-free. You'll always talk to someone who knows your name. So whether you're saving for the future or chasing a dream, we're here to help you every step of the way. Visit sdbky.com or stop by one of our local branches today. Sacramento Deposit Bank, where banking feels like family. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
When Kentucky storms hit, you need a company you can trust. Grex Construction is your local expert, licensed right here in the Bluegrass State with years of experience repairing storm and hail damage. We specialize in insurance claims assistance so you can get the repairs you need without the stress. Our high-quality roofing solutions are built for Kentucky's weather, protecting your home or business year-round. Don't wait for small damage to become a big problem. Call Grex Construction at 270-996-1115 or visit grexroof.com today.
When your roof's not doing its job, your home isn't either. At Payne's Roofing and Siding, they've got 3 generations of roofing excellence behind them, serving both residential and commercial clients. Call Payne's Roofing and Siding today at 270-302-4447 for your free inspection and estimate.
Hey, this is Basham. Huge thank you to AAA Installation for sponsoring our 3rd Region Basketball Media Day. If you're tired of high energy bills or cold drafts, call AAA Installation. They'll get your home sealed up right. Free estimates, great service, and tell them Bash sent you.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game, the live stream all over Facebook, YouTube, and X, brought to you by the Green River Area Federal Credit Union. And before we get to Muhlenberg County, who we had to pre-record Coach Groves down there in Muhlenberg County, they could not make it in today. Going to talk about some of our great sponsors that we have. And Jalen, why don't you tell me about some of our great sponsors that we have?
Absolutely, Vic. We've got American Legion Post 9, Roads and Roads, Geno's Pizza, Mr. Sparky of Northwest Kentucky, Hawkins Avenue, and the McLean County Public Library.
Without them, we couldn't do what we do here. So make sure when you go out and spend your money in the community that you're spending it with local companies that are also supporting our 3rd Region athletes. And we are going to now jump to a pre-recorded interview with Coach Groves and also Isabella Wilkins, as I was able to catch up with them to talk about their upcoming season for Muhlenberg County's girls. Welcome back to Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here, and we've got on our hotline, we've got Muhlenberg County head coach Ryan Groves. They were not able to make it here today. They had some pictures, things going on, but Coach Groves, thanks for taking the time to jump on the hotline with us and get an interview for you and a couple of your players.
Absolutely. I really appreciate you guys having us.
You know, coming in your 2nd season now at Muhlenberg, it was a, you know, I don't think people in the region realize, and I didn't until I started doing some research, just how young y'all were last year. I mean, you know, when you look at your top 2 scorers, you graduated Taylor, you bring back Isabella, but like your next 3 scores were all like sophomores or all the way down to 8th grade. A lot of playing time for a lot of young players last year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you're right. You're exactly right. A lot of people didn't realize how young we were. And more than that, how inexperienced we were because of that. But our girls, you know, they fought through some injuries last year. I was really proud of their growth throughout the season. You know, it's tough at any level, but especially being thrown to the wolves at the varsity level at that age.
Here at Green River Area Federal Credit Union, we are about
being
people
good
helping
leaders
people.
to them and trying to help them grow into better players as we rebuild this program. Being young, I mean, that was tough. Obviously, the season didn't turn out exactly how we wanted it to. But one thing that it did do was motivate our entire team to get back in the gym as quick as possible and just work on their game to get better.
You know, and one thing, talking about being that young, you had the off season last year, played the season. You know, have you seen major changes of just, not only growth in players, strength, and those type of things, but just the overall chemistry and overall culture of the program? Have you seen major changes in your second off season as opposed to last year?
Oh yeah, I've seen some big changes. The coaches and I, my other coaches and I, we've talked about it quite a bit. Like I said, I mean, after the taking to the gym immediately, of course, I always take tell my players to take about a month off. We come back after spring break or the 1st of May. We need them to get time to rest and heal up. But they've worked really hard this off season. You know, we were able to fortunate enough to buy Vertimax, which has been great for us. You know, anytime the doors have opened, most of the girls have been able to be there unless they're on vacation or have work or something like that. But, you know, they've gotten taller, they've gotten stronger. They've really worked on all aspects of their game. And I'm really excited to see, for people to see how much they've improved. The confidence is going up through the roof for them. And, you know, I'm just really excited about this season. I think we're going to surprise some people. And I look forward and hope that our community will come out and do a better job of supporting these young ladies this year than they did last year, because they're going to be fun to watch.
And it's a proud program down there. I mean, for a long time, it was the third region powerhouse. Like the regional championship game had to go through, either Muhlenberg, and usually it was Muhlenberg North. And, even up to a couple of years ago where they lost to Catholic in the regional finals, this has been a proud, tradition-rich girls program it was a down year, but part of that is just kind of building things back up to where it used to be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like you said, back in the North and South days, I mean, even though North kind of dominated back then, South still had some really good teams. And, Muhlenberg's a rich history, basketball county. It's always been that way. And I'm just blessed to have been a small part of that, especially once the consolidation. I came in, I think, the third year of that. And Mike Harper asked me to come on his staff, and that was a blessing in disguise as well. I was able to myself experience 2 regional championships, and seeing a lot of those players that helped mold this program as they consolidated into one school. So we want to get back to that. Obviously, we've got some work to do all the way from the ground up to the youth level, and we've got a lot of people that are involved in the community. That have some kids coming up that are really working with them that are former players of Coach Harper's in Muhlenberg North and South. So we've got a lot of things that we're working on and setting up, and I really feel like the future is bright.
You've got one, you got the big senior to basically lean on a little bit. And Isabella Wilkins, 14.3 points per game last year, 8.7 rebounds. Talk about the growth that you've seen in her. Not only talking about a leader as last year, but now being a senior, of how she's leading this basketball team.
Well, she's had to step up. Taylor's gone. And also, we did have another player, JC Harper, that was going to be a senior with Izzy. Unfortunately, she tore her ACL after the season, so she's not going to be with us this year. So that's going to hurt. She was a starter. But Izzy has, taken on the role, and I really do feel like she understands at this point that, she's got to set a tone, not just for this year, but for the program going forward. And she's shown a lot of improvement. She's getting better defensively, not just relying on block shots. And she's doing what I really like seeing her as we've begun official practices. She's reaching out to these young girls, and she's asking me sometimes, say, "Hey, Coach, can I take control here of this imaging?" And she's directing and helping these young girls learn plays and do things like that. And that's what we need from her, especially as our only senior. So I've been really proud of her as of late, stepping up and trying to take that leadership role and just accepting that role. So, I feel like that also makes our younger girls more at ease, knowing that they've got her there to help guide them.
Oh, well, we've got Izzy on the hotline too. So we'll ask Izzy, coming off a year last year where you, like I said, averaged 14.3 points per game, 8.7 rebounds. I know you weren't happy with how the season, played out, as far as the team. But what are some things in this offseason that you wanted to get better at and work at?
I definitely wanted to get better at playing in the post and utilizing my height a little more than I have in the past. And I've been working on finishing a little bit better on the basket.
Coach Groves talked about being the only senior, and I talked earlier about, how young this team was and how different is that? Because I know, when you're a senior and, you're, 17, 18, 19 years old, depending, and, younger girls are 13, 14, 15. That's a big age gap at that, at that level. How much of an adjustment has that had to be that you are the only senior and it's almost, I don't know if it's kind of like the team mom as opposed to being buddies. How's that adjustment gone?
Well, I try to think of the younger girls as I feel like we're all the same. I don't think that just because I'm a senior, I'm higher up than everybody. I treat everybody else the same. We're all on the same level.
We talk about, you got Groves and Sparks and Page that all averaged between 3.5 and 6.1 points per game last year as sophomores, freshmen, and eighth graders. Have you seen them take a step forward in your practice time together?
Most definitely. Brinley Sparks has grown 4 inches over the summer. She's about my height now. And she's definitely been putting in the work, not only working on her guard skills, but also getting to the basket more and finishing and utilizing how big she's gotten. And Savannah has definitely worked on her shot a lot more. If it's down to a last second 3, I want Savannah taking it.
There you go. I've always, sometimes we get very Owensboro centric around here. Now we know what the 10th district is and some of those rivalries, but when you go play a McLean County or you go play Ohio County, what does that mean to you?
Oh, it makes me so excited because I've grown up playing against all those girls since I was in the 6th grade. And I just get excited because, we're all so used to playing against each other. And I just know that it's going to be a good game.
I always love to ask you, talk about, Coach Groves with his first year last year. And it takes a while to kind of get the culture you want and how things you want to go. Do you see a change a little bit in, whereas people kind of know what to expect, not only from Coach Groves, but what we're supposed to expect offensively, what our goals are defensively? Have you seen that change over this off season leading into this year, maybe compared to last year?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. This year we've definitely started hitting it hard. We've been in the gym, we're on the Vertimax, we're getting up lots of shots, we're conditioning, we're doing all the things.
I've always got to ask because, it's kind of been a given in this area for the last 25 years. You get to the regional tournament, whether it be Muhlenberg North, Muhlenberg South, or Muhlenberg now consolidated, they were always there. How different was that last year when you guys got beat in the district and weren't competing in the regional tournament?
It was definitely really hard on me because ever since I was in 8th grade, we've always played at least one game in the regional tournament. And it was just so weird for my season to be over in February, but it's definitely fueled me a whole lot more for this season.
Baseball or softball or basketball? Which one is, which one's your true first love, Izzy?
Dang, probably basketball.
Basketball? Well, it's basketball season. You got to say that now. Softball media day, you can tell me it's softball. How about that?
All right.
Coach Groves, I've got to ask, I always love to, coaches and new rules and stuff. We had the foul shot rule changed a few years ago, and I think most people have adjusted well to that. Have you ever thought into the distance? I know it's a little bit down the road, but a shot clock coming to Kentucky high school basketball? Do you like that rule that's coming, or do you kind of like the way things are now?
I've been on the fence with that for years. And the reason being is, you've got teams that just really thrive off of just blowing teams out. I'm not going to name any specifics. You can, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who that is. And I don't like that. I think that's just Bush League play, in my opinion. And so the shot clock, that is only going to help them out to even do that more, in my opinion. So it's going to give your smaller schools or less fortunate schools that just don't have the talent as good of an opportunity to slow the game down and stay in games like that. So on that side of it, I don't really look forward to it. But also on the same side, it's a sign of the times.
Right.
We've got to make adjustments. We've got to get these kids ready for the next level. So that will be something that will help them do that. Obviously, it's going to cause coaches here to have to do a lot of different game management skills and things like that. But, we probably won't do a whole lot of it this year, but definitely in the off season next year and in practices next year as well, we're definitely going to hit it hard and be using that to our advantage in practice, working on that and getting taking a full year to get our girls ready for that adjustment. The best that we can.
Yeah. And the other one I was going to ask you about, because it's another one that's being talked about throughout the state, and I know they're not letting regions decide. Do you like the idea of a super regional, or do you kind of like keeping, the region the way it's set up now, or is that something, a super regional, something that would interest you also?
Well, I'm still kind of on the fence with that as well. It kind of just depends on exactly how they want to lay it out. If they're doing it in a way where every team is going to have an opportunity to play in that super regional, then I can see it possibly being a good thing. I'm still a traditionalist. I like how it is right now. But I also am a realist as well and realize that things are changing and the possibility is there. So it's one of those things that, I can see it being a good thing and see it being fun and more interesting to the players and the community. But at the same time, like I said, I'm sort of a traditionalist, and I kind of like, just the region that we have now and playing against teams that I've kind of grown up myself playing against.
And looking at the schedule, you open up against Apollo on December 1st, and it's not too many days, 11 days after that, you got your first district game. And those 10th district games are so important because it's different that the regular season winner doesn't have to play that elimination game. I mean, I know you guys usually play early district games, but this one seems like it's a little earlier, or am I just wrong on that is this early?
Well, it's about the same time as it was last year. I think last year we played on December 13th. Against McLean County. One thing that we have discussed here with Coach Morris on the boys' side and with our athletic director, Brad Ruggles, is, and, mentioned it to the other coaches in McLean County, Ohio County some, but we would really like for us to take that one game and put all of our district games after Christmas. And the reason being is, McLean, Muhlenberg, and Ohio County, we rely a lot on our middle school kids to come up and play with us. Because right now, our numbers are low, and we're working on trying to build that. But I just think it's more of a level playing field if once we have all of our players up there and they get to practice and work together. So that's one of our goals is, and being in a 3-team district, I really believe that we can, do that and make it successful moving those games to January. But like you said, it's tough. To have a district game early in the season because everybody's still trying to learn their teams and in game situations. And so hopefully in the future we can at least move those games back and put them after Christmas and
you've seen it
easier on everybody.
I was going to say, you've seen it through the years. Your team can be so different from December, 15th forward to after January 1st. It's two different worlds, after you get some time and you learn, okay, this is, when we want this situation, here's who I need to have the basketball, that we can do this well. Teams are just so different from the start of the season to like after January.
Oh, absolutely. And they gel better after Christmas as well. Cause like you said, getting time to spend with each other, learn each other, playing with each other, the middle school kids getting up there and actually learning our playbook and how we play defense and the switching it up and just the speed of how different the speed of the game is from the middle school to the high school level. So it really helps all around if we can just move those games to the first of the year in January.
I always love to ask coaches, give me a name that maybe not many people in the region or they're aware of, or, unless they're just a basketball junkie that you think has a really nice season that people will know, come January 20th, this name that's on the Muhlenberg County basketball team.
Oh, well, we have several. Like Izzy said a few minutes ago, Savannah Page, last year her confidence wasn't the greatest. As the season went on, she gained some confidence and she was playing her best basketball at the end of the season. Unfortunately, she got hurt right before the district tournament. But she's worked hard this offseason on all aspects of her game. She's starting to get to the basket and scoring. And that confidence just going up is going to help her excel, and she could have a breakout season. And, with Brindley growing, like Izzy said, Brindley's, 5'10", 5'11". She's a lot quicker. She's getting stronger. She's starting to fill out. She's taking the basket ball to the basket, like Izzy said, and I mean she's going to be a beast, as she goes forward. I mean, only being a freshman and having 2 years of starting varsity, I mean, the sky's the limit for her. There's just so many kids we have on our team right now. I mean, from top to bottom, freshman to senior, we've got a lot of athletes. We got a lot of kids that just play hard. This freshman group coming in, I mean, I brag on them all the time because they just seem to be in the right places. They sprint up and down the floor, and they're setting a good example for some of our older kids because of their hustle. So we've got a lot of pieces. I could go through and I could tell you something about every one of our players in a way that they could benefit this team and help us get, to the next level. And it's just, this group is really fun to coach. And, like I said, the future's bright.
Well, Izzy, before we let you get out of here, is this a team, in your opinion, that can find a way to the regional tournament and take its shot there at the Sports Center?
Yeah, most definitely. I think we're the best team in the district.
There you go. I always like to hear that. Well, Izzy, first of all, thank you for taking some. I know you got college classes. It tells you how old I am. I'm like, got college classes you were taking today. Take the time to interview with us. And Coach Groves, before we get you out of here, I'll ask you one other question. First of all, thank you for taking the time too. I know you're busy down there in Muhlenberg, but do you feel like this? Like Izzy said, do you feel like this is a team that if things work in its favor and everything goes right, this is a team that could be playing at the Sports Center?
Oh, yes, I do. Absolutely. I mean, we've got to stay healthy. Right now, we're nursing some injuries, and hopefully we get those kids back sooner rather than later. And if we do get them back and we can stay healthy, then, yeah, we can be pretty deep. And we can run in and out different players and different setups, different, ways we can play defense depending on who's out on the floor. So, yeah, I really do believe that we've got a great opportunity to get a district championship this year and get in the region. And we all know once you get to the regional tournament that anything can happen.
Without a doubt.
It's who's playing their best basketball at that time of the year. And one thing I do pride myself on, and this goes back with Coach Harper, it goes back with coaching with Dad over the years and things like that, is I do feel like that our coaching staff is going to do a good job of getting these girls playing their best basketball at the right time. So I'm really just looking forward to this season.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for taking a little time for us and getting this interview in so it could be on Media Day. Good luck in the regular season. Izzy, good luck with your season, and we hope to see you guys down the road.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. And that was Coach Groves with Muhlenberg County joining us just a couple days ago as a pre-recorded interview to make sure that they got here at Media Day. And before we take a break, Jalen, you're going to tell me about some other people that are making all this possible.
Absolutely, Vic. Justin Nugent with Remax Realty, Kenway Distribution, Pat Hayden Moving, Sacramento Deposit Bank, Ace Hardware in Livermore, and Grex Construction.
Without them, we couldn't do what we do, and to try to cover the third region as the best of any spot in the area and the ESPN Owensboro area. Up next will be Meade County, a couple of new coaches on both the boys' side and the girls' side, sort of. But we'll get with Meade County as it's up next. It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
Need insulation you can feel good about? Backwood Spray.
Area Federal Credit Union, we are about people helping people. We began our existence in 1959, and over the past 66 years, we've grown our presence in each of the communities we serve.
We are the people helping people, and we don't just say it, we show them. We make them part of our credit union family.
(302-4447) for your free inspection and estimate.
At Vantacar, we understand that finding the perfect car shouldn't be a chore. That's why we make it easy to drive away in a dependable vehicle. Check out Vantacar.com to discover our extensive range of great cars at fair prices, each carefully selected to ensure you get the best quality and value. When you choose Vantacar, you're not just purchasing a car, you're becoming part of the Vantacar family. Visit us today and feel the difference of a straightforward, friendly car buying experience. Vantacar, we are treated like family.
Looking for quality tools, building supplies, and equipment for your next project? Visit Miller Building Supply, Seabury Hardware and Rental, or the Providence Home Center. Owned and operated by Opie and Leslie Parrish, they have a friendly staff with great selection and everything you need to make your next home improvement dream a reality.
When it comes to taxes, experience matters. And Debbie Nichols at H&R Block brings 39 years of it. From maximizing your refund to helping you plan ahead, Debbie is here to help you reach your tax-related financial goals. With convenient H&R Block locations in Owensboro, Hallsville, and 2 in Southern Indiana, expert help is always nearby. Trust your taxes to Debbie Nichols at H&R Block. Experience you can count on.
Smile with the best. Bluegrass Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're number one.
Protect your business with L&I Insurance Solutions, offering a full suite of options like commercial property, general liability, workers' compensation, and bonds. Don't let risks derail your success. Serving all of Kentucky and Indiana with offices in Newburgh and Ferdinand. Connect with our expert, Jeff Johnson, at 812-490-0200. At L&I, we don't just offer a safety net for your dreams. We provide a fortress, guarding your ambitions, protecting your future. Call us today at L&I Insurance Solutions.
House Insurance is not only a proud sponsor of Hancock County Athletics, but are also a full-service family-owned insurance agency since 1958. Let them quote your auto, home, business, farm, and life insurance needs. You can find them at houseinsuranceSBC.com.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Jalen Darty here in the Event Center at Cromwell Media, and now we're being joined by Meade County.
It's more than a badge. It's a calling. The Kentucky State Police are seeking men and women ready to serve with honor. Starting pay, $69,500 a year, with assignments close to home. Begin your journey at joinksp.com.
Now it's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. A little user-friendly air there. Vic Evans, Jalen Darty. And Jalen, before we get to Meade County, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Absolutely, Vic. We've got Aflac with Keller and Associates, Debbie Nichols, H&R Block, AAA Insulation, Vantacar, Payne's Roofing, and Miller Building Supply.
And then we'll start here with the girls for Meade County, and new coach at the girls' side, but it's a familiar face. Coach Trippier back with us. And, Coach, I've got to ask you, if you would have been 4 months ago or whatever it was, you had stepped down and moved on from the boys program and going to go on with your life. And all of a sudden now you're coaching girls. I mean, talk about that a little bit and that whole adjustment and the adjustment you've had to make in just everything.
Well, I believe the Lord put you in a path, and this is the path he put me on. So they've been great to work with. They work hard, listen every day. We're throwing a lot of things at them. It's new terminology, a lot of things. And these girls have been there since day one. We started early September, going a couple of days a week with some workouts and things. But they've caught on. I got 7 new girls in the gym yesterday, 6 middle school girls and a senior that ran cross country. So yesterday for them was the first day, and their heads were spinning. And I just asked them, I said, how'd those girls talk in the locker room? And they're like, oh, they're stressed. I was like, it all come to them. I am throwing a lot at them. I'm coaching them the same way I coach them, coaching hard, pushing them every day to be the best they can be. And just but everything's new to them, terminology, offense, defense, everything we're doing. So just kind of learning all that, but they've handled it pretty good.
You look at the school itself, and there's probably no school in the region that in the last couple of years, due to graduation, just a production. I mean, last year with Peyton Bradley, one of the best players to come through the third region in a while. You had Fox and them the year before that. And so you do have, not only new girls, but a lot of the girls that have to take new roles on. How's that played out so far in the off season?
I talked to them. We had a team meeting, and I said, hey, 28 points a game went out the door. I said the next highest was 5. So I told them, I said, good and bad. We lost 28 points a game, but it's your opportunity now to step up and do some things. I said, I need girls averaging double figures. That means you're going to get shots up. We're going to move the ball around. So I think they like that part of it because more action and they got more pressure on them to do some things, but we don't really consider it pressure. We're just like, go play, have fun, get after it, do those things, and we'll be fine. But obviously new roles for them because they were used to obviously watching a Division I player out there with them, and that's not there now. So new opportunities.
Coach, you've got a pretty long streak of making a regional tournament. As a boys coach, the girls have had a pretty long history of making a regional tournament with Coach Hackard at the helm. Is that still I guess Breck and Hancock are probably the favorites in that district to make the regional tournament. But, is that obviously I'm sure that's the end goal for you guys.
It's always the goal. The goal is always to get to Rep Arena and see what you can do. But you take it in steps. Let's have a pretty good season, see how we do, get better. By the end of the season, we want to be playing our best basketball. We want to make a run at district championship. And then to get to region, anything could happen. Win 3 games and you win it. But that's always our goal, no matter who we got or what. Our goal is to be the best we can be, and that's always the goal every year. It's the goal this year. It's going to be the goal every year that I'm the head coach. So.
And you look at it, it's we've always asking coaches who are people that that maybe the average region fan doesn't know. And I'm sure, looking at with what they've lost and with Peyton leaving, there's a lot of names on that roster that nobody really knows. Who are some names that you've been surprised, as you moved over and been, okay, this young lady can play. And by the end of the year, who's somebody in the, give me a couple girls who's somebody that the average regional fan's going to know now, then that they don't know now.
Well, I brought a couple of them with me here. Carrie, she's a senior, comes to work every day, gets after it on the basketball court. I had her, I think, as a freshman in health class, and I didn't really pay attention a whole lot about basketball. She comes out, she knows what she's doing, plays hard, has a good sense of the game, can get to the rim when she wants to, and can shoot it. And then Jacelyn, sophomore, she's not new to it. I believe she moved up and played as a 7th grader, if not 7th. I know she did it 8th grade. Got a good shot, got great footwork around the rim, does some things really well there. Kind of a vocal person on the floor for us, and that's something we need. I need more of them to be vocal because we're trying to find that leader now. Since Peyton was obviously the leader in the past, now we've got these girls that are leaders now. I would say these two. We've got a few others. I think it's more individual. I think we're just going to be more team-oriented. There may be a girl that scores 16 one night, and next night maybe somebody else. But we preach team. And but no, these two here, I brought them because I think they're leaders, and I think they'll be good spokespeople for the program today. So.
Well, let's jump in here to Carrie and start it off. And it's, kind of a new day and age of McLean County or Meade County basketball. I can remember calling Peyton Bradley, I think in a game when she was a 7th grader, hitting 7 threes at the regional tournament there. But, talk about the adjustment. One, you go from Coach Hackard, who'd been there for a long time. Coach Trippier moves over from the boys team. Talk about that adjustment just for yourself and the entire team, Carrie.
Yeah, it's definitely been an adjustment, switching coaches, but they've both been great coaches. I had Coach Hacker for a few years, and she was great with Peyton and all of that and that team. But I've had Tripp here for a few months, whatever, and it's been great. He's been a great coach for us. So it'll be an adjustment, but I think it's good so far. So
as he said, he's got to have girls that got to get shots up, got to score more. Every basketball player loves to hear that. Hey, I get to shoot more. Talk about just the adjustment that not just yourself, but the entire team of having to find, because at times last year, Peyton was the one that bring the ball up and she took the most shots. Now it's got to get spread out a little more. Talk about that a little bit, just the whole adjustment as a team itself.
As a team, Peyton was the center of everything last year. She had averaging 28 points, and she was like the point guard. She was our shooter. She was everything. So this year it'll definitely be different. Points will have to be spread out, and people will have to step up that haven't really got to as much. So it'll definitely be an adjustment, but I think we'll figure it out as a team. So.
In this off season, what was the one? Give me a couple things that you wanted to get better at. That you felt like, hey, this is where for me to improve my game, this has got to get better. That you worked on this off season.
I think one for me was definitely like leadership. Like I'd never really been put in that role before, and like trying to talk and like be a leader on the team and to get everyone to talk on defense and just yell out plays and stuff like that. And then definitely just trying to be aggressive on offense, trying to get to the rack and stuff when nobody else can. So.
And I think I'll go over to Jacelyn, and I remember calling a game at Breck, I think a couple of years ago, and the 8th grader, I think at that time, come in the corner shooting, somebody that can shoot the ball really well. Talk about what you've been working on in your game to kind of get your game better.
I've really been working on defense, just trying to get quicker, keep my girl in front of me. And then on the offensive side, I've been working more on creating my own shot instead of just shooting off of the pass, like set shooting.
And Coach Trippier talked about you had some even new girls that came in, and talk about this dynamic that is a lot of new people, new faces, also on the younger side, but also maybe not having the most varsity experience. How's practice been and trying to get in, with all these new people coming in? How's that all gone so far?
It's going good. There's a few times where it might be a little rough or something, but it's going really good. We're coming together as a team. We have better chemistry than we did last year, I think. So it's going really good.
Either one of you can answer this question. He's not listening, so don't worry about it. But like when you got the word and you went to your first practice, what was the first thoughts when you had Coach Hackett there for a long time, then you find out Coach Trippier's moving over from the boys' side? Honestly, what was the first thought of that, Carrie?
Honestly, I was really nervous. I didn't know much about Tripp as a coach, so I was kind of nervous showing up that first day. So.
And how about now? And give me a grade. His first few months there as the girls' coach. Give me a grade, A to F. Go ahead. He's not listening. I promise.
I think it's been good. I think I'll give him an A. It's been good. So.
Do you agree with that, Jason?
I'll buy their lunch now. So.
we're providing lunch, Coach. We'll help you out. And then let me ask you this, Jason. Who's the girl that Coach Trippier? He can peel the paint off. I've seen him on the boys' side peel the paint off the walls with the best of them. But when you've had a bad practice, it's not been good. Who's the one girl that can always crack the joke and make everybody laugh and kind of ease the tension?
That's definitely Addie Stoll, our senior. She's a goofball for sure. If we're having a rough practice or something, she can always crack a joke and make everything feel better.
And Carrie, being one of the seniors on the team and being a younger team, a new team, I mean, has it felt anything like a team mom, or is that just, is that kind of the role you've taken over?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. But yeah, I think we have good team chemistry. So everyone's kind of friends and stuff. So.
And Coach Trippier, I wanted to ask you because, I think if you ask the average regional fan, they'll be like, hey, Meade's going to be way down. This is a team that's got to, rebuild and restart. You come from the boys' side, but you all like Jalen said, always been very successful. You kind of like this role where you're like kind of a complete underdog, or does it matter to you at all?
Favorites. We don't change what we do. My very first year we came in, Cats balls come out. We were ranked 13th in the region. That year we ended up in the championship game against Owensboro, who went on to win the state championship. So, I mean, I'll always put a chip on our shoulder. I'm going to put a chip on their shoulder, and we go with that every day. But nothing's changed, whether we're number 1 or number 15, whatever. We're coming in, we're going to go to work, we're going to get better every day. I want to put the best basketball team on the floor come tournament time.
When AD Blanton comes to you and says, hey, we want you to take over the girls program, I mean, deep down, when you sat down and thought about it for a couple of days, I mean, did you think, man, that, I don't know, I mean, was there any apprehension about it? Just the change, from coaching boys for so long and then moving over to the girls, was there any apprehension at all?
That's my wife.
That's a good thing. Yeah, always.
I was like, I may have a job. And she's like, oh, yeah, where? I was like, well, in Meade County. She's like, what? I said, so it'd be the girls. And we talked about it for about 5 minutes and made my decision. I said, yeah, I'm all in. Let's go. And she's always been supportive of everything I've done. So it was no big deal. Like I said, I think it's a blessing. I follow. Lord leads my path, and this is where he's led me. So.
You know, and hearing him talk about that with the Lord leading the path, I'm sure, you know, and Coach Hackert was always big on this too. And that's just kind of how this program is built on a lot of faith and treating people the way they should be treated. Am I right on that, Carrie?
Yes, for sure. I think that the Lord does lead our team. You know, Coach Hackert last year, obviously, like being a pastor, and Peyton was a leader, and we would always pray over our group and everything, you know, pray before every game that everything goes well, nobody gets hurt. So I think that the Lord does really lead our team. So.
You know, I've got to ask you, Jacelyn, is, you know, we talked about different things, but I'm going to ask you kind of an just an odd question is, you know, who's the one teammate that you have that, like, if you had to pass a test that you would not want you to help study? Not that you want them to, you know, you'd be like, no, I've got to pass this test. I don't need your help.
Oh,
Okay, who's the one that you would want you to help study? We might do it that way.
Probably Carrie. She's a brainiac.
Oh, she's the brainiac. Okay. Who's the worst driver on the team?
Ooh, I don't know. I haven't ridden with very many of them. We don't have very many that can drive.
There you go. You got a young team, not many that can drive. That's even better. Can this team make it to the regional tournament, Jacelyn?
Absolutely. I think we can. I don't know how far we'll get, but I think we can definitely make it there.
One step at a time.
There you go. And then talk about, Carrie, you know, being here in Owensboro, sometimes we don't always get up there. You know, I've been to call games in Brett County and Hancock. I haven't ever called a game at Meade. I need to get up there and call one there. But talk about those rivals with Hancock County, with Brett County, and especially that Breck-Meade party.
Oh, yeah. Breck has always been our rival. And, you know, at the rival games, it's crazy environment, you know, student sections are filled, and like there's always something happening, and it's just crazy environment. And so.
Well, it would not be media day without having a Hackert. I mean, I think everything that we've done, whether it be our third region draw shows or media day, we've always have a Hackert. Luckily, we got another one as Travis Hackert now takes over as the boys program. You know, and we had you on live at 5 after you got the job. How's the transition been from that point to now?
Transition's been great. There's been a lot of time spent with the varsity program and the youth programs, and I think yesterday I did 3 practices between the varsity, the middle school, and then youth league. So I basically live in the gym, and I'm okay with that because I love to be in the gym. So the community, you know, the atmosphere in the community has been great, and kids are excited to, you know, really get involved in basketball. And, you know, we compete in Meade County. The baseball program is great, and the football program has a lot going on. So the transition's been great. We've been getting after it.
You know, and it's a tradition-rich program. Coach Trippier is a big part of that. Are there times where you and I know you were an assistant there for a while too, but there are still times where if you know there's something not right, ask him. You guys still share opinions back and forth?
Oh yeah, no, I got a great relationship with Coach Tripp, and you know I appreciate him for letting me come be a part of the program. And you know he didn't have to do that, and he was great. And so you know I'll still shoot him a text. Hey, what do we do on this? And how do we take care of this? I mean, we drove down here together, and we're just talking back and forth on the programs and how did we do this last year? How have you done this over the years? So Coach has been a great sounding board for me, and it's been great to have my mom, who's been in the program.
I was going to say that's maybe the best sounding board anybody could have.
Yeah. So no, it's been great with Coach and with my mom to just be able to bounce things off and make sure we're doing the right things, because it's a different adjustment from college to here, and there's more administrative things. At the college level, you've got 7, 8 guys handling administrative things. And at a high school level, you got to do everything. You got to do the administrative. You got to do the scheduling. You got to do the practices. You got to do the scheduling the refs and the games. And so there's a lot of admin stuff that I didn't really necessarily know. And so to be able to, talk to Coach about that, I appreciate that.
Just off the top of my head, I got to ask, have you ever coached a player that had better hair than Hayden? I mean, that is tremendous.
He's got options with his hair. He can do a lot of different things. So I asked him, what's his plan this season? Is it going to be different every single game? So, no, I love the hair. I told him, his mom sent me a text the other night. He had his hair braided and all that. And she said, Coach is going to kill you. I said, no, I love it. I love that hair. That looks good. So, you know what? When I worked for Coach Patino, he used to make the guys all get their haircuts.
Right.
And, he's kind of changed that philosophy now. But, my philosophy is whatever makes these guys feel good and play good, I'm okay with whatever, however their hair wants to be.
You know, and this is you look at it, I think most of the average third region fan would think Davis County Grayson, they met in the regional finals last year, they return a lot, but Meade was right there. And you guys, I think, are right there with that. I think it's a very deep region, it's deep as it's been. Do you kind of like that everybody's talking about those other teams and maybe forget Meade a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be the underdog, and it's okay to have expectations. And I tell these guys, pressure is a privilege, and the fact that you've been getting in some conversations is not a bad thing. You guys have earned the right to be talked about in the mix, but we have micro goals and we have macro goals, and you don't get to the macro goals without taking care of the micro stuff. And so we've been talking about that and every day in practice about, hey, we got to take care of one possession at a time, and we got to accomplish the small goals first before we get to the end goals. But yeah, we're focusing on one day at a time, one practice at a time, and one game at a time. And then, Coach Tripp always talked about it, and we want to be playing our best ball at the end. And, at the end of the season, there's a lot that can go on, and players get hurt and things happen. And so, you got to be healthy at the end of the year. You got to be playing great basketball. You guys got to be sharp. And so that's what we're working towards that every single day. And these guys, I give them a lot of credit. They have been grinding since I've taken the job over, and they've worked hard. And I want nothing more for them to, reap the benefits of their hard work. So, sports, sometimes that doesn't happen. You can work your butt off and not win. And that's the beauty about sports, and you can work your butt off and win. And that's where I told them I want them to have that feeling of deserving to receive what they got after all the hard work they put in. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Coach, you mentioned Coach Patino earlier, and a lot of people may not know this about you. The guys that you've been able to work with in the college game, Rick Patino, Kevin Keats, a lot of those guys, talk about how coaching with them has impacted the coaching style that you've got now on the high school level.
One thing that I learned early is you got to adjust and do your own style. There's coaches who will try to be somebody that maybe they're not. So I worked for 3 great head coaches with Coach Patino, Kevin Keats, and Takeo Siddles down at UNC Wilmington. And I was able to take certain things from all of them. Coach Patino is just a hard worker. He gets the most out of every single team he's got. He coaches every player the same, whether it's the walk-on or the best player. So that's what I took from him. And Kevin Keats, he was a simple coach. We were never complicated, but man, we competed. And we were at NC State with the Dukes and the Carolinas, and we didn't have the most talent, but we could compete because our guys played hard. And then with Coach Siddle, he was extremely detailed. I mean, we went over every single scenario, every single situation, so we were prepared. So I've been able to kind of combine all those things and try to kind of form my own style and form my own coaching, how my philosophies are. And so I was blessed to work with 3 great coaches and a Hall of Famer in Rick Pitino, and with Kevin Keats, he's done a great job. And with Takeo Siddle, I mean, he's one of the next up-and-coming coaches here in the country. So I've been really blessed to work for some great guys.
We'll start down here with Hayden, one of the best players in the third region, coming back this year, averaging 22 points, 9 boards last year. I mean, everybody's got something they want to get better at. Even you. What were some things that you wanted to improve on your game from last year to this year?
Really, it was more off the court. I was really trying to hit the gym, get stronger. That was a big emphasis coming into the off season. Just get bigger and more physical.
And you're going through the recruiting process right now, and it's tough. And it's, how hard is it to kind of put that on the back end and get on the floor and, do the day-to-day things and understand that the recruiting process will take care of itself? And how big is it to have a guy that spent a lot of time in college that can kind of help you through that?
Travis has been a great help. He's helped me probably the most next to my parents. They're always going to be there. He has definitely helped me the most. But I'm not too worried. Obviously, I'd like to get there. Yes, 100%. I'd like to get there. But that's not the main focus right now. I think if we do what we need to do and take care of the season, how we hope and expect it to go, I think all that will fall in line and it'll take care of itself.
If there was one thing you could tell some young kids out here watching this thing or they're listening, if there was one thing that you could tell them, a piece of advice you can give them about going through the entire recruiting process, what would it be? Maybe something you wish you'd have known 2 years ago that you now know. What's the one big piece of advice you would give them on the recruiting process?
A lot of people that try to help you, but you really just need the one person that will help you the absolute most. There's been countless people try to help say, oh, they're going to do all this, all that, and then it never happens. You just really need the one person that will really help you. Everybody's going to say they're going to do this and going to do that. It's going to blow over, not happen. So, all right, whatever. I'm going to find the one person that's really going to help me the most, and I'm going to make the most out of that.
Well, he's not listening now. Give me, Coach Hacker, you've been there like 6 months. Give me a grade, A to F, from where it started to where it is now. Where are you at?
And one of the best things that's ever happened to me in my basketball standpoint, and even life. He's practice. Well, obviously, we're trying to get better at basketball. Yes, that's the end goal. But he also focuses on making us a better man. So that's a huge thing outside of the basketball aspect.
And we talked about, last year losing to Grayson in the semifinal game. I think the final was like 62-49, much closer game. I think they kind of pulled away at the end. Has that driven you where you lose that regional semifinals throughout the summer and into the offseason? Do you think about that game much?
Yeah, 100%. It's driven me to not stop. I haven't left the gym since the game was over. I haven't been out of the gym, and thankful both of these coaches right here have helped me get in the gym. I mean, 6 o'clock before school, 8 o'clock after school, whenever it is, they have been there to open the gym and help me out. It's going to be there forever. It's just driven me to get better and not let it happen again.
Well, how much would you give to have Aiden's hair? It's all I want to know. I mean, because it is tremendous. I mean, it's unreal. Like, wouldn't you love to have hair that well? I mean, you can do a lot of things, but you don't have that hair.
I like it. Medley.
Let's go to Aiden Medley real quick. And, one, it is. It's you win the Hair of the Week award. But at practice, how often does Hayden do something you just kind of shake your head and go, man, just once in my life, I'd like to be able to do that?
Most of the time, we'll just be shooting free throws, and he'll jump up there and throw the ball off the backboard. So just stuff like that. Sometimes you wish you could be his height and dunk like he can.
And it's a team, you talk about yourself and Hayden coming back, the point guard's back. I mean, a lot of good pieces to work with. But for you guys to reach your ceiling, what did you think has to be much better this year than maybe it was last year as a team, individually, yourself? What are those things that have to improve for you guys to cut the nest down at the Sports Center?
Efficiency, making sure we're running through all of our plays, our defensive actions excellently. And then personally being more vocal on the court, more of a leader to help lead the team to what we need to accomplish. So it's just all about really being proficient in everything that we do and execute.
I think everybody in the region knows the big three, yourself and Hayden and Cam. Everybody knows those names. Give me a name on the team that maybe the average fan doesn't know, but when it comes time, we get to late February, people are going to say, man, where'd this kid come from? Who's that one guy that is the rising star that we don't know about?
Caleb Green, he's been putting in a lot of work, getting extra shots up before and after practice. We got a new kid, Jensen. He's working his way around because he used to be homeschooled, so his first year in public school, being on a public team, so he's working around that. And we got a few guys that come off the bench, a few sophomores and other juniors that can really show out for our team.
I'm always fascinated, looking at it from a distance, just the community of Brandenburg and how they, not just basketball, but, we were down here for the regional baseball tournament that we covered. They brought a great fan base. They actually called us and been like, hey, will you go do the games? And just everything that they do and the support that they put in and all their programs, I think is one of the best in the region. Talk about growing up in a place like that when you want to play sports, you have this big community support that supports everything that you do.
Great. They motivate us to try harder for them. And it's a great atmosphere. All the young kids, they want to be a part of it whenever they become in high school and our age. And all the fans, they give us all the support that we need to help us. And they cheer for us, care for us, help our programs money-wise to get us gear like this or just new things in general. So it's definitely great.
And, what's one thing that you want to be better at? When this season's over with, you want to look back and say, man, I got that much better at this part of my game. Other than, is it shooting? Is it defensively? What is it for you specifically?
Being more of a team leader and vocal on the court. Because if you don't have that, if you don't have one person that can really be vocal, then it's just everybody out there for themselves. You're not really a team. So definitely being more of a team leader and vocal and talking more on the court.
You know, and I want to ask you, Hayden, real quick. Who's the guy in the region that when he guards you seems to give you the biggest fits? Is there one out there that kind of gives you more fits than others in the entire region?
There's one out there that really just gives me a hard time. I mean, send whoever you want. I'll try to. Whatever. Send whoever you want.
I like it. And I'm always fascinated because you're one of the stars of the region. I think you were on our ESPN Owensboro first team last year. You're on our preseason first team. And you know about the names of Logston and Moss and Watkins. As a player, let's say you're on a Friday night. Do you get up on Saturday morning and kind of pull up the box scores and see what those guys do, or are you just not even worry about it?
No, 100%. I want to see how I did against all these people that are getting all this respect and that are being looked at by all these other people. I want to see how I did head to head.
I love it. I love it. That's what great players do. They always say they don't, but they always do. It's what drives you, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if I'm out here beating you, then I don't know how you're getting all this or all that. I don't see it.
I love it. I love it. These are for the two coaches. I've got to ask a couple. I want to get both of your thoughts on a couple rule changes are coming down the road. You got the shot clock coming. It's not going to be this year. Are you guys a fan of it? I figured for the college, you're probably more of a fan of it. And also, the KHSA did say to come out and said that you could have, teams, regions could put together a plan for a super regional. Is that something that interests you in having a super regional? We'll start with you, Coach Trippier.
I mean, whatever comes out, we'll we can't have any control over it, so we'll adapt to whatever happens. Shot clock, I mean, we want to play a fast game anyway, get up and down and work to get a best shot. Now, at the end of games, I do like, if we got a lead, I like taking air out of it, I mean, most teams do. So that takes that kind of out of it, and we'll have to adjust and make the adjustments to it. For the super regional, I mean, I'd be interested to see how that works out. But again, nothing we can control, just what's there and how you're going to adapt to it and attack it. So,
Coach Haggart?
Yeah, as far as the shot clock, I'm a fan of
Right.
it. I mean, that was one of the things sitting with Coach last year. If you got down, with 3 or 4 minutes, it's frustrating. It's frustrating to sit there and be like, there's really nothing you can do
Other than foul.
And the shot clock rewards the defense. If you do a great job defending for 30 seconds and they put a bad shot up, that's to you. And I think I've talked to a couple people about it, and people are worried, the shot selection is going to be bad. And to me, if we can't get a good shot up in 35 seconds, that's a shame on us as coaches. People will adapt, and 35 seconds is a longer time than people think. So I think it'll be good for coaches because there'll be different schemes on how you eat the clock up, and but I think it'll be good for the game just because it'll keep it going. And I know high school's it's always been a hot debate of the shot clock and stalling, but I think it'll just keep a good flow with the game, and it'll be more entertainment. It's like I tell people, at the end of the day, sports is entertainment. And people don't want to watch a game where people are stalling the whole time. They want to see kids playing and getting up and down. So I'm excited about it because that's how I've always coached, is in the shot clock. And I have a little more history with that and how we work with the shot clock and how we take time away and how we score within that shot clock. So I'm excited about it. With the super regional, I guess it is what it is. I'll just kind of see how I've been in it with how they've got it formatted now. And so it's been fine. But it's like, I don't necessarily know if we really have a control of what happens if we get a vote or not. We just are going to play how we're going to play. But, March is always fun, late February, and upsets happen. And so if we're all in there and all playing, then, more power to it. If we're not, then, and it keeps the way it's going, then great. But, our focus is always just one game at a time. So however the format is, just got to take care of the opponent in front of you.
Coach Hackert, one more question for you. You're a little bit new to the game in the third region. Take your district teams out of it. So take Hancock and Breck out of it. As a new coach, what team in the third region are you looking forward to matching up against the most to just see what you guys can bring to the table?
Grayson on the schedule. And obviously they're by the media, they're voted at the top of the region. And so we got games with them. And so, we have some tough games on our schedule, whether it's Eastern, high school, and we did a lot of that for him, for Schaus and for Medley, to have an opportunity to play against great players, because as a good player, you want to play against good players. So, we did it for them to have a chance to play, against great players. So we had a tough summer schedule. We played against some great players, but yeah, those two programs, we're looking forward to, playing and just see where we're at in the region. So,
Well, guys, ladies, first of all, good luck on this year. Hayden, Aiden, Jacelyn, and Carrie, good luck. Healthy season. Have a great season. Coach Trippier, I'm glad you're back. It would have not been the same without having you here. You, as I say, it was always Coach Hackert was everything. I think you've been on just about every of our draw shows or out of our media day. So I'm glad you're still in the region coaching, and you do a great job. And I've always been a big fan. And then welcome to the third region, Coach Hackert, as a head basketball coach. I know it's a long drive for you guys, but we really do appreciate you coming down and doing media day with us. Good luck in the season. Hope to see both of you at the Sports Center later on in the year. And when we come back, we'll get maybe one of your rivals. We'll get like Brett County. If you're going to get Meade, you got to have a Brett Meade party. They will be next. It's Southwire Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
At Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery, we create top quality products tailored for you and your business. With expert staff and years of experience, we make the process easy and exciting. Let us bring your vision to life at Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery at 2565 West 4th Street in Owensboro.
Busted pipes? There's no need to panic. Ricky Johnson, master plumber, and his team at Johnson Plumbing in Lewisport are just a call away. Serving Lewisport and the surrounding areas, they make sure that expert help is always within reach. Trust your pipes to the pros, Johnson Plumbing.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Looking to buy or sell in Owensboro or nearby counties? Meet the A-Team, Nikki and Rodney Adkins with Keller Williams Elite Realty. This husband and wife team makes every sale personal, building lasting relationships, not just transactions. Whether you're finding your dream home or marketing a property, they'll guide you every step of the way. Call Nikki and Rodney today at 270-314-0658 or email nikkiadkins@kw.com. The A-Team, where real estate is all heart.
Are you in need of top-notch excavation services? Look no further than Watkins Excavation, your premier excavation experts. From land clearing to trench digging, our skilled team can handle any project with ease. Give them a call today at 270-213-0396.
Hancock County Farm Supply in Hawesville has all your building supply needs. Lumber, trestles, metal, and so much more. Plus all your farm supply needs. Call today 270-927-8024. Hancock County Farm Supply in Hawesville.
Let Chuck's Locksmith be your pick for all your locksmith needs. Need new locks, doors, keys, or even chip keys for your car, house, or business? Call Chuck's Locksmith at 270-929-1838. Losing your keys is never easy, so let Chuck's Locksmith come to your rescue. A full-service locksmith with 24/7 emergency service.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Honor your cherished pets with everlasting love at Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary. Our peaceful grounds offer a comforting final resting place. Call 270-359-9153. Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary, opening January.
Support your school with the German-American School Spirit Check Card. With each purchase you make using the card, we make a donation to your participating school of choice. So far, through our School Spirit Card program, we've given back over $300,000 to community schools. Stop in your local German-American bank office, open a checking account, and request your free School Spirit Check Card today. Visit GermanAmerican.com for a list of participating schools. German American Bank, member FDIC.
When the job is tough, you need gear that works as hard as you do. Commonwealth Central Supplies got your back. Pipe, fittings, fencing, and more right here in Calhoun. Get it all at 525 Beach Grove Street or CommonwealthCentralSupply.com. Commonwealth Central Supply, built for the way you work.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Jalen Darty here in the event center at Cromwell Media. And before we get to Brett County, Jalen, tell us about some people who made all this possible.
Yeah, Vic, we got Bluegrass Dental, Leisure Hut, Watkins Excavating, House Insurance, Johnson Plumbing, and the Kentucky State Police.
Yeah, and without our great sponsors, we couldn't do what we do. So when you go out there and you spend your money in the community, spend it with businesses that are supporting your local third region athletes. And let's start now with head coach Jeff LaGrange, who had a great season last year for Brett County, had the first round loss to Davis County and a great game in the regional tournament. Do have to kind of a new, I don't want to say a fresh start, but you do have to replace a lot of pieces you lost. How's the offseason gone so far, Coach?
Good. We graduated 5 really great seniors that helped set a standard. But we say we missed them, but the standard didn't graduate. So these 2 here with me as leaders, like we're still trying to build on that standard. They helped set 2 last year. That's been our focus is what is our standard and living that up to that every day.
You know, one thing I could say after calling a few of your games last year, I'm not sure there was a more physical team in the region. You guys played with a physicality, and not like dirty, just a physical team. You came in the lane, we're going to bump you, and we're going to attack the rim. You know, is that kind of the standard that you want to see, that it's going to be a Brett County standard, or was that kind of just that team, that's the way they played the best?
That's our standard. You know, we talk about being a great teammates first and foremost, being coachable and awareness, and then playing with relentless effort and competing. And then that last is toughness. And that's where that physicality comes in, being physically and mentally tough, resilient. That's one of our focuses. And I thought, like you said, we were really good at that last year because we had to be to compete. And that was how we competed. And we'll have to be that this year too, because there's a lot of talented players and teams out there. So we're going to have to do all the little dirty work and to give ourselves chances to win.
You know, these 2 guys are as physical as anybody. But the one thing you had to graduate Mercer Rogers. He was the one that handled the ball a lot. He also scored a lot. You know, looking at the guys that are going to try to, I don't think you just replace him, but guards that are going to move in and help this team go. Who are some names that we don't know yet that maybe we will at the guard position for you?
Flood and Ben Grimes are right now primary ball handlers. They played a lot of JV. They got some varsity action last year, played a lot of JV. So it's going to be a big step up for them. But the good thing with us is we're almost positionless. Rhino here's one of our biggest kids, and he's going to be kind of Amari Williams. He's going to handle the ball too. So we say everybody's got to be able to handle the ball, pass the ball, and make open shots. So it's going to be kind of by committee. But Jake Flood and Ben Grimes will handle it a majority of the time right now.
Coach, when you've got a Grimes on your basketball team in Breckenridge County, they're bound to be a really good basketball player. So I think you're going to be in good shape there.
They've produced some pretty good players. We're happy for that. Glad we got them.
You need to keep going and keep going with them. And, you know, the other thing, there we go, Coach. Come on in here, Coach Mormon. You know, and we'll go over here to Ryan, and, you know, he talked about you got to love the idea if he says he's going to handle the basketball.
Yeah. We got some actions that we've been practicing over. We ran some last year of like a 5-out action of me handling the ball. And then we have some actions where Jonah here is handling the ball, or really anybody can handle the ball.
You know, and Jonah, you're talking about coming off a year, you averaged 10 points a game last year. You know, as a team, you're going to have to replace a lot of scoring that graduated. You know, and that's always got, hey, it's just more shots for you. But what were some things you wanted to work on this offseason to get better at?
Well, like you said earlier, we graduated 5 seniors last year. Definitely my leadership, first and foremost. All the seniors led us last year. They did a really good job, especially Mercer and Braxton. They just did a great job of getting everybody where they're supposed to go and holding everybody accountable. But on the basketball side, really just being more consistent. You know, some games last year I might have a really good game, and next 2 or 3 might not be as well. So mainly just be more consistent in my game, my craft, and just helping the team in any way that I can.
You know, I've got to ask you, Ryan, we talked about the physicality that Breck played with last year, and it was so impressive. How are practices? I mean, that's something, you know, that, you know, Coach LaGrange loves that physicality. Are your practices that physical too?
I feel like every one of our practices has been physical so far this year. Coach has been having us where offense will score and get a rebound and go right back up with it. Play doesn't stop until he blows the whistle. So we've been taking some beatings from each other and bruises just about everywhere. So practices have been physical.
You know, Coach LaGrange, we've said that, not only player-wise, individually, maybe 1 to 15, the top 15 players in the region this year on the boys' side, it may be as deep as it's been in 15 to 20 years. But also, I think team-wise, I mean, I know everybody thinks about Davis County and Grayson, but Meade is going to be right there. Catholic is going to be Apollo. I think you guys get overlooked a lot. Do you see this as you've been in the region for a while, that maybe team-wise and also player-wise, that this has been as deep as the region's been in a few years?
Yeah, definitely. I think the new age, the way college and high school is going, it's going to be like that. You have an influx of players from not necessarily in the region the year before, and teams loading up. So you're going to see a lot of talent. And the challenge for some of those teams is, how does that talent play together as a team? So, but yeah, I think back when I played, which was many moons ago, but the region was stacked with D1 players back then, with Sparks and guys like that. This is probably as talented as I can remember it, top to bottom, like you said.
And I'll ask Ryan and Jonah, how good can this team be? Is this a team that can not only get back to the regional tournament at the Sports Center, but also do some damage there and make a big run?
Yeah, for sure. We see all these rankings and stuff come out, which we don't really pay attention to them. We're just trying to get
Hold on
better,
now. Hold on. All players look, okay? We all say we don't look, but we all do.
We try to not, I guess, pride ourselves too much, trying to be like all the other teams. But definitely, we think we have a pretty good team this year, and we think we're getting overlooked. But that's just a chip on our shoulder. We're just trying to get better each day. And when tournament time comes around, just be playing our best ball and make the run that we think we're capable of making.
My question for you, Ryan, who is the best shooter in the school, and why is it Elizabeth Grimes?
I don't think it is. I would say, I'd say I'm the best shooter.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'd not take no credit away from anybody.
She's going to challenge you when you get back to school is all I know.
We're going to check the stats at the end of the year. We'll see.
Well, the one thing I do know that you can count on Death, Taxes, and Brett County's girls playing on semifinal night of the regional tournament. Coach Mormon, hey, I love it. Make your entrance any way you want. You deserve it.
Yeah.
But, first of all, how you doing health-wise and stuff? I know, everything going good.
Everything's going great. Yeah, just got to scan again on Thursday. Just checkups are going good, and just keep on living.
I'd say we'll keep praying. I know that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. But listen, you've always been there in the top 4, but now maybe there's even a more target on your back as being, I'd say you and Catholic right there. I'd say maybe most teams would have you rated as the favorite of the region. How's that sound? And I know it's nothing new for you, but, how's the offseason gone so far?
Yeah, off seasons, it's been different. Just getting the bodies. I feel like our numbers that are at an all-time low, believe it or not, we've got 10, 11 kids, and it's been a struggle. But, talent-wise, I feel like we are a very mature team. We got talent from top to bottom, 1 through 7, 8, 9 even. I got some young girls really coming on, showing a lot of potential. But, let's talk about being the favorite. I feel like the target's always in our back. Everybody always wants to be Brett County. So, we're kind of used to that role. I feel like we're everybody's Super Bowl, it seems like, year in, year out. And, we accept challenges pretty well. And we just hope to be playing our ball, the best ball at the end of the year. And we didn't do that last year, but we hope to get over that.
I think if you look at numbers nationwide in girls basketball, they keep falling. As a girls coach that's done it a long time, do you have an idea of what some of the reasons are of that out there? Is it just get tougher and tougher?
Blame volleyball, soccer, softball, but I think you're starting to see the iPad, the era of kids not playing outside and ride a bike or, doing anything. I feel like your parents don't push their kids to do sports anymore. And it's really starting to play a role, as we get older. So, if I have anything to say, just get your kids outside, let them do things, get them off the iPads, the Nintendos, and let them play sports.
And also if you have a group, Elizabeth's class, and that they've played a lot from a young age coming up, do you see as a coach that, classes behind them think, hold on, I won't get to play until I'm a senior, and so I'm not going to play. Do you see, as for you specifically, do you see that may be a problem that you had such a big class together that played up, that it maybe hurt you in some classes behind?
That even with Isabel and them's group, They were so well talented, and this group having 4 seniors here, I could see it be a little intimidating coming to practice and things like that. But I don't know, it's just different. And today's era is just different kids. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
What and I know it is for you this year. It's always the goal is to finally get to cut that nest down. And it's going to happen at some point in time. You can't kick the door that often without kicking it in. Is this a team that can win the regional title?
Really, we hope to be playing our best basketball towards the end of the season. Our schedule is brutal, and we did that for a reason. The girls were talking about it on the way down here. We like a challenge, and they're going to get it early. I feel very confident with this team, though. With Elizabeth been a starting point guard, it's been her 5th year. She's got 95 wins as a starting point guard, since 8th grade. So, I feel like we have the ball in her hands, and we've got a really good supporting cast around her. We've changed some things up this year. We're going to be a different style offense. We're going to be a different defensive team. We're going to mix it up. We've had success doing it in the past, but it hasn't got us over the hump yet, and I think we can.
Looking back, you were talking about playing your best basketball at the end of the year, and every coach goes back and at the end of the season and takes adjustment, goes in that deep, dark place that they don't always like to go and say, okay, what could I have done differently? Just looking back, do you think in the middle of the years maybe where your team peaked last year? Because by the middle of the year, you were playing as well as anybody. Then there were some struggles. Do you feel like maybe you just peaked a little early last year?
It's so hard year in, year out. We played really well at the Christmas tournament, competed with some really good teams, Franklin County and them. And, we went on a pretty good streak there and had some pretty easy wins, but it's just different style of basketball. And, we run into the sports center. We're not going to get started on that this year, but we're not a fan of it. And we don't play well there. I don't know how we get over that fact. We don't have any games there this year. So we're eventually going to get over it, and we're going to play ball well there, and we're going to shoot the ball well there.
There you go. It always starts, like you said, with Elizabeth Grimes, who was on our ESPN Owensboro all-area teams last year. And, Elizabeth coming into this year, first of all, you are a better shooter than Ryan, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, I'm just making sure. But, everybody has things, and no matter how good you are, you want to get better. What were some things that you were looking at to improve on coming into this season in the off season?
Well, I think there's always room for
Oh,
improvement.
just a little bit. There you go.
Each year, I think there's always room for improvement. And obviously this year I want to be really just a better team leader, improve on my ball handling, shooting. In every aspect, I just want to be better, for my team as a whole.
And this is a team, like I said, you're used to it. The target's on your back. You guys know. And he talks about the schedule you put in. As a good players like to play other good players, you got to be looking forward to this schedule a little bit.
Hart, first game of the season, definitely gonna be interesting. But I'd rather play a more difficult team than an easy team, just to get a good look at what we have for the season.
So many people have seen you been playing basketball, like you said, since an 8th grader. They've been watching you play. What are some other things that makes Elizabeth tick? What are other things you like to do? It can't be just basketball, or is it only? There's sometimes it's just basketball, but are there other things that you do? I think do you run track or two or cross country?
I like to work out. I don't know. I'm a pretty active person, so I do play basketball a lot, though. So.
Who's the other teammates? Who's the class clown? Who's the teammate that when Coach Mormon, you guys have a bad practice, he lays into you? Who's the one that can crack some jokes and make you laugh and kind of just release the tension?
Probably Reagan Henning or Josie Mitchum. Chad likes to bully them a little bit and make jokes, but no, we all bond so well, and everyone. It's a great year already, just like with everyone bonding, and everyone's really funny and.
We'll pass it to your teammate. And this is a group, as you say, you brought your fan club down here, but you guys have played a lot of basketball together and you've been together for a lot of times. Talk about the relationship that this group here has and what they mean to you.
So we've been playing basketball together since the 4th, 5th grade. So our chemistry is just there on the court, and then off the court we're always together. We're always doing something. So I feel like we're really good friends all together, on and off the court.
Oh, let's get a tough question. All right, we got the group here because they're not listening. Who's the one that can get on your nerves the quickest? Who can push your buttons the best?
Probably Reagan Henning.
So she's the funniest, and she can push your buttons the best. What else do you like to do off the basketball floor?
I run track as well. I work out.
No wonder Coach Mormon's always pressing up and down. He's got all his girls running track. They can run forever. Work out a lot, track. What do you want to do after high school? I mean, I know, is there something that you have, the big plan that you have, or we'll just wait and see?
Not really. I'm just kind of seeing how this season unfolds. But I have a couple of college offers that I might go for basketball there, but kind of still narrowing down this decision. Yeah, we'll see where it all goes, I guess.
There you go. What class in school? What's your favorite class? Give me your favorite subject. Are you a math girl, science girl? Is it PE, lunch? What is it?
English, probably.
Oh man, I was terrible at that. Coach LaGrange, I'll ask you. You got the shot clock coming in. I know it's down the road. A fan of that? Not a fan of that? We'd love to get what the coaches think. Hold on one second, Jason. Changing up something here. Okay, now you can go.
I'm a big fan of it. I think that our game needs to mirror the next level for kids going to the next level. I think gone are the days of people sitting on the ball too. Like, I think nowadays the game has changed so much. It's an up and down tempo game. You don't have some of those teams that just used to sit on it for 4 minutes a possession. So it's good to move on with the times. It's a strategy you got to get used to defensively and offensively. But I think it's good for our game at the high school level.
I've got to ask you, Coach Mormon. I mean, you said something about not playing in the Sports Center this year in the regular season. Was that by design, or it just happened to happen that way?
He tries to ban me from the Sports Center every chance he gets because he's got a key to the front door. No, he didn't do his tip-off classics this year, and we usually get into that. We play Catholic at our place this year, so it just seemed to work out that way.
I think there's probably more. In the last few years, we felt like, okay, girls basketball was maybe a little deeper from top to bottom than the boys were. I think this year's kind of switched, and there's a lot of unknowns in girls basketball. Do you kind of see it that way too? That there's just a lot of questions for a lot. I mean, you're one of the few teams without, you got so many coming back. Catholic returns a lot, but there's a lot of question marks out there through the region too.
It's going to be good. I mean, obviously they're very well coached, and Catholic's going to be right there at the end. But you don't know about the Owensboros or, the Graysons or, even the Meade. You can't count Meade County out. But so, yeah, from top, I'd say there's a good 6 or 7 teams there that could get there. So I knew that was coming.
I love this that you brought your own little. You not only you bring the more girls, but they sit here and they heckle you guys. I mean, that is classic.
Yeah. So. Be a fun year. I'll just say that. I still feel like us three, any night we could win it. So, I mean, it's going to be exciting.
Coach Mormon, everybody knows obviously about Elizabeth, about Josie Mitchum, Adeline Mormon, Rowan. Talk about a girl on your roster that at the end of the season, come the regional tournament, when we're calling a game that may help Brett County get over that hump.
I mean, I probably got a couple, but I mean, I'll spotlight my daughter a little bit, Adeline. She hit about 46 to 53s last year. I mean, she's going to play a big role this year of, getting us a bit down the court and make the open jump shot. I feel like she could average, 10 plus a game, and she's going to have to for us to have a chance against some of these better basketball teams.
I've got to ask you, how old was she the first time she beat you at golf?
Probably 2.
So she didn't get it from you, is what you're telling me.
Oh, she'd still be playing putt-putt.
I'll ask you the same question, Coach LaGrange. I mean, everybody, we knew about Jonah. He was coming back averaging 10. We saw Ryan play a lot in the post last year. Who are some guys that we really don't have any idea about that's really going to be that we'll know at the end of February?
I'd say it's our team. I mean, when I say it's hard to list a few because we have so many guys and so many unknowns for ourselves right now. Night in, night out, people are going to try to take these 2 away. And we've got to have guys step up, and we've got 8 to 10 that we're looking forward to. This team's just not played together either, together. So a lot of guys played a lot of JV last year, but it's a big jump up. You're not in the back seat anymore. You're in the driver's seat, and we'll see how guys handle that. But it'll be team effort. That's the good thing. It's frustrating at times not knowing whose night it's going to be, but it's a good thing too. Come tournament time, we don't have to rely on just these two. It could be anybody. As long as you're doing the little things, anybody can help us win.
I'll ask you, Jonah, I don't know if I ask you, who's the worst driver on the team?
Well, definitely Sam Lees. if you don't know Sam Lees, then
you won't ride with him, huh?
Yeah, he's a character, but yeah, probably Sam Lees. Yeah.
And I've got to ask Elizabeth down here. I mean, is this how your practice goes, where you guys, you got your own heckling crowd back here that's going to make it rough, and they try to make you laugh? Is that kind of how this whole group gets together the whole time? Has it been like that?
Yeah, for sure. No doubt in my mind. This is how we act. It probably gets on Chad's last nerves, but I don't know. It makes us enjoy practice so much more too. Whenever we get to just laugh at each other and make jokes.
This is what keeps you young, right, Coach Foreman? I mean, this is a group you've been with for a long time. Just talk about what they mean to you. And we see how they act. Is this, this is what we get. She says it gets on your nerves, but it also keeps you young, and it has to make you at least enjoy going to practice.
On them, they better have thick skin, because we pick on each other pretty hard. But I mean, they're all like my daughters. I mean, any given night they'll show up, they'll eat supper, and we'll pick on each other. But yeah, they're pretty close family, and they're really good friends, and it's been a blessing.
Well, Coach Foreman, Coach LaGrange, good luck on the season. Guys, gals, stay healthy, have a good season, and we appreciate you guys for coming down to Southwire Media Day. Enjoy the pizza. It just got here, too, so we'll feed you before you get out of here. And but I think up next is Hancock County. We'll stay in the 11th when we get back with more Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Enterprise Mobility asks, does life always have you on the move?
Let Enterprise on Salem Drive take you there. Enterprise on Salem Drive is committed to going the extra mile for you. Stop by Enterprise on Salem Drive to see Kennedy or Raymond. Stop by Enterprise on Salem Drive to see Kennedy or Raymond for all of your travel needs.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Guess who just helped me save on insurance? Gavin Roberts at Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Gavin? He's my go-to. Home, auto, life. He does it all.
And he's right here in Owensboro on Frederick Street.
Gavin Roberts, local and dependable. Call him today.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
At Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery, we create top quality products tailored for you and your business. With expert staff and years of experience, we make the process easy and exciting. Let us bring your vision to life at Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery at 2565 West 4th Street in Owensboro.
Busted pipes? There's no need to panic. Ricky Johnson, master plumber, and his team at Johnson Plumbing in Lewisport are just a call away. Serving Lewisport and the surrounding areas, they make sure that expert help is always within reach. Trust your pipes to the pros, Johnson Plumbing.
It's more than a badge. It's a calling. The Kentucky State Police are seeking men and women ready to serve with honor. Starting pay, $69,500 a year, with assignments close to home. Begin your journey at joinksp.com.
Let Chuck's Locksmith be your pick for all your locksmith needs. Need new locks, doors, keys, or even chip keys for your car, house, or business? Call Chuck's Locksmith at 270-929-1838. Losing your keys is never easy, so let Chuck's Locksmith come to your rescue. A full-service locksmith with 24/7 emergency service.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Honor your cherished pets with everlasting love at Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary. Our peaceful grounds offer a comforting final resting place. Call 270-359-9153. Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary, opening January.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with REMAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Hey, this is Basham. Huge thank you to AAA Installation for sponsoring our 3rd Region Basketball Media Day. If you're tired of high energy bills or cold drafts, call AAA Installation. They'll get your home sealed up right. Free estimates, great service, and tell them Bash sent you.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here in the Floor Concept Studios, or at the Event Center. Also being joined by Jalen Darty. And Jalen, before we get to Hancock County and the Hornets, who made sure they told you that you looked really good in red. I've seen they all made that. Tell about some of the great sponsors that have made all this possible.
Yeah, Vic, we got Labor Management Federal Credit Union, Kyle Colberth with Kentucky Farm Bureau, Backwoods Spray Foam, Hancock County Farm Supply, L&I Insurance Solutions, and the A-team of Keller Williams Elite.
Without them, we couldn't do what we do here. We also want to give a big thanks to Rolling Pin, who supplies the donuts this morning for breakfast, and then Mr. B's Pizza. And we got already compliments about how good the pizza was. So they without them, we couldn't have fed the players and the coaches. And let's jump into the coaches, and we'll start fresh with the brand new coach in the region, Coach Banta. Welcome to your first Southwire Media Day.
Happy to be here.
You know,
appreciate y'all doing this.
Well, no, we enjoy it. And taking over a team that, you return, Caroline and Ansley, who scored quite a bit for you guys last year. How's the adjustment been moving in as a new coach, taking over here? And just how's the offseason gone so far, in your opinion?
It's gone great. The girls have really bought into just what we want to do as far as conditioning and strength. And, they've just worked their tails off all summer long. And so, coming into the fall, I feel like that we kind of just transitioned very easily into that because of the work they put in this summer, and it's gone very smoothly.
I've got to ask you because, I coached a long time. There's a lot of time that goes into it. I mean, do you actually ever see your husband? Because he's on the baseball side. Do y'all cross paths in the night like ships? How's that work out?
He's our strength and conditioning coach.
Okay,
so
there you
he's there
go.
a lot. Yeah, so that really helps. Yeah.
And every coach that comes in, they want to put their stamp on the program, and sometimes it takes a little bit. But nothing. Coach Huss did a great job there for a lot of years. But every new coach, like I said, wants to put the stamp. If you could kind of look at it, what was kind of the stamp that you were looking to set early with the program?
Strength and conditioning piece of it. I mean, there's so many things that improve whenever you are conditioned. And I feel like from the mental part of the game to, executing well on what you want to do on offense and defense, everything improves. And so I would say the strength and conditioning is probably the number one thing with that for sure.
And when you take over this program, you take over a program that's right there in the hub of girls basketball in this region in the 11th district with Meade and with Breck, but what you have coming back, I mean, is the goal. It's always to get to the sports center. To get there, what's maybe one or two things that you think you have to be a lot better at this year than maybe the team was last year? What's the big jump improvement as a team wise to reach your ceiling?
Honestly, it's probably just getting the girls to realize their potential. And because I just don't feel like that they might even understand how good they can be right now. I'm very excited, and the ceiling is very high, in my opinion, for us. And so I just want them to understand, too. And I think as the season rolls, they're going to begin to see just, how much they can achieve this year.
Well, there's one that has to know how good she is, because I've never seen anybody from that family, that long line of family, with the houses and the mills, that didn't think they were better than what they actually were. So it cannot be Ansley. But Ansley, talk about, Coach Banta, the change from, Coach Huss to Coach Banta. How's the transition been so far?
I mean, it's been really good. It's been really smooth because we've been around her for 2 or 3 years now. So it's
pretty normal. Like it's not much different. It's just a lot more conditioning, which is good. It's good though. We still love her.
And, she said conditioning, strength. Her husband's the strength coach. How is it getting in the weight room? How's that all been?
It's been really good. I can definitely tell a difference between everybody, like from last year to this year. Everybody seems stronger. Everybody seems more confident in what they're doing. It's been great.
And well, she's not listening, so give me a grade, A to F, that the adjustment with Coach Banta in her first 6 months on the job. You got to grade her. What was your grade you giving her?
A, definitely. It's been good.
It has. And then we'll go down here to Caroline and listen, talk about your relationship you have with Ansley. You guys have been playing together for a long time, probably good friends. Talk about that a little bit, the overall relationship off the basketball floor.
Off the basketball floor?
Off the basketball floor.
Well, we live 2 minutes from each other, so basically we're always together. And somehow we get in classes together every year, so we're always together at school, we're together at practice, and then after we go somewhere, we basically never get a break from each other, but we're best friends.
So you have all the secrets on Ansley. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, yeah.
But the problem is she has all the secrets on you, right? So it's kind of like mutual destruction.
Yeah.
What were some things that you wanted to improve in your game this offseason that you were looking for to take a step forward on the basketball court?
I definitely want to be more confident with the ball and be a better, not that I don't want to say I was a bad teammate last year, but a better leader and teammate this year, because last year we were stepping into the role of being a leader and it was new to us. So we're getting more used to it this year. And my shot, I say that every year, but I guess it can just keep getting better.
Give me a young player that we don't know their name yet that you think at the end of February they'll be like, hey, where'd this person come from? Who's the youngster that's kind of the rising secret star up there at Hancock County? Maybe not this year. Maybe it's in the future.
So she's really quiet. So if she's watching this, she's probably going to be. But Lainey Keller, she's really young. I think she's a freshman, and she's very quiet. But I tell her every day at practice, I'm like, I'll be gone in 2 years, so you got to get ready. You got to step up. You got to talk, because she doesn't like to talk, but I definitely think she's going to show out this year.
Coach Banta, it's been a long time since the Lady Hornets have made the regional tournament and seen Owensboro Sports Center. What's it going to take to get you guys over the hump and clinch that spot in the regional tournament again?
Again, just getting the girls to understand their potential. Staying healthy is going to be a huge thing. And, I just feel like every day we're getting a little bit better. And obviously, Breckenridge County's, one of the top 2 teams in the region. And Meade is always solid. They lost, Bradley last year, who's, in my opinion, was the second best player in the state. But, they still bring back a core of fundamentals in their program. So, it's not going to be easy. But I just feel like that with the things that we're putting in and the continual growth of this team, that as they improve and as they gain confidence, that I think we'll be there for sure.
When that job opened up, what was it about that job that made you, decide that, hey, that's a job I want, and I want to be the Hancock County coach? What was it about just Hancock County in general, the school itself, or the girls? What was it about it?
All of the above. I'm from Hancock County. It's a great community. To be able to be in that system is just a huge blessing. And then the girls, they're just the best there are, and just couldn't see myself not being around them and coaching. And so it was hard because it is a big time commitment, and I've got an 8th grader who's involved in all the sports, and just trying to figure out if I could balance that. But ultimately, just really wanted to have an opportunity to continue to work with them and to serve Hancock County.
We always ask the girls an odd question. I'll ask you one. Who's the one girl on the team that at night it causes you to have more gray hair than what you would like, or to start to turn gray, or have to get the dye out? Who makes you pull your hair out more than anybody else on the team?
I mean, I don't want to sound, cliché, but really there's nobody. We have a great group of girls. None of them, I'm not worried on Friday or Saturday night about, any of them. And they kind of they kind of represent the community in their just how genuine they are and their hard work and their goal oriented. And I really don't have a worry about any of them for sure.
I'll ask you, Ainsley, who's the one that can push your buttons better than anybody else on the team? You didn't have to say, you just had that look,
Right here.
Right
beside me.
Hey, see, right, you guys, how far did we say 2 minutes?
2 minutes. Well, more like a minute, if we're being honest. We're together all the time.
Does it ever get old? Does it ever get old?
Oh, honestly, we fight a lot at practice, but then after we're like, you want to go eat in Hill City? So it's always fun.
So that is tremendous. And, we talked about, had a really nice year last year, and then looking to improve. If you look back in March and you say you got here, this changed, and I did this better, I'm going to be really happy. What is it, Ainsley? And why should it be defense? Because you come from the Mills family. It's all about scoring, right?
I was definitely focused on scoring last year, but that's not what I should be focused on. So I should be focusing on defense and just my mental game, because I do get my head a lot, and I just need to improve in that aspect.
It's regional time. You guys are getting to the region this year, right?
Yes.
There you go. We'll go down here to Josh, Coach Roberts. And I would ask you, Coach Roberts, who makes your hair fall out, but there's no reason to that. That's already well happened.
I don't have anything to come back on that. But I do have one player that drives me crazy all the time, and I got to mention his name, Tice Bolin. He forgets everything.
Really?
Mr. Forgetful.
Mr. Forgetful. Back at it again this year. This is a program that gets growing. When you first took over the job, everybody had graduated. It was starting from fresh. And, if you look back where your program is now, where it was then, it's kind of night and day, isn't it?
A lot of times I think not only like teaching, but coaching, you're going into your third year, you kind of have your standards established, what you're trying to push to do, and they know the system in and out. And I feel like we're there with all of our players and the coaches, the staff, and everybody. So yeah, it's just growth over the past 3 years.
And coming out there in the 11th district, Meade's going to be really good. Breck, they graduate, but they're still going to be really good. And then, what's the ceiling for this team? And what to get to that ceiling, whatever it may be. Let me ask you this question: whatever that ceiling is, what has to happen maybe different from last year to this year, or the improvement that has to happen?
Sure. Talking about Meade and Breck, they both have great programs. They're basketball schools. The coaching staff's great there. And, year in and year out, they're just top notch. So for us, it's difficult, year in and year out, both girls and boys. So on our end, I like that we're in that underdog role because – at the end of the season last year, we were rolling.
Oh, yeah, playing well.
And really competing with some of the top teams in the region. And I feel like this crew this year, we bring some differences than last year. We have better guard play as far as speed, shooting, and then we're able to defensively really get after people. And sometimes you're limited on what you can do defensively, but with us, I think we're going to be able to do a lot more defensively that will help our team and to put us in a position to succeed. So,
Coach, a lot of people they don't know a whole lot about the Hornets, but you've got a good young piece in Nolan Maxwell. I've seen a lot about him on social media throughout the summer, a lot of AAU tournaments. What's it like to have a guy like that, a young piece, to be able to build your roster around?
Nolan and some of the younger guys is that they're putting in the time playing in the off season. If you can put in the time and play in travel, then you're going to get better. And he's done that. He's really specialized in that. He's a really good shooter and just a great kid overall. And kind of speaking about like what Coach Banta mentioned, we just have great kids. Our crew that we have, they listen, they want to get better. They want to please. And he's no exception to that.
Talk about why you brought these two up here with you today, and Seth and then Jacob, and they brought their fan crew up here with them too. And I will say, Jack lost his, he no longer has the best hair in the region. Medley took it out. That is tremendous. You lost. I'm sorry. You're now runner up. But talk about why you brought these two with you. Hold on 1 second there, Jalen. Make sure you unmute him there, Jalen. There you go. Now you're ready, Coach.
Yeah, talking about Seth, we call him Sam, but he's a great kid, and I wish I had him for 4 years. Last year was the first year we had him come in, and he saw his minutes go up toward the season last year and toward the end, and really, I think the key to him being a senior this year is his, not only leadership on and off the court, but like what he brings as far as defensively and trying to improve his role on defense, because he's a good scorer. And we've been on him to kind of improve that. And I appreciate the time and effort that he's doing that and putting in. And then of course, this guy right here, I used to be able to beat him in golf, but that didn't happen this year. So he's a great golfer, but I'm super happy to have him back. He took a year off and he come back. He's got a high motor and another great leader, and he's a quiet leader on and off the court. Just does everything that he's supposed to do. And it wouldn't be uncommon for us to be, we don't run a whole lot, but it wouldn't be uncommon to see him over there helping the younger guys, running extra with them. So that leadership is just something that I really admire with him.
We'll go to Seth here real quick, and make sure when you talk about, you got to talk loud on that microphone. It's a little low there, but talk about things that you come in this year. Now you're the senior. At times you got some young pieces. Being the senior leader on this, and trying, is that something that you wanted to do? Was take more of a vocal role in a leadership role? Is that something that you were looking forward to and actually working on?
Yeah, I really like it. Just being able to help everybody else and encourage them, and just like keep the intensity up throughout practice, and just helping the younger guys, like showing them what to do in drills and stuff. And like we always talk about it in practice, player-led teams are typically always better. And so that's something we've been really big on. So yeah, I really like that role for sure.
Outside of that, was some, he talked about, defensively, he said you could score, you've got some points to replace that graduated. Is that something you're looking to do? Or what part of your game did you want to see really take another step going into your senior season?
Question. I would say rebounding for sure. We're more of like a guard type, so we don't have a ton of size. So rebounding would be a big thing for sure. But then another thing would be just hustle. We aren't superstar. Sorry, we don't have a bunch of like superstar players, but what we do have is 8 or 9 guys who are going to go out there every single night and play their butts off. And so teams like that are never easy to beat. So I'm looking forward to it for sure.
I know it's like when they bring their own crowd and their hecklers down here, you guys have a great relationship. Who's the one guy down here, or it could be Jacob, that pushes your buttons more than anybody else? They could just get out, like he does it in a good way, but he can just get under your skin.
That's a good question. I would say, we're all best friends, but I'd say it's probably Keegan. We always guard each other in practice, but we just both have a really competitive nature and we love to win. So we normally guard each other whenever we scrimmage. But it's a good, like we go at it and stuff. But, the second we walk off the court, we're back to being friends. And so, yeah, we definitely push each other a lot for sure.
We're going to head to Jacob real quick. And, it seems like a very tight-knit group of guys here that are that you guys, in this team, it's very tight-knit. He talked about you're all best of friends. Is that what you see too, that these guys are, they're brothers in arms and you guys are just really, really tight?
So I've grown up with like Jack and Keegan and Mikkel all my life. I played basketball with them since I was like as long as I can remember. And Seth, I've only played with him for 2 years, but still, he's still a close friend. I'm with him probably 3-4 days a week. So no matter what, we're always like, that's one big thing about our team. I feel like is just we're all really close knit. We play well together.
Who's the worst driver of the group?
Probably me.
when everybody down here is pointing, you kind of know what it has. How good can this team be? What do you think the ceiling is? Is this a team that can kind of surprise some people throughout the region?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the season goes this year. Just because I feel like with everybody, like all the pieces we have work really well together. So I'm really excited to see how the season pans out.
And talk about Coach Roberts. He comes in, it was kind of a tough situation, and what he's done with the program has been great. Talk about what he means to you and what he's meant to you through the years.
He's my uncle, so.
There you go.
Yeah, so,
You've known him forever.
Yeah. I've always had a great relationship with him. Like, we're really competitive with golf. That's something we do, on our own time. And, so, just having him as a coach has always been, really important to me, and I've always, tried not to take it for granted.
So of the Hornets that are here, who's the best shooter that's here? And why is it probably Ansley? Because I don't think you can outshoot her.
I mean, I would say Keegan personally.
Is he right, Ansley? Okay, she says he's right. You know, and what do you golf? Is it what else do you like to do outside of the game of basketball? Because I mean, I think it's great to be well rounded and have interest in other things. What else interests you?
I do baseball, and golf's probably my biggest sport. I was always big on wanting to play football until
you got hit. Until Jack hit you one time. There's like, never mind.
But I was born to like a golf. My family always wanted me to play golf, and I started, and it's really addicting. So I got into it, and I started getting a lot better. And like as it went on, I really grew to love it a lot. And baseball, I played baseball since I was 3 years old, so that's always something I like to do outside of.
Well, let me warn you about golf. That you do realize why it's called golf, right?
Why?
Because all the other 4-letter words were taken up. That's all I can tell you. I mean, it is frustrating. I mean, hey, it's a great game, but it is a frustrating game. And, Coach Banta, going into your first year, talk about like the relationship you have with Coach Roberts and how that works out well as somebody that's, a new coach in the region.
Well, Josh is a great coach, and he's been a great resource to me. And, we've been friends, for 3 years since we moved back here. And, he's been like I said, he's been a great resource. He's always willing to help. And, we have a very strong relationship.
I've got to ask you, Coach, you got and we've been asking everybody this. I know it's a couple years away, but the shot clock coming to Kentucky high school basketball, fan of it, not a fan of it, or not just really worried about it until it gets here?
I like it. I think it's something that fits what we do already. So we do a lot of situation stuff in practice where we put time up, and I'm always on them about be aware of the time, be what's going, what we're doing. And if you really think about it, if you got to handle the ball in a half court set for more than 30 seconds, that's a long time.
Oh yeah.
People don't realize that, but that's a long time. And I would, even looking around watching teams, you don't see that a whole lot this day and age. So, I think it's going to be good for the whole state in general and the basketball, throughout the state. Cause throughout it's been numbers have declined, both boys and girls. And I think it's something that can make things more exciting.
And Coach Benton, he talked about that. I mean, I think nationwide, if you look at it, girls basketball is really through the, in the last 10 years, you can see the decline in that. Ideas of reasons of that. I know it's not just the shot clock, but I mean, is it just the way the things are going in the.
That's from COVID, and it's going to bounce back. I hope it does. I hope the shot clock helps. I think there's a lot of sports out there for girls right now, and sometimes girls might specialize, or and boys too, a little bit too early. But hopefully, as people begin to understand that the more well-rounded you are with this number of sports you play, the better athlete that you are, coming out of high school, and the shot clock could really help. So I'm hoping that trend reverses for sure.
And then I know you got multiple sport. I think you still playing softball, right? You still play softball. Anything? How about you, Carolina? What do you like to do outside of basketball? Besides hang out with Ansley?
Like sports-wise?
Yeah, sports-wise. Or it doesn't have to be sports-wise. I mean, maybe you like to read. I don't know. I mean, what passions do you have outside of the game of basketball?
Well, definitely not a reader, but I like track season a lot.
Okay.
Because basically, I just do sports in school.
That's it.
And hang out with Ansley.
There you go. You got it made. I mean, you guys are going to be like the two 85-year-old women that are like always together, like have a house down the street. Is that how it's going to end up?
Yeah. Probably.
And how about you outside of sports? Give me something outside of sports you like.
I take pictures a lot.
Okay.
Like I have a photography kind of like business type thing. I take pictures all the time.
Well, we're always we're always looking for sports pictures, for our Player of the Week's graphics. Yes. We'll give you a media cred, all that. So send them to me when you get good pictures of your guys' basketball team.
Got it.
There you go. And how about you, Seth? What do you like to do outside of sports and basketball?
I love golfing too. Me and this guy played this season together on the Hornet golf team, and so that's something I do.
Who's better?
I beat him every time.
I love it.
No, honestly, he's way better than I am. I've only been playing a couple years, but
you can mouth a little bit,
right,
get on his nerves, and next thing you know, he duck hooks one left.
Right, I can get into his head a little bit, but I love playing golf. I like to lift a lot too. and then just hanging out with my friends, you know, doing whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
We're going to see Hancock County in the regional tournament this year on the boys'
I
side?
hope so. I hope so.
Give me one thing for that to happen. What's the one thing this team has to do?
That's a good question. I would say, I mean, we got to be able to shoot the ball really, really well. But also, I would say, just like I said earlier, we got to play with a ton of intensity every single game. Never take games off. Never give other teams easy wins. So I have no doubt that we're going to make shots, but, you know, you can always control how hard you play. So that's a big thing for sure.
What's your favorite subject in school?
Lunch, probably.
There you go. I love it. I love that. It's fucking. How about you, Jacob? What's your favorite subject in school? Who's your favorite teacher? Give him a shout out to your favorite teacher at Hancock.
My favorite teacher is definitely Lori Roberts.
Okay.
She's my aunt.
Listen, I mean, come on now. That was too easy. It was a layup.
Yeah, they're both my teachers. Like 7th period, they're both like they teach me together, so we can say both.
Okay. All right. There you go. And besides golf, it's, I mean, you know, favorite subject?
Probably math.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, thank you so much. Stay healthy this year. Ladies, stay healthy. Coach Banta, Coach Roberts, thank you so much for bringing the kids down and enjoying Media Day with us. Make sure you get plenty of pizza and good luck on the regular season. And when we come back, we're going to go now down to the 12th region, and it'll be Edmonson County up next. Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
No matter your mascot, no matter what color you bleed, purple, blue, red,
Sports Country in Owensboro is ready for basketball season. There's always excitement in the air leading up to the madness in March. Sports Country is loaded with sports memorabilia, apparel, t-shirts, hats, cards, and more. Team decals for UK, KWC, Western, and Louisville. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shammy's Car Wash. Owensboro's #1 sports fan store.
Join us at the Owensboro Health World Diabetes Day Expo on Thursday, November 6th. Drop in anytime from 3:30 to 6 p.m. for some fun and facts related to type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Whether you are a child or adult living with diabetes, there will be resources and activities for you. We're offering free A1C testing while supplies last. That's November 6th at the Owensboro Health Park. We're building a healthier, stronger community and striking back against diabetes. See you there.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak?
Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rains? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
That's the sound of happy at DQ. Get white meat seasoned chicken strips with fries, Texas toast, and DQ's signature country gravy for just $7.49. For crunch time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket.
Canty Dairy Queen, with locations on Highway 231 in Owensboro and in Beaverdam beside Ohio County High School. Canty Dairy Queen supports local high school sports broadcasts on ESPN Owensboro. Bring the whole team or the whole family to Canty Dairy Queen for your favorite treats and eats.
When the Louisville Cardinals take the field and hit the hardwood, they're backed by more than just fans. They're backed by American Legion Post 9, proud title sponsor of Louisville football and basketball. For generations, Pulse 9 has stood strong, serving our veterans, supporting our community, and now championing college athletics. Because honoring service doesn't stop at the uniform. It lives on in how we lead, cheer, and support the next generation. American Legion Pulse 9, proudly serving country, community, and Cardinal Nation.
Guess who just helped me save on insurance? Gavin Roberts at Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Gavin? He's my go-to. Home, auto, life. He does it all.
And he's right here in Owensboro on Frederica Street.
Gavin Roberts, local and dependable. Call him today.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. The live stream out there that you can watch on X, YouTube, Facebook, brought to you by the Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Vic Evans being joined by Jalen Daugherty in the Cromwell Media Event Center, getting ready for Edmonson County. But before we get to the Edmonson County, Jalen, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Yeah, Vic, we've got Davis County Cooperative Extension Office, Chuck's Locksmith Services, Cardwell Farms, German American Bank, and Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Without our great sponsors, we couldn't do what we do, and so proud because it seems like a little bit each media day gets a little bit bigger, and this is the biggest one we've had so far. And we'll got Coach Meredith, the boys basketball coach at Edmonson County. And one thing I can say right off the bat is I think if you look at it, that in this room last year, if somebody said that you guys would have had the record you had, I think most people would have said, ain't no way. The job you did with that program of where it was and kind of the adversity that was going on down there. First of all, congratulations on an unbelievable season. But second of all, now it's just the encore. Now you're one of the guys that when we talk about teams under the radar, Edmonton's program is from a year ago to now.
Well, like you said, thank you for saying those nice things about us. Yeah, so last year, like you said, coming in, everything was, new to these boys, new for everything. My system that I want to implement, we had to start from scratch. Our off-season summer, we had a great summer. These guys were committed all summer and putting in the work. And like you said, I think moving forward, just getting in our system, these guys buying in, they've really done a great job of that, and hope to improve this season.
If you where you're at now, what's one thing you would like to see to really improve over, last year to take another step? What do you think? What's that one thing that has to get better as a team?
Defensively, we've been working a lot on defense. Offensively, I think, with our system, I think we have 7-8 guys that can, score the ball. So I'm not really worried about our offense. But we've been working hard on defense. We have to take a big step forward defensively to get to where we want to be this season.
You look at it, we always talk about the tobacco stick rivalry. And if you look at it on paper, Grayson and you are probably the top two in that district. Butler's having to reload after the seniors. Trinity is still going to be have a shot too. But that rivalry has to amp up a little bit this year with it being, maybe the two favorites. Talk about just being a new coach down there in your second year, but what we don't know about that rivalry of Grayson Edmonson.
Yeah, well, the thing is, these boys, they grew up playing against, the kids from Grayson. They know them all. They know each other. So the rivalry, they're going to be really good this year. Grayson County is. These, like I told the boys, they were kind of asking, what are they going to ask us? What questions? They're nervous about being up here. And I said, well, they'll ask you, who do you want to play? Who are you looking forward to playing the most this year? And all of them, of course, Grayson County, And I said, that's what all of them say, but yeah, it's fun. These kids, like I said, they grew up playing against those kids from Grayson. So they know each other, and it's going to be a battle this year. I hope it is anyway.
He talked about that. If you think about where the program, maybe this time last year, a lot of unknowns. Talk about where you think, Owen, of where the program is now, and how different it's been now that he's kind of had a year to kind of implement what he wants to implement.
You want to use this one?
Yeah. I think this year has been really good for us. I mean, we've changed a couple things on our defense, and I feel like the way that we're going to play is a lot different than last year, and we'll be able to get out there and control the game completely, and it's a total different thing from last year completely.
What's something in the off season that you wanted to get better at that maybe you think for you to take a step forward as a player, this had to get better?
100% my 3-point shooting. It's been really low here recently, but I think during the summer.
You throwing up bricks? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I think though this summer I've worked on it a lot, and I've been able to hit some in practice a lot more. I'm not worried to shoot the ball anymore. I'm ready to go and do whatever I need to.
Talk about the relationship you have with the two guys next to you, Tyler and Blaine, and you know, I don't, you know, you can tell me, friends, not friends, really good friends. Talk about the relationship you have with these teammates.
Well, I've been best friends with them since we were in like kindergarten. I've known them all my life. I mean, I wouldn't trade them for anything else. I mean, this basketball season is gonna be real fun with them.
Of those two, which one can get under your skin the easiest?
Oh, I don't know. Neither one of them really got under my skin.
Oh, so you're the guy that gets under their skin. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe.
Talk about these three guys, Coach. You know, Coach Meredith, and what they've meant to the program. You know, in the last couple of years.
These guys. So actually, we preseason player meetings had with these guys. Got with my seniors and told them, you know, they're the standard. They're kind of setting the example for all these younger kids. And they do a great job of that by leading by example. I've had most of them. I'm trying to think. I had the other two since they've been in sixth grade. You know, I had them in basketball then. So you know, this group's really special to me because we talked when they were in the sixth and seventh grade about what I expected of them when they were seniors in high school. You know, we set goals back then. Like I wasn't even planning on being the coach, you know, the head coach. But I told them I still had expectations for them once they got to high school and they became a senior. So this group's really special. Like Owen said, they all grown up together. They all, you know, been friends. That's what's special about our team this year. You know, all of them are friends. All of them get along. It makes it enjoyable for me to come to practice. And like I said, they're just a real special group to me.
Oh, that's Tyler down here, and you know, he talked about being all friends. Am I right? Is it Owen? If he didn't know the answer, is it him that can get under everybody's skin pretty easy?
No. Owen don't really get under anybody's skin. It's really just Braden.
Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. You know, what were some things in the offseason that you were looking at getting better at and that you felt like for your game to reach a different level, you had to improve?
Probably my strength, athleticism, and my first step.
Okay. Well, Blaine, well, since you're the guy that does it, you know, then let me ask you about Coach Meredith talked about you guys have been there for, you know, coach back in sixth grade, didn't know he was going to be your varsity coach. Talk about what he's meant to you through the years and now, even now, he's the head varsity coach down there and what he means to Edmonson County.
Well, I feel like he means a lot to me, to be honest. He's always been there for me. I feel like he's always believed in me and our team. And I feel like he just helped us get to that level that we need.
You know,
get better.
If I'd have told you before the start of last year, you guys were going to end the season at 14-11, would you have believed it? That's all right to be honest.
Kinda.
All right. Now that you're expecting more than 14 wins this year. I mean, this is a team that can be, you know, like I said, to me, you know, Steve and I have talked about this on Live at 5. It's kind of an under the radar team that I think sometimes, you know about Grayson, but if you know, especially people in Owensboro, you know, the 12th district and, you know, in Edmonson County might as well be Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, for all we know, some of them. And I think, you know, it's a farther away, but that's a team that could be really, really good for it to get to that level. What do you think has to happen? Give me a couple things that has to happen for you guys to reach your peak, whatever that peak may be.
Well, we all are really close. Sometimes we don't always play together as much. So I feel like as long as we play together and we all play defense and we all just play hard, I feel like we can really reach our peak.
I'll give you the toughest question because it's real easy. It's a yes or no one. You know, who's the best player in Edmonson County basketball and why is it Carrie Ann Williams?
I don't really know how to answer that question.
I'm just teasing with you. I'm just teasing. What else do you like to do? You guys, you talk about how you're great friends. What do you guys like to do outside the game of basketball? I mean, within that, remember, we're on the air, so we got SEC. But other than that, what else do you guys like to do hanging out? I mean, what kind of, piques you guys' interest?
Well, we all go to each other's houses all the time. We like to golf too.
Okay, golf.
And video games, 2K.
Who's the best? Who's the best 2K player?
Tyler.
Okay, all right. Who's the best Madden or college football player?
I feel like we're all pretty close on those.
Okay, all right. If Tyler, if there's a video game out there for you, what's your go-to game, Tyler?
Oh, 2K.
2K. All right. And then talk about your game and where you were looking to get better at this year, Blaine. I mean, what is it?
So last year, I found out of a lot of games.
That may be. I've done a lot of media days on like baseball, softball, basketball, and football. I never had like a football player. I drew a lot of flags. For you to go, I found out a lot. That's a first for me. I love it. That's being honest. I love it.
I'm being honest. I play football too, so I feel like I'm more aggressive.
You're a physical player.
And I don't control my emotions. Great.
So we found
Especially
the Bill Lambier of the third region. That's what we found is you're the most physical player of the third region. So your goal this year is to stay in more games.
Yes.
Coach, you got to love the honesty here. I mean, is he right about that? Is he as physical? Does he play at a physical level that you're just trying to harness that football player into a basketball player?
Like he said, he gets a little emotional, not in a bad way, but yeah, he's physical, but I like that about it. We just got to control a couple of the dumb fouls where he gets a little emotional. But the other parts I can live with. We always say all the time, like, if you come out of the game, you have 0 fouls, you probably didn't do much. You should get,
got to do something.
It's okay to get a foul or two, but when like I said, a couple of dumb fouls we need to cut down on Blaine for doing those.
Owen, I'll ask you, who's the one guy that if you draw defensively that gives you the biggest trouble? Who's the one guy in the region that gives you the most trouble?
I don't know. That one's a little hard.
Opposing teams?
Yeah, anybody.
Yeah.
It could be an opposing team. It could be on opposing team.
Our practice.
You feel like you can guard anybody, huh?
I don't know. I don't think I can guard anybody, but I'd say Jack Loxton's pretty hard to guard, but I think I can hold my ground against him.
Oh, you realize that's going up on the bulletin board for that first game?
I can hold my ground. I know it.
How about you, Tyler? Who's the guy that gives you the most trouble? Can't think all right off the top of your head? All right. That's okay. Yeah, either one.
Well, I played J Moss in the AAU.
He gives a lot of people trouble, so that's there's nothing wrong with that.
Did a crossover?
The crossover step back. It was on the intro. If you didn't see it or you didn't hear it, it's on the intro. The regional crossover step back he put on Grayson County was pretty good in that one. You can go get the highlight package. Who's the clown of the group of the team? No, when you have guys have a bad practice and Coach Meredith comes in, rips some paint off the wall, maybe throw a few things. Who's the guy that can crack a joke after he leaves that kind of just releases the tension?
Probably. It depends. Depends on the practice.
Blaine, do you have an answer? Who's the goofball?
I mean, I feel like we're all kind of goofy at times.
Okay.
It really does depend on the circumstances of the practice, I guess. Some people, I don't know.
Okay. Here's an interesting question for you. For people that, like here in Owensboro that maybe haven't been to Edmondson or they haven't, they haven't been down to the games. What is it about that makes Edmondson County down there such a special place in your mind?
I feel like we come together well as a community. I feel like we should have a lot of people show up to games and everybody gets turned into games and stuff.
Okay.
And then our teamwork, I guess.
How crazy is those tobacco stick games going to be this year against Grayson?
That'll be pretty crazy. I feel like it's going to come down to it.
We're going to slide down here to a couple of the females. Coach McClintock couldn't make it today, but thanks for bringing the girls with you. Go ahead. You got something? I thought you were going to say something there, Coach. Didn't want to cut you off. And we'll start with Carrie Ann Williams. I mean, right there on our ESPN Owensboro all area teams for the last couple of years, made it back to the regional tournament last year. Was lost to Davis County. How good can this team be this year? Carrie Ann?
A lot of seniors, so that was something that we've struggled with. Whenever we're all locked in and we're giving our best, we can compete with pretty much anybody.
Yeah, you're a bigger tournament, but lost some big guards. Guard play that most of your guards had graduated. Who are some young players that are kind of stepping up and filling those roles? And how is it to be? You go from a couple of years ago where you show up in the region, you have like 9 or 10 blocks as like a freshman, I think. Now to be one of the elder statesmen, how's that whole leadership thing changed for you?
I'd say it's very different. Coming in as a freshman, I'm one, like, I don't want to overstep, so I kind of stay quiet. But now it's my job to, take everybody under my wing and lead us. Some guards that are coming up, obviously, other than Shelby in Spain, we have Haley Sanders and Taryn Roundtree. They're both freshmen, so they'll get to see the floor a little bit this year too.
18 and 14 last year. Can you improve on those numbers?
I think I can, yeah.
Okay.
You can always get better.
Bill Russell used to average like 20 boards a game. Can we get to there? Can you get to 20?
I could get to 20.
And you're talking about, Shelby comes back. She averaged 13 points a game last year, just right at 13 points a game. What was something you were trying to improve in your game?
Last year, I would say I was really trying to be more of a voice for our team. I knew that we would lose a lot of seniors, a lot of leaders. So honestly, I was just kind of like trying to step up on that. And because I know that I'm going to have to do that this year. Because if you look, we've got me and Carrie Ann are really the only two that have played varsity. So we got a lot of leading that we're going to have to do to help our team.
For both of you, how tough is that? And not that it's not talking about the varsity experience, but there's some younger girls. And there's, when you're an 18-year-old girl and some of them are younger than that, how tough is that relationship to build as being somebody that's an older senior dealing with some inexperience and also some younger girls?
I feel like the big thing is to make sure the girls are comfortable off the court. So whenever I was a freshman, I was always nervous that the seniors wouldn't like me because I'm younger. So just making them comfortable, talking to them, cracking jokes, stuff like that, makes them comfortable on the court.
What's something that, everybody's got something they want to improve. What, if you look back at the end of this year, what do you want to do better in March? Hey, this year's over with in March, and it's going to be better than it was last year. What do you think your biggest area of need of improvement is?
I don't know. Honestly, I would say by March, I want all of my areas to have been improved. Like, I want to be at my peak high school career, and I want to be doing the best that I ever have.
That's not bad. Not bad. Talk about Shelby, you two being the seniors. You guys have kind of grown up together in that program. And talk about your friendship that you guys have and the relationship that you have.
I'm a junior.
I'm sorry. My bad.
No, me and Carrie Ann, we played together for a long time. We kind of know how to get each other riled up and stuff. We're the two that we have to guard each other at practice. It's a battle every single day, honestly. Some days Carrie Ann will have a good day. Some days I'll have a good day. But either way, somebody's going home mad at the end of practice, whether it's me or whether it's her.
We'll go down here to Addison real quick. Talk about these two, the kind of the leaders of the team, and how's it going so far? Give them a grade so far, A to F. They're not listening. Don't worry about it. A to F on leadership for these two, for the Edmonson County basketball team.
I give them about an A-. They have their times, but they're always positive in practice, and they always make people feel at home. So, and they're always stepping up to help others out.
Shelby says they always leave mad. Somebody gets mad at practice. Is that the case?
We're very competitive at practice. We always usually get split up. We'll get split up during practice while we scrimmage, and winners, we get very competitive. Losers get a little upset, but we all love each other at the end of the day. It's just us. So
19-9 last year, for this team to improve on that, give me one area that you think the team has to be better at than it was last year, Addison.
Communication. We gotta make sure that's on point, and I think just being together as a team and playing together, and we gotta just learn to talk more.
I'll ask you the same thing, Carrie, and something that for this team to go even a step farther. 19-9 last year, got to the regional tournament, lost to Davis County. What if you're going to get back there and add like a 20 wins over? What has to be? This team has to do better.
I would say that our talent as a team is down from last year. We've lost a lot of seniors, so we have to be giving 100% effort and having good nights every night for us to be successful.
Coach McClinton couldn't be here. Talk about what he has done for the Edmonson County program, Shelby.
Coach Booth.
I'm sorry, Coach Booth. I got the wrong school. Yeah.
So Coach Booth, I mean, I've been with him since I started high school, and obviously he brought something new to Edmonson County that the coach before that, Coach Weaver, didn't have. Coach Booth is a play-free kind of guy. He wants you to run around. He wants you to do what you want to do with your teammates and play off each other. And, I mean, there's no doubt that he's a great coach, and he wants you to get better every practice. So, I mean, I love Coach Booth, and I know they love Coach Booth, and I know our program likes him.
Talk about the relationship between the girls basketball team and these clowns down here. I mean, how is that relationship? How do y'all get along? And tell me about these clowns down here.
I think we get along pretty well sometimes.
Sometimes. All right.
Sometimes. We like to, I mean, obviously we support each other. Whenever it's a girl game, you'll look in the stands and you'll see some of the boys down there. And whenever it's a boy game, we're usually there. So we support each other a lot. And I think we have a pretty good relationship with each other.
Carrie Ann, I've got to ask you. Tell me some things that you're passionate about outside the game of basketball. What kind of drives Carrie Ann Williams?
I was preparing for this one. So, I was gonna say dancing.
Really?
Well,
okay.
I have a story.
Okay.
So, last week at practice, I was just trying to break the ice and bring the energy, and I hit a little dance move, and we had to run for 5 minutes straight. So, I'm kind of diverting from the dancing and going to sleeping.
Yes. I got to ask you, Addison, real quick. Grade her on her dance moves. Give me an A to F.
I think they're an A+. She's got great moves.
Any other sports you play? I mean, you said, how about you, Addison? What kind of drives you outside of basketball?
I don't really play any other sports. It's just basketball. I mean, that's hanging out with friends outside of just to stay close. I mean, I think that brings us together more than anything. So.
How about in school? What subject? What's your best subject? What's your worst subject?
I think my best subject would be English. My worst, probably math.
Okay. How about you, Carrie Ann? Is there one that drives you nuts? I mean, if you're sleeping all the time, I guess,
Yeah, no. I study too.
Okay.
Right now I'm only taking English and math, and I would say English is better than math.
That's what I need. I need 2 classes.
That's the only core classes.
You got it made. You got it made. I'll ask you real quick, Shelby. Grade her dance moves. I mean, if you had to run, it couldn't have been that good.
Well, yeah, they made I had to run for them, so I don't have to give them an F. Personally.
Who's the one girl? You can all answer. Who's the one girl on the team that can get under your skin the easiest? And is it not
Haley.
Shelby Souders.
Haley.
I mean, they all get under my skin sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
Shelby's mad every single practice.
But it seems like you guys, as the girls team, have, like the boys, have a really strong relationship, a really good friendship. Is that kind of what it is, from the outside looking in? That's what it looks like. Is that how you see it too?
Yeah. I would say we have a good relationship.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Talk about Coach Booth. He's done a great job there. What's he mean to you, Carrie Ann?
Coach Booth is obviously very important to me. He picked us up, I think, my sophomore year. So, I mean, I had been with Weaver for 3 years, so it was very different. I never really expected to have another head coach, but he has done great, and I love having him around.
Talk about the dad a little bit. I know he's been your biggest supporter. He's been the guy that's I can remember doing Live at 5 in the Sports Center and figuring out who he was. Talk about what your family means to you and what they've done to support you through your high school career. And then, in the college recruiting and then I think it's Campbellsville, is that where you committed to? Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Talk about that whole thing, about the support they give you.
My family is everything to me, especially my parents, my dad. I mean, he's in the gym with me. He's taking care of me outside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he's my therapist. He's my coach. He's my principal. I see him literally almost every waking hour. He's there, and I love that. And I just love my parents and my family the way they've always just loved me.
Is he going to apply for like a RA job when you go to Campbellsville?
No. He's going to let me have my space.
I do want to ask you, because I want to ask you one thing, because there will be people listening. Some of them will be young girls out there, and you've gone through that recruiting process. What is something you know now that maybe you wish you knew like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago of going through that process? Because it can be tough for a 16, 17, 18-year-old athlete to go through that.
Well, I would say that, whenever you're younger, you think I have to score this much and rebound this much, but you find out that it's not about me. It's about what you do and for your teammates. You have to be there for your teammates. But, scoring and rebounding, obviously you have to be able to do that. But being a positive person on the court and taking care of your teammates, that is what college coaches are looking for.
I will tell you, you can ask this. You can answer this, Coach Meredith. I coached in high school, I coached baseball in college. The one question most college coaches never ask a high school coach is, give me a scoring average and his points per game. They know that is a question that's never asked.
Yes, you're exactly right. I told a kid that the other day, like the first question they ask is how good a student are they, so that's why I try to tell them, like, you go to college for your sport, you're going on an athletic scholarship. It's to get your degree, not just to, it's a school. That's what you're going for. That's what they ask, how good a student is he every time.
Looking at your schedule, it's always a good, solid schedule. Talk about your schedule a little bit this year. And was it set up a certain way because of this team?
Yes. So our schedule is very, very tough. Like, you see all the preseason rankings coming out of the top 20, 25 teams in the state. I'm like, we play them, we play them, we play them. So I wanted a tougher schedule because I have high expectations for our group, and I want us playing, good quality teams. But yeah, so I'll set it up a little bit harder this year. We're talking about wins. It's gonna be tough to get a win every night. There's not a team on the schedule that I look at and say, oh, they're gonna, we're gonna beat them. Every game is gonna be a battle. So I did set that up, on purpose, because I want us to be the best team we can be come district and region time.
But as a player, Owen, you got to like that. Like, when you see really good teams, good players and good teams want to play other good players and good teams. So that's got to motivate you as a player when you see that schedule and these teams that you play.
Yeah, it excites me a lot because I'm ready just to get out there and play good people. I don't want to play people that are just okay at the game. I want to play against people that are the best at our age group. It's something I look forward to.
Same thing, Tyler. Is this, when you saw the schedule, what was your first thought when you saw the schedule and some of the teams you play this year?
Oh, I love our schedule. We played a bunch of homeschool teams last year. It's not really fun beating up on a team that's not good. I'd rather be in a competitive game and lose than beat a team by 30.
Okay, same thing, Blaine. Is this, is there any game on your schedule that you kind of circled and been like, hey, I can't wait for this one? Other than Grayson?
I'm ready to play Daviess County.
Daviess County, there you go. Mm-hmm. All right, there you go. I like it.
I want to see what all they're about and how we match up with them.
Hey, to be the best, you got to play and beat the best, right? And compete against the best.
Yes, sir.
Well, guys, stay healthy this year. Good luck on being healthy. Same thing, girls. Good luck on being healthy. Coach Meredith, thank you for bringing them up here. Congratulations on a great season last year. I know that's in the past, but also looking forward to this year. Thanks so much for joining us here at Media Day. And that is Edmonson County, and we'll stay in the 11th or in the 12th, and we'll get Grayson County next as it's Southwire Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
After an accident, you should never have to worry about what happens next. You're in pain. You're unsure who to trust. Call Roads and Roads today, 833-4ROADS. That's 833-4RHOADS. Trust a local law firm with over 50 years of dedicated service, a proven track record of winning and doing what's right. You deserve the best representation, and that starts right here. Roads and Roads, we've got your back.
When the Louisville Cardinals take the field and hit the hardwood, they're backed by more than just fans. They're backed by American Legion Post 9, proud title sponsor of Louisville football and basketball. For generations, Post 9 has stood strong, serving our veterans, supporting our community, and now championing college athletics. Because honoring service doesn't stop at the uniform. It lives on in how we lead, cheer, and support the next generation. American Legion Post 9, proudly serving country, community, and Cardinal Nation.
Hawkins Avenue PLLC is a full-service architectural firm providing design services for K-12 education, business, healthcare, industrial, religious, hospitality, and mercantile projects across the state. Our motto is design-focused, service-based, and feel it nothing less than mandatory to provide a service to our clients that exceeds our expectations. With a combined 30-plus years of experience, the team at Hawkins Avenue is the architectural firm you need for your next project. Located in Beaver Dam, give Jeremiah or Kyle a call at 270-363-2235.
Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hotspot. This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCEOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so leave it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely.
Call 888-8-SPARKY.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details. Power to protect with Secure Lock Equip at Labor Management Federal Credit Union member NCUA.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with REMAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans now being joined by Brian Basham here at the Event Center. And Brian, I'll do it because I don't know if you know where Jalen was there, but let's talk about some of the great people that have made all this possible. How about Gavin Roberts, Kentucky Farm Bureau, Storm Damage Pros, Cardwell Farms, and Commonwealth Central Supply, and also out there on the live stream on X and on Facebook. And on YouTube, you've got the Green River Area Federal Credit Union live stream. And now we've got Grayson County. Coach, I gotta apologize. I had you coaching Edmondson earlier. I said the wrong name. I saw you guys walk in. It was in my head. Sorry about that. I know how that can be. I mean, if you're the Grayson coach, you can't coach Edmondson.
That's right. Yeah. That's okay, though. Don't worry about it.
You know, another great year you guys had last year, got to the regional tournament, made to the regional semifinals last year, and you return, you lose some, but you also return Bree Jones as an absolute star. Talk about your off season, how the growth of this team, do you like where it is right now at this point in time?
Yeah, I do. We've had some good practices. They've come together, kind of accepted their roles. I mean, that's still something we got to work on. Bree had a great summer as far as AAU ball, and then when we played in June, and then Lucy has come along. I'm going to say this about Lucy. I hope she doesn't take it as a slam, but she's probably one of the most improved players over the last 2 years that we've got in the program, and she's done a real good job.
No, you weren't trying to slam. You were just telling her she wasn't any good a couple years ago. I thought, I'm teasing, Lucy. I'm teasing. But I want you to specifically talk about talk about Bree Jones. I mean, I think a couple of years ago, it seems like she's been playing this region forever, and she's still, I think, just a junior. Am I right on that? Sophomore. Okay. I knew it was young. But talk about the growth you've seen in her and what makes her a special type, not only player but person.
Well, she's a super person, no doubt. I mean, she's very respectful to my face anyway. And then just kidding. But she is everything we're going to do this year is going to go through her. The main thing we have to do is try to keep her out of foul trouble, keep her on the floor. She's going to have to be ready to play 30 to 32 minutes every night. She can pretty much do it all. One thing I've noticed in our workouts this fall is I think she's really improved on her rebound. And I don't know if it's because of where we put her, maybe on some of the defenses or whatever, but she's been a real good rebounder. She's a gym rat. She's in the weight room a lot. So I have all the confidence in the world in her. Like I said, everything we run is going to go through her.
And for this team to get back to where it was last year, a regional semifinals, where this team is right now and where it's going to be at the start of district tournament, regional tournament play. Give me a couple of things that you just think you have to get better at if you're going to get back to that same place and make another run.
We're going to have to cut down on our turnovers, silly fouls. And then, our defense, which was really good last year, we lost 3 good defenders, had 4 seniors, 3 of them were starters, and they all contributed a lot. But we just have to keep our defense in check, make sure we keep the other team from, going off or anything like that. Offensively, we definitely have to, and I know I'm repeating myself, have to cut down on our turnovers. We had a lot of unforced turnovers that we can't have this year.
And you talked about you graduated a lot, especially on the defensive side, rebounding side. Who are some names that we don't know right now that, come, January 27th, we'll be like, oh, where'd this one come from? Where'd this young lady come from? Who's some young players that we need to know their names?
Honestly, I believe Lucy will be one of them because she was more of a 6th person last year for us for the bigs, and we're going to rely on her a lot for rebounding. Anna Smith, 6'2" sophomore. Going to rely on her inside, obviously. And then we've got Ellie Bratcher, who can handle the ball and shoot the ball well. We've got Peyton Bowman that does the same thing. They're both good defenders. And then we got Jordan Perkins, who can flat shoot it when she has the time. So, those are people I think is going to have to step in there. We're going to have to go even down lower in the grades and fill some in. Some of them's going to have to play for us up.
One thing I've asked a lot of the girls coaches in the area, if you look at the numbers over the last 10, 12 years nationwide, girls basketball, the number of players is falling every year and getting critically low in some places. Do you have any, if I'd ask you, what are some reasons that that's happening? Do you have any thoughts on that of why we're having so many less girls, in a day and age where college basketball is getting bigger on TV and you're seeing that, and even in the WNBA, those numbers are going up. Do you have any thoughts on why we're seeing so fewer girls playing high school basketball?
I think a lot of girls and boys are starting to concentrate on just one sport, maybe. And when they get to a certain age, if there's other things to do, because we do work hard, as do the boys, and it takes a special girl that wants to get in there and work in June, start lifting in August, work condition in September and October and stuff. So I just think it's that they find something else to do that may not be quite as hard.
I've got to ask you, Bree. I'll ask you the easiest question to ask you is, who's the best basketball player in Grayson County? That's what I want to know. Is it you or is it Mr. Loxton down there?
I think he is just because he's got height on me.
Okay, there you go.
That's just me.
We talk about coming back in your junior year, averaged 18.3 points per game. Had that great game in the regional tournament last year with Ohio County that went into overtime. That was a tremendous basketball game. What were some things in the offseason that you wanted to get better at that you think your game needed to improve?
A big thing that we focused on in AAU was my defense. They weren't really.
That's a 4-letter word, isn't it? I mean, for guys that like to score, that's a 4-letter word.
Yeah. But they weren't really worried about scoring as much as if you wanted to stay on the floor, you needed to work on defense. And so that was probably my biggest focus this offseason, was getting my feet faster so I could stay in front of people better.
And you talk about Coach McClintock and the job he's done down there. It's been tremendous. Talk about him a little bit and what Coach Mack means to you and what he's meant to you.
No, I'm really glad he started coaching because, I mean, he works very well with us. Like, he's probably the perfect girls coach. Like, him and my dad work very well together. Like, he's like the good cop, dad's like the bad cop. So it's a really good fit.
How is that having your dad on the staff, and how hard is that, like, when the game's over and you go home and you're riding in the car to separate coach and player and dad and daughter? I mean, do you guys butt heads in that way sometimes, or is it hard to turn it off?
We definitely butt heads. We 100% butt heads, but I've gotten used to it. It's all I've ever known. Like, ever since I started playing basketball, he's been my coach, and it's definitely a different experience. I wouldn't change anything though. I'm very, very grateful that he's the reason I am where I am. So
talk about how, like, this year, last year you had quite a few seniors that, did a lot of the quote unquote dirty work. This year it's a little bit younger team. Lucy's a senior, you're a junior. Just the chemistry of being a little different, a little inexperienced at places, maybe a little younger at places. How different has it been this year? And do you see that, is that something that needs to grow together?
I really think that we will be a lot more inexperienced than other teams, but I think we've really grown together really good this year. Like, I don't think you could really tell that we have 4 girls that are starting that don't have as much varsity experience. Like, it's just, it's the summer and the practices and stuff. You really couldn't tell the difference.
And we've been playing for years too, so like we have.
Scoot up just a little bit there. There you go.
I said we've been playing for years, so like we've kind of all grown up together. We're very close, and it's a good group. I mean, yeah, we're younger, but we play good together.
How is it being like the elder statesman, like the team mom, being the senior on the team? I mean, is that a role that a leadership role that you kind of embrace yet, or is it still growing on you?
Still growing on me. I'm not somebody that kind of like speaks my mind very much, but I've kind of gotten into where I try to settle disputes. Like, I try to make sure everybody's good and happy and like keeping the energy up. And so Bree does more of the dirty work for me.
You're the good cop. She's the bad cop.
She's the bad cop. I'm the good cop.
Seems to run in the family, Bree. Is that what you're telling me? It runs in the bad cop runs in the family?
I guess so. I guess I got his traits.
Tell me about Lucy. What are you doing? What do you enjoy doing off the basketball floor? What else are you passionate about?
Well, passions for me, like I like singing. I like art. I mean, I'm more of an artsy person off the court. I mean, I do karaoke a lot too. I mean, that's mainly where I am.
Okay. I can't sing. I can't carry a tune. I can't name a song, so you don't have to worry about that. Can she sing, Bree? You're going to grade her singing. Let me know. A to F. What's
she
the
is
singing?
really good.
Is she?
Yeah.
You talked about, the chemistry, and you guys known each other for a long time. Who's the one of the group that can get under the skin real quick with everybody? That just knows what buttons to push.
Ellie.
Who can push Coach Max's buttons the best? Who is looking? I was going to say, the moment I asked the question, the head dropped down, looking away. Yeah,
She's very vocal.
talk about this group, Coach Mike. They talk about how good they are friends. I mean, it's got to keep us young when you're dealing with young people that are a joy to be around. Talk about your relationship they have and that friendship that these young girls have.
It keeps me younger, like you said, and they're so fun to be around that, there's lots of times I'm driving home and I'm laughing from something that somebody accidentally said in practice or actually, some of the things they do, I can hear them in the locker room sometimes. And it's just, they're a fun group. They're, every day I enjoy, going up and having practice or being around them or weightlifting or whatever. They're just a good group. You can tell they've been brought up the right way. Even Bree with Brian being her dad, him and his wife have done a great job. And, all the girls have been great. I have, knock on wood, haven't had any problems, and I don't expect to have. They don't gripe about that this person's playing or practicing longer than this one as far as, subbing in or out. So right now it's a great situation.
You know, and you those bus rides to games have got to be pretty fun at times, or I was going to say can make you pull your hair out, but I see that's already worked. You know, how are those bus rides?
They're fun. They're pretty quiet on the way up. They're either sleeping or on their phone probably, and you know, and a lot of them don't ride the bus home, but you know, a lot of times it's a lot. I can hear them back there, you know, and enjoying being around each other. They're just a great team.
You know, I know you play multiple sports, Bree. And, you know, is there one? Is basketball the true love, or without a doubt?
Not even close.
Not close. Everything else is just you do for fun and stay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I guess the goal is to play at the next level somewhere.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay, how about what?
That's the dream.
What's your plans, Lucy? After you get done with this senior year, I mean, what's kind of the goal for you, individual? Or it's okay not to have you. I'm 52 and I still don't know mine, but you know what would it be?
Well, I want to go to college for sure, but I've just been applying and stuff now. But I think I really want to do like flight attendant stuff just to travel. And I like traveling and seeing stuff. So, yeah.
You know, with all this talk about karaoke, it sounds like her next endeavor may be American Idol or The Voice or something like that, Vic.
We should have had her on, you know, Brian Basham on BIO had his own anthem item. You should have sent in your national anthem to him.
You know, I sung it 2 Fridays ago at their senior night for football. I did sing the national anthem, so that was something I really enjoyed.
That is unbelievable. And you know, what do you think is the ceiling for this team? Is the ceiling that we can get back to the Sports Center and make another run?
I definitely feel like we're going to be at least. I feel like we have a good run in the district. Like it's going to be either us or Edmondson. Like, I mean, there's some factors we got to work on in the season, but I feel like we're definitely going to be in the region, and I feel like we have a decent shot. Like, we'll be good.
If I was going to ask you, Bree, what defender gives you the most trouble in the region? Who is it? Or is there anybody out there?
I think the one that pushes my buttons the most is probably Carly Cardwell from Butler.
Okay. All right. One of those district matchups. He just knows how to get under your skin, huh?
Yes, very much so.
And we'll jump down here to Coach Johnston real quick. And you go from last year, you know, you felt like it was going to be a really good team and could really do some special things, to now you're one of the hunters, the hunted out here. You know, got definitely the bullseye on your back. Regional runner-up last year in a tremendous game with Davis County. Returned a lot back. You know, talk about managing expectations with this team, or is this something that you understand what the expectations are and we're going to embrace it fully?
I think they've embraced it pretty good. Obviously, last year, I remember sitting here thinking that, hey, we got a pretty good shot. Some pieces are going to have to fall pretty well. But we ended up having a great run there at the end of the year and won a lot of games late and kept that momentum going. We just we ran into a buzzsaw with Davis County in the championship game and a player like Jonathan Moss who just kind of took over. So we know where we should be at this year. And I think that the guys have handled that pretty well. And it's just going to be a different experience once we start playing because other teams are going to be coming at you, like you said. And it's different to think about it versus experiencing it. So we'll have to be ready to go every night. And
then the other thing, too, beefed up the schedule. Not that you guys played a bad schedule, but now you're playing in the KOB and doing things of that nature. And I'm sure a lot of that was to get your guys looked at. And also, you know, you knew you were going to be good, play better competition. Everybody likes that. Talk about the schedule a little bit and what the thoughts behind it, trying to make it as hard as it could be.
Well, obviously, if KOB calls, especially if you're Grayson County, I think we went once in 82 or 83, you got to say yes regardless of what it is. So, you know, we got guys who, like you said, we're going to showcase them.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Jag committed to Western Kentucky already, and but you know, Jagger, Spencer, and Brody can all play at the college level, and we made sure that those guys were able to get seen. We're going to Marshall County the first Saturday of the year, playing in the Hoop Fest, playing a loaded team from Georgia, Woodward Academy. But it's going to be fun. It should be fun. It's not one of those. I think if you look at this season, if we have just as good of a record as we did last year, then we're really, really good. But it's one of those where you got to take it game by game and not look at your overall record this year because we're going to play some really, really good teams.
You know, Coach, a lot of teams in the region have a lot of good players. Davis County's got their big three now, and Moss, Acton, Watkins. Apollo's got a big three. Talk about your guys there to your left. or to your right, excuse me, is that the best big three in the third region?
Well, I would like to say that we kind of have a big four now with Brody Armstrong. He didn't come up
very underrated, very underrated in the region.
16 and 6 last year for us, the second leading scorer. And but yeah, I like our guys just as much as anybody's. Obviously, Jack, they can all do a little bit of everything. Spencer really beefed up this summer, hit the weight room hard. Now he's more of a slasher that can still shoot. These two right here can make as tough shots as I've seen anybody make being contested. And then Brody, especially whenever bigs try to guard him, because a lot of people are going to put guards on these guys. He's quick enough and can shoot it well enough to take advantage of that. So I really like our four, and then you can even throw Kyle Higdon in there, who's going to be kind of our fifth do-it-all piece. Stands at about 5'8", probably. Claims 5'10". He's about 5'8", but he's going to work hard. He'll be our second, third leading rebounder, and he just fits with these other four guys. He just fits really well with them. So I really like those four, and then again, our starting five is going to be pretty good.
If you look at it, what do you think to get over that hump? What's one thing at the end of the year, and you cutting down the nets at the Sports Center as opposed to finishing runner up, that you have to do a little better than maybe you did last year?
We got to guard better. And I think we are going to guard better just because we're a little bit bigger, a little bit faster, stronger. But they have to understand that every possession, even if it's middle of the third quarter and the team scored 2 buckets in a row, that next possession is the most important of the game. And if we understand that and we start guarding a little better, because I do think our offense is going to take a jump, adding Jagger with all the pieces that we have. And if we can keep teams to around that 60 mark, then we're going to be tough to beat.
We'll slide right to the guy on your left, Jack Logston, the Western Kentucky commit. And there's all kinds of people that listen to this and watch this, and just to give a little piece of advice to young players out there that listen, you went through the recruiting process, you made your commitment. Give them a piece of advice that maybe you wish somebody had told you a year and a half ago that now, just about the entire recruiting process and what it all entails.
I mean, like when you have college coaches come watching you and stuff, to just not be nervous and just go out there and play your game.
We talk about it, not that you hadn't put up great numbers, but we always, the regional tournament is, the biggest showcase that there is every year. And you put on a show last year with that, each and every game, you're always doing something that just made you say, wow. But everybody has something they want to improve on. For going in from last year to this year, so give me a couple of things that you were looking to improve your game about.
Definitely my defense. I couldn't guard anyone last year.
Yeah. Honest.
Yeah, this year I feel like my defense has gotten a lot better, and I can guard someone.
Can you handle the guy next to you? Because all of a sudden you got this new teammate that moves in. He has a monster year where he's at last year. Had a monster summer. Talk about his game a little bit and how you guys can feed off each other.
We really can't guard each other. Like when we guard each other in practice, it's just like each just score on each other. But, yeah, we've been playing together since like 7th grade, so we know each other really well, and it'll be good.
How good can this team be? Is this a team that can not only win a region, but can it go to Rupp and make a run if you reach your ceiling?
Yes, sir, for sure. Yeah.
And talk about Coach Johnson, and what Coach Johnston has meant to you through not just through the thing, but also through the recruiting process and all that. Just talk about what he's meant to you.
I've known him ever since I was a baby. We've always been around. My family's always been around his family, so I've known him forever, and he's helped me a lot. I've played with him since 7th grade.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, he's helped me a lot. Coaches contact him about me, and he'll tell them about me, and he's helped me.
I got to ask you, Coach, at what age did you think, man, this kid could be something special?
He actually, when my dad's the middle school coach, so he kind of gives us stuff if somebody needs to be pulled up. And he told me in 7th grade that he probably needed to, which threw me off quite a bit. But, halfway through the season, I was starting him as a 7th grader a couple games too. So I always make the joke. Of course, Sam Gormley down there asks me all the time when he's going to break my scoring record, and it better be this year. If it's not, then we're not going to be very good. So,
And then talking about, Jagger coming in, you had a lot of pieces coming back. And sometimes, new pieces come in that you got to, he has to fit in. They have to accept him. Talk about how that whole process has worked down there with him coming in and how seamless transition, or has it been bumpy at times?
this summer was a little different because we never had our whole roster playing. Brody he didn't play all summer. He broke his collarbone. Jack was out for a little bit. Spencer might as well have been out a few days. He was there, but he wasn't really there. So we didn't have really our full team all summer. So he had to do a lot more than what he's going to have to do this year. But his game just fits with all of our other guys. We're going to spread it out, and we're going to try to get in the paint, and we're going to shoot a lot of threes. And obviously those are something that if anybody's watched him before, he's really good at all those things.
Jagger, you're new to the program coming in from LaRue County. Talk about what the transition's been like in trying to fit in with guys like Jack and Spencer there.
Transition's been pretty easy for me. I think we all kind of play together.
Yeah, just hold it up. There you go.
We all kind of play together really well, and I think it's been really easy for me to fit in and kind of like take more of a role and be a playmaker and not just a scorer. And just try to do other things any way I can help the team.
You come into a team that's, has the bullseye on its back and playing the difficult schedule. But, for great players, you want to play great people. Just talk about, just when you first decided to make the move, and you get into practice, you talk about the summer you had to do a little bit more. But just talk about some things that maybe you wanted to do better than what you did last year at LaRue County to help this team take another step forward.
Yeah, I would definitely say my leadership. I think that's probably the biggest thing I've wanted to improve on, especially coming in to this team. I know they're kind of younger, so this year I knew I kind of had to be. I kind of have to be a leader for the whole team, but not just me, but also these two guys and Brody. I think we all kind of have to lead by example, and I think everybody else will follow suit.
Jack talked about how you guys have been playing basketball for a long time. That had to make the move a lot easier, that you got a guy that you've been, with friends with, not only on the basketball court, but off the basketball court. Talk about you guys' relationship through the years.
Yeah, I started playing AAU with him in 7th grade, and ever since then we kind of been best friends. And we've always talked about playing high school together and being on the same team. It's kind of funny because now we got that opportunity. So I think we're both excited for it and excited to play together.
Spencer, how often do these two guys do something that just makes you kind of sit back and go, just once I'd like to do that?
Every day, but I can do the same thing.
There you go. All right. And Coach Johnston talked about, you have, you and Brody, and he calls it the Big Four, but you have a bunch of guys that have played together for a long time, through the years. Talk about just the relationship that you have with the teammates and how that relationship, with that whole team, with Jagger coming in, how's all that relationship and the friendships that you've built through basketball?
It's great. We're brothers on and off the floor, and we got great team chemistry. We hang out outside of basketball all the time. We're always doing something together. So, it just helps us on the floor.
Now, just remember, we're on the radio, so we got FEC violations. But I'm going to ask you, like, off the floor, what do you guys like doing? Within reason. You got to be able to tell us, but within reason, what really drives you guys? What do y'all like? What do y'all enjoy doing?
I like to hunt and fish.
Okay.
I hang out with them.
Who's the best hunter on the team?
Me.
Without a doubt?
Yeah, without a doubt.
And, what else? No, tell me something. Favorite class in school? What
favorite class? Probably PE.
There you go. Spoken like a true basketball player. Weightlifting? Okay. All right. And, for this team to win a regional title and go make a run at Rupp Arena, which is always the goal for everybody. If you grow up in the state of Kentucky, you want to play on Rupp Arena's floor. Give me something this team has to do better than they did last year.
We just need to be mentally tough every game. Whether we're down by 10 or we're up by 10, we just need to have the same mindset every single game. We have to rebound every single game, defend. And if we do those two things, I think we'll be going the road.
You know, Jack, we always talk about like at the state tournament, teams that go up one year maybe don't play well. If they can get back, they learn a little something. You know, do you think like the regional tournament run that you guys made last year to the championship game come up a little short? Do you think you guys learned something about that whole process of what it takes to win a regional title?
Yes, sir. Like you can't have bad stretches in tournament time, or you will lose and you won't be there.
You know, I've got to ask you, the dunk against Catholic, is that one of your better in-game dunks that you had, or are we making more than what it was? Because it was pretty nasty.
Yeah, that's probably one of my better in-game dunks for sure.
And you know, what was it about Western that made you decide to go there? First of all, congratulations. But what was it about Western Kentucky, and was part of it? I mean, not that it shows, but did you want to get it over with as early as it could, or did Western just seem like so much like home that you knew that was the place?
Well, it's really close to home, so I like that. And they've been recruiting me since my freshman year, so I've really got to know their coaches and like stuff about their program, and then I just fell in love with it. So I should commit. So I did.
Hey, congratulations. Looking forward to being on the Hilltopper. And plus, you know, it's, like you said, it's close to home. And it was nice to go down there. We went down for the Wesleyan game. And, you see Lawson Rice was there. And, Briar Griffiths was playing on Wesleyan's team. And I love to see, you've played against a lot of these guys. I'm not sure, and Coach Johnson can answer this too. I'm not sure, like 1 to 15 player-wise, that this region has been as deep as it is in the last 15 to 20 years. There's a lot of good players in the region. Do you kind of see that too, a difference that overall the region is better than it has been maybe in the last 10 to 15 years?
Oh, yes, sir, for sure. It feels like there's a lot more players going to play at the next level and like going Division I and stuff. And it just keeps going up every year.
For these last 2 years, it's been last year and this year, it's been up there. We had two guys that Cat's Paws wasn't top 10 that we felt like were pretty close, but then you start going down the list and then you add all the ones Butler County had last year and a few others that graduated. The region's really good right now as far as individual player-wise, for sure.
I agree. And Coach Mike, we said on Live at 5 a few times in the last 4 or 5 years, maybe top to bottom, the girls was deeper than the boys, and there was more question marks on the boys. This year it seems to maybe flip, that the boys are a little deeper. I think there's a lot of question marks that different teams on the girl side has to answer. That opens it up for a lot of people to, if they find those answers, to have a really good season.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I've seen this summer, a lot of the teams that maybe down last year a little bit have really improved. And then there's some teams that I think that's lost some players that, it's going to hurt them. And, yeah, I think the boys' side is, I'll probably catch it on the way home, but the boys are a little bit deeper in the team-wise and everything and competitive stuff.
Last question before we let you get out of here, both coaches. There's been talk. The KHA came out and talked about like if you wanted to propose a plan for a super regional that the regions can do that. Is that something that you guys would be for, against, or have you even thought about it, or does it also depend on how it's set up? That maybe I could be in favor of it if it's set up a certain way. Is that anything you guys have thought about?
I mean, I thought about it when it came out. Just at its general plan, I don't like it personally. I understand why the people who do like it do, but it wouldn't be the worst thing depending on some of the guidelines for it. I think there'd have to be some pretty straightforward guidelines and maybe not use RPI or fix RPI a little bit because it's a little broken and a team can go play a homeschool. And then we can go play Woodward Academy that has 3 top 20 nationally kids in the nation, and it's the same record RPI wise.
Right.
So, especially if you're playing out of state teams, that stuff probably has to be fixed on it. But at its face, not really. I don't like it and one thing I just think I really like our system now. I think it works pretty well. It's good. It's fun. It's entertaining and stuff. But I would look at it if there was certain things put onto it.
Same way, Coach Mike?
I mean, it's the district, our district is pretty competitive. And we enjoy that. And then, yeah, I agree with Coach 100%.
Well, guys, stay healthy this year. Good luck on the season. Bree, Lucy, stay healthy this year. Good luck on the season. Coach, thank you for coming up and making the trip up. I know, Coach Johnson, somewhere the email got messed up. I don't know what happened. I apologize if it was mine in, but I'm glad you were able to make it. And good luck this year, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for having us.
It's Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. When we come back, we'll get Butler County. Nope. Okay, well, I'll take a long break, and then I think the next one up would be Trinity will be up next. Overall, Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 The Game.
Pat Hayden Moving Company, located in Owensboro, Kentucky for over 30 years, is here to help with all your moving needs. We specialize in transporting everything from heavy furniture to fragile electronics. Our team of experts is equipped with the skills and knowledge to handle your belongings with the utmost care throughout the packing, loading, transportation, and unloading process. We'll move one or up to more than 100 items, whatever you might need. Contact Pat Hayden Moving Company today for your free estimate at 270-683-6683.
Kenway is not only a proud supporter of Davis County, but also providing clean solutions since 1951. We can provide the value you're looking for in your cleaning, maintenance, and janitorial programs. We are all about you and your facility. Call Brad Payne or Lee Hopewell today.
At Aflac Keller and Associates, we know that strong businesses start with strong people. Our programs are designed to help companies attract and retain top talent, while policies protect employees and their families from unexpected financial challenges. When businesses choose Keller and Associates, they don't just provide benefits, they provide peace of mind. If you want to strengthen your business and protect the people who make it thrive, reach out to Jen Keller today at 270-993-3492.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Looking for a bank that truly puts you first? At Sacramento Deposit Bank, we've been serving our communities with hometown care for over a century. From personal checking and savings to business loans, mobile banking, and more, we make managing your money simple and stress-free. You'll always talk to someone who knows your name. So whether you're saving for the future or chasing a dream, we're here to help you every step of the way. Visit sdbky.com or stop by one of our local branches today. Sacramento Deposit Bank, where banking feels like family. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
When Kentucky storms hit, you need a company you can trust. Grex Construction is your local expert, licensed right here in the Bluegrass State, with years of experience repairing storm and hail damage. We specialize in insurance claims assistance so you can get the repairs you need without the stress. Our high-quality roofing solutions are built for Kentucky's weather, protecting your home or business year-round. Don't wait for small damage to become a big problem. Call Grex Construction at 270-996-1115 or visit grexroof.com today. When your roof's not doing its job, your home isn't either. At Payne's Roofing and Siding, they've got 3 generations of roofing excellence behind them, serving both residential and commercial clients. Call Payne's Roofing and Siding today at 270-302-4447 for your free inspection and estimate. Hey, this is Basham. Huge thank you to AAA Installation for sponsoring our 3rd Region Basketball Media Day. If you're tired of high energy bills or cold drafts, call AAA Installation. They'll get your home sealed up right. Free estimates, great service, and tell them Bash sent you. Need insulation you can feel good about? Backwoods Spray Foam Coatings and Concrete Lifting is your father and son team for residential and commercial projects, new construction, or existing buildings. From spray foam installation, polyair coatings, and spray foam roofing to crawl space encapsulation and concrete lifting, we do it all. Save big on energy bills, stop air and moisture leaks, and enjoy a more comfortable, healthier home. Call 270-314-0032 today for your free quote. Backwoods Spray Foam, the best insulation money can buy. When your roof's not doing its job, your home isn't either. At Payne's Roofing and Siding, they've got 3 generations of roofing excellence behind them, serving both residential and commercial clients. Call Payne's Roofing and Siding today at 270-302-4447 for your free inspection and estimate.
At Vantacar, we understand that finding the perfect car shouldn't be a chore. That's why we make it easy to drive away in a dependable vehicle. Check out Vantacar.com to discover our extensive range of great cars at fair prices, each carefully selected to ensure you get the best quality and value. When you choose Vantacar, you're not just purchasing a car, you're becoming part of the Vantacar family. Visit us today and feel the difference of a straightforward, friendly car buying experience. Vantacar, where you're treated like family.
Looking for quality tools, building supplies, and equipment for your next project? Visit Miller Building Supply, Seabury Hardware and Rental, or the Providence Home Center. Owned and operated by Opie and Leslie Parrish, they have a friendly staff with great selection and everything you need to make your next home improvement dream a reality.
When it comes to taxes, experience matters. And Debbie Nichols at H&R Block brings 39 years of it. From maximizing your refund to helping you plan ahead, Debbie is here to help you reach your tax-related financial goals. With convenient H&R Block locations in Owensboro, Hallsville, and 2 in Southern Indiana, expert help is always nearby. Trust your taxes to Debbie Nichols at H&R Block. Experience you can count on.
Smile with the best. Bluegrass Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're #1.
Protect your business with L&I Insurance Solutions, offering a full suite of options like commercial property, general liability, workers' compensation, and bonds. Don't let risks derail your success. Serving all of Kentucky and Indiana with offices in Newburgh and Ferdinand. Connect with our expert, Jeff Johnson, at 812-490-0200. At L&I, we don't just offer a safety net for your dreams. We provide a fortress, guarding your ambitions, protecting your future. Call us today at L&I Insurance Solutions.
House Insurance is not only a proud sponsor of Hancock County Athletics, but are also a full-service family-owned insurance agency since 1958. Let them quote your auto, home, business, farm, and life insurance needs. You can find them at houseinsuranceSVC.com.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans being joined, Jalen Darty. We've also got Brian Basham over there with us. If you're enjoying the live stream out there, that's brought to you by Green River Area Federal Credit Union. And Jalen, do you want to tell me about some people making all this possible? Let me turn you on there, Jalen.
Absolutely, Vic. Gavin Roberts with Kentucky Farm Bureau, Storm Damage Pros, Cardwell Farms, and Commonwealth Central Supply.
And without the great sponsors that we have, we couldn't do what we do here at 102.7 The Game. So make sure when you're out spending your money, you're spending it with businesses that are supporting third region athletes. And now we're being joined by Butler County Bears boys, brand new boys head coach, and maybe a team that has more questions than anybody in the region after, graduating that senior class that won their first regional title. Welcome to the Media Day, Coach Barnett.
First of all, thank you very much for having us. Can't appreciate you guys enough for all y'all do in the region. Ready to get Bear basketball going.
And talk about, it's kind of a rebuild job. You had a group of seniors, led by Lawson Rice and Ty Price and that whole group, Castlin, all of them, DeWeese, took Butler County to heights they'd never been before. As you jump into this this new process, how's the offseason gone so far?
Seniors that I've got back, Curtis has a little experience on varsity from last year, but they've really bought in. We've hit the weights hard, really focused on conditioning. Because we played some summer games where we were there, right, up until the end. But then, unfortunately, we just didn't have the stamina to complete it. So definitely a rebuilding year. I've got 4 seniors, several juniors who are coming back. So looking forward to the season.
And every new coach kind of wants to put his stamp on a program, that you're going to build. Hey, these are the cornerstones that we're going to build our program on going forward. What kind of stamp are you looking to put on the Bears program? Very successful at the middle school level and the grade school level. What's some things that you're looking to kind of build this program on its back?
So one thing that I always pride myself on are 3 things, and it's kind of our motto for the season: hustle, perseverance, and togetherness. If we don't have those 3 things, we're not going to be the team that we can be. So that's really what I want to preach, that and grit, because we're going to get into some situations this year. The region's loaded, as you all know. So we have to find that togetherness, be able to persevere through some difficult times. So that's the stamp that I believe I left at the middle school program and the one that I want to start with here.
And coming from the middle school program, you kind of know the players that are kind of coming up, which has got to help you. But you talk about some seniors, with Murphy and Nicholas here, the leadership that you're asking them to provide, and how's that gone so far?
It's been wonderful. So along with these two guys, I also have Elijah Farrell and Jet Johnson. They hold people to a standard. I was able to coach all 4 of these guys in middle school, so they know what I expect. And it's been a blessing to see them carry it over to high school. It's something we talked about a little bit if the opportunity ever came up. They were all for it for me to get the job and to coach them again. So I have nothing but great things to say about my senior.
You know, that's got to help you a little bit, that even though you're coming into a program and starting fresh, that these are guys you coached before that you had a previous relationship with. I'm sure you've kept relationships after they got out of the middle school program to the high school. That's got to be something that makes it, at least the transition, a lot easier.
And something I pride myself on, sir. I have, maintained a relationship, not only with these guys, but the previous class, Ty, Briar, Lawson, all those guys, Justin, Trev, Case, who doesn't get a lot of mention, who was a great guy. But those relationships are more than basketball, is what I've always said. So I'm looking forward to the wedding invitations, the baby announcements, and all those great things that come along with it.
One thing I've always believed in at all levels is if you can see it, you can believe it. And having Ty go off and play D1 basketball at Tennessee, Martin, and then Lawson down at Western Kentucky, Briar Griffith at Wesleyan, who just played at, Western Kentucky, that's got to at least allow young kids at Butler County to go, hey, I may be born in Morgantown, Kentucky, and I'm playing at Butler County, but here's what can happen. That's got to have a big effect on the program from top to bottom.
So we did a bear camp, and we hosted with the girls, and it was a great thing to see these guys kind of take over that role, because Ty was so great at it, Briar was so great at it. But now they have that standard to, if they want it, they've seen what Ty had to do to get it. They've seen what Lawson had to do. All the others had to do to get it. And it's not just getting in the gym for an hour and a half a day. So we've got some guys chasing that dream, which is a blessing for me as a coach, because you want to coach those guys. You want that extra effort. So a lot of young guys coming up in the program, and these guys are going to lead the ways.
Let's jump down here to Curtis first, and kind of a different role this year. You're in a role where it was more of a secondary guy. You were go get in the corner, or go here, let Ty do what he's going to do, kick it to me. I just got to knock shots down. But now it's more of a leadership role. How big of adjustment has that been for you so far? And how do you think what grade would you give yourself so far?
I ain't for sure yet, but definitely the playmaking and stuff like that, playing more on the ball, cutting, rebounding, all that stuff's definitely a big change for me. And I haven't really got to see yet. We just now got all our players back from football yesterday, so definitely different.
What were some things that you worked on in the offseason that you felt like that, hey, I want to get better at this? Give me a couple things that you really took into effect and really tried to get better at.
I would definitely say playmaking. Weight room was huge this season. Rebounding also, and then just defense on perimeter and inside. Using my length and all that.
I'll ask you because give me a grade for Coach Barnett in his early seasons here at Butler County. He's not listening, I promise you. Give me an A to F grade. Tell me about the job that he's done so far.
Plus, man, he's super motivational. He's huge on that side of everything. Just in the weight room, he lifts with us, pushes us hard, man. It's huge.
And you got a new coach coming in, but it's a coach that you had a relationship with before. He talked about coaching, when you were in middle school and stuff. That's got to at least give you some comfort that you kind of know what to expect. And talk about that, just your relationship in general with Coach Barnett.
Off the court, we stayed in touch. We still stay in touch, off anything really, just talking to him. He's motivational to me off the court, and he's almost like a second dad to me.
Jump down here to Nicholas, and first of all, I got to ask: completely healthy, everything good, and all that. I mean, that's the big thing.
I'm good. I'm just been better, just working on myself. Been doing physical therapy, and I'm all good now.
That's great. And we're glad to hear that, and we'll keep you in our prayers going forward too. But it's a new role for everybody, and talk about just this new form of Butler County Bear basketball and what excites you about it. That's all right.
I don't know how to answer that.
That's no problem.
What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, what are you looking forward to?
Like to do on the court?
Oh, what I like to do in the court.
Yeah.
Is just I like to get my teammates open, open shots. My goal is to get my shooter open, get everybody open.
Be a playmaker, be a penetrator, drive and kick. I like it.
Okay, that's just my job. Playing defense, hard defense, my speed, and I've been working on my speed, my defense. gotta work on my defense because like I never like how do I say this? I was never in the group with like Ty and Briar and them. So I was just watching them and everything. But I learned a lot from Briar, just from his defense and everything. So I just
He was so
tried-
he was tenacious. I mean, he was tenacity at its best. Like he was in your grill all the time, and it's something that you like to do on the court yourself. Is be that guy that sets the pace and the tone defensively.
So I just work on defense and all that. And just-
Okay, talk about your relationship that you have with Coach Barnett, another guy that you see coached you in middle school too.
Coached me in middle school.
Yeah, talk
I mean,
about
he's
that
always-
relationship you have with him.
He's always there for me, and when I had that accident, he was there supporting me. Just always been there for me. Just grateful to have him.
Talk about the relationship you have with your teammates. You got Curtis down here. You guys, are there. Talk about just what it means to be a Bearcat down there and the relationship that the players have with each other, especially this new team as it's a new day and age.
But it's fun. Like, all we do is, we hang out, a few and there, and sometimes I go to work because, it's work. But, I just, call him, text him for something, hanging out, whatever it is, just playing 2K.
Snapchat's big for these guys.
Yeah, it's a group that has to kind of find itself on the basketball floor. But off the floor, Curtis, how does this group get along together?
Definitely well. We always used to play basketball at our buddy Chance's house. He don't play basketball anymore, but I always think back. That's a huge memory for me. We always played, knockout 21 there. And then I'm always giving Nick rides lately. He don't have a car right now, so we're always together. I feel like after practice, I'm like, gosh, when's that car gonna be done? Just stuff like that. It's great.
And let me ask you this: as a player, last year the bullseye couldn't be any bigger. You were the defending regional champions. You had two D1 players that everybody was looking at, and big superstars. You're going to play in the biggest tournaments in the state. This year, when people look at it, and you look at the rankings too. If people are going to rank them 1 to 15, you're not in the top half. But talk about how that motivates you, and are people overlooking this Butler County team a little bit?
Have to play together. We're gonna have to play hard defense and rebound, and the main thing's playing together. I feel like that's, if anything, our last team struggled on that was playing together. Got to stay together and can't fall apart.
Coach, going into your first year, like I said, I'll ask you the same thing. It was you couldn't get a bigger bullseye than what Butler had last year. Not just because they're the defending regional champs, but when you return a Ty Price, who's going to be the third region's all-time leading scorer, and a Lawson Rice, and playing in the biggest tournaments, I'm sure you read it too, and everybody says they don't read those things, but we all look at it. It's got to be a motivating factor and a chip on your shoulder that, hey, maybe it may take a little bit, but we're going to be better than what you think we're going to be.
1,000%. I'm honest. I tell these guys all the time. My phrase is I don't sugarcoat anything. So I actually had to go and find the cat's paws. So I found it, looked at it. Obviously, respect was where it needed to be with obviously Davis and Grayson. But the motivation is definitely there for me because I do expect a lot of people to completely overlook us. And on a night where we're playing together, just like Kurt said, I feel like we can compete with anybody in the region. So even giving somebody a game, maybe not winning that game, but putting us on the map to let everyone know that Butler County hasn't won anywhere. We're going to take some lumps maybe, but there's no other team that I would rather be with and ride with while taking those lumps. I tell them all the time, we're learning together. First-year coach, first-year starters, so we'll see how it goes.
And it gets crazy down there in the 12th. Those 12th district matchups in district play. Have you let yourself think about that first district game on the road as a new head coach and a first-time high school head coach of what the Butterflies will be like? Have you let yourself think about that a little bit?
I have. Thankfully, I've taken some time just to focus and re-energize, and I've had that time to self-reflect, and I'm ready for it. I've had a lot of battles with those guys at the middle school level. Grayson, Edmondson, I'm very familiar with Edmondson's coach because we did have so many of those battles. So I know that the Butterflies will be there, but I'm also looking forward to the performance that I hope we put up.
Looking back, who are some coaching, coaching heroes that you had or people that, mentored you to put you in this position you are? Chance to talk about it a little bit, but in your past, who were some people that made such an impact on your life that coaches can do that put you where you're at right now?
I'm from Murray. I went to Murray High School, graduated in 04. We went through several coaches. And I think that really gave me the pride to want to stay loyal to one program, which I was middle school for 12 years. You don't find that too often, especially this day and age. So I pride myself on that. Loyalty, because I didn't get that as a high school player. And they made their own decisions. I'm not saying anything bad or negative about them. It's just, it gave me that motivation. And besides coaches, I had a 11th grade English teacher named Miss Edminster at Murray High, who really motivated me to get on the right path. And, hey, it's either this way or that way. So she was a great motivation for me. And I can't forget Coach Dockery as well.
Yeah, he did a tremendous job of what he's did down there and the program he built. It's so odd because I'm a sports geek all my life, but I have an English teacher. It was my junior year, Phyllis Church, Miss Church. Just the way that she motivated me and influenced me in other areas, I'd have never guessed that because I hated English, but that's just the way it works. And, before we get out of Curtis, give me some things you like to do off the basketball floor. What other passions do you have besides basketball?
I'm definitely an outdoorsman, man. I always try to kill a big deer, and it's been rough through high school. I haven't really been able to get, the time in the stand I want.
Yeah, the rut's right there in the basketball season.
Kills me. I can't skip basketball, but my dad stays on me. We always have big deer and stuff like that. So, yeah.
All right, not bad. How about you, Nicholas? What are some passions that you have outside of sports and outside of basketball?
Just hanging out with my friends, hanging out with fam, just trying to spend time with them. We usually go out different states just to get the time by.
Either one of you,
just travel.
Who's the biggest team clown? Who's the guy that can break the ice whenever Coach Barnett loses a little bit, that can make everybody laugh? Curtis, you're thinking of somebody because you laughed. Who's the team clown?
We have a junior, James Smith, man. He lights up everybody. He's a clown.
Okay.
He's a good kid, though.
That's always great. Well, guys, good luck on staying healthy. Have a big season. Coach Barnett, it's great to meet you for the first time. Congratulations on the job, and we look forward to having you on Live at 5 and following you throughout the third region. Thank you for coming here on Media Day.
Thank you very much for having us and appreciate all you guys do.
That is Butler County and brand new Coach Barnett, Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. And when we come back, we'll stay in the 12th, and we'll have Whitesville Trinity. The Raiders will be next here on 102.7 The Game.
It's more than a badge. It's a calling. The Kentucky State Police are seeking men and women who are ready to serve with honor. Starting pay, $69,500 a year. With assignments close to home. Begin your journey at joinksp.com.
At Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery, we create top quality products tailored for you and your business. With expert staff and years of experience, we make the process easy and exciting. Let us bring your vision to life at Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery at 2565 West 4th Street in Owensboro.
Busted pipes? There's no need to panic. Ricky Johnson, master plumber, and his team at Johnson Plumbing in Lewisport are just a call away. Serving Lewisport and the surrounding areas, they make sure that expert help is always within reach. Trust your pipes to the pros, Johnson Plumbing.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Looking to buy or sell in Owensboro or nearby counties? Meet the A-Team, Nikki and Rodney Adkins with Keller Williams Elite Realty. This husband and wife team makes every sale personal, building lasting relationships, not just transactions. Whether you're finding your dream home or marketing a property, they'll guide you every step of the way. Call Nikki and Rodney today at 270-314-0658 or email nikkiadkins@kw.com. The A-Team, where real estate is all heart.
Are you in need of top-notch excavation services? Look no further than Watkins Excavation, your premier excavation experts. From land clearing to trench digging, our skilled team can handle any project with ease. Give them a call today at 270-213-0396.
Hancock County Farm Supply in Hawesville has all your building supply needs. Lumber, trestles, metal, and so much more. Plus all your farm supply needs. Call today 270-927-8024. Hancock County Farm Supply in Hawesville.
Let Chuck's Locksmith be your pick for all your locksmith needs. Need new locks, doors, keys, or even chip keys for your car, house, or business? Call Chuck's Locksmith at 270-929-1838. Losing your keys is never easy, so let Chuck's Locksmith come to your rescue. A full-service locksmith with 24/7 emergency service.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Honor your cherished pets with everlasting love at Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary. Our peaceful grounds offer a comforting final resting place. Call 270-359-9153. Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary, opening January.
Support your school with the German-American School Spirit Check Card. With each purchase you make using the card, we make a donation to your participating school of choice. So far, through our School Spirit Card program, we've given back over $300,000 to community schools. Stop in your local German-American bank office, open a checking account, and request your free School Spirit Check Card today. Visit GermanAmerican.com for a list of participating schools. German American Bank, member FDIC.
When the job is tough, you need gear that works as hard as you do. Commonwealth Central Supplies got your back. Pipe, fittings, fencing, and more right here in Calhoun. Get it all at 525 Beach Grove Street or CommonwealthCentralSupply.com. Commonwealth Central Supply, built for the way you work.
Enterprise Mobility asks, does life always have you on the move?
Let Enterprise on Salem Drive take you there. Enterprise on Salem Drive is committed to going the extra mile for you. Stop by Enterprise on Salem Drive to see Kennedy or Raymond. Stop by Enterprise on Salem Drive to see Kennedy or Raymond for all of your travel needs.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Guess who just helped me save on insurance? Gavin Roberts at Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Gavin? He's my go-to. Home, auto, life. He does it all.
And he's right here in Owensboro on Frederica Street.
Gavin Roberts, local and dependable. Call him today.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
At Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery, we create top-quality products tailored for you and your business. With expert staff and years of experience, we make the process easy and exciting. Let us bring your vision to life at Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery at 2565 West 4th Street in Owensboro.
Busted pipes? There's no need to panic. Ricky Johnson, master plumber, and his team at Johnson Plumbing in Lewisport are just a call away. Serving Lewisport and the surrounding areas, they make sure that expert help is always within reach. Trust your pipes to the pros, Johnson Plumbing.
It's more than a badge. It's a calling. The Kentucky State Police are seeking men and women ready to serve with honor. Starting pay, $69,500 a year with assignments close to home. Begin your journey at joinksp.com.
Let Chuck's Locksmith be your pick for all your locksmith needs. Need new locks, doors, keys, or even chip keys for your car, house, or business? Call Chuck's Locksmith at 270-929-1838. Losing your keys is never easy, so let Chuck's Locksmith come to your rescue. A full-service locksmith with 24/7 emergency service.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Honor your cherished pets with everlasting love at Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary. Our peaceful grounds offer a comforting final resting place. Call 270-359-9153. Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary, opening January.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with REMAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Hey, this is Basham. Huge thank you to AAA Installation for sponsoring our Third Region Basketball Media Day. If you're tired of high energy bills or cold drafts, call AAA Installation. They'll get your home sealed up right. Free estimates, great service, and tell them Bash sent you.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here, being joined with Jalen Darty in the Event Center here at Cromwell Media, getting ready for Whitesville Trinity. But before we get to the Trinity Raiders, Jalen, tell me about some great sponsors that help making all this possible.
Absolutely, Vic. We've got Southwire, Owensboro Health, Green River Area Federal Credit Union, Sports Country, Kentron Manufacturing, and above all, roofing. And, you know, we've got the Trinity Raiders here. I don't know if they realize how blessed they are now to have the new voice of the Trinity Raiders as our one and only Mr. Blake Smith.
Yeah, he's going to be the PA guy out there. He has the home run hire out there. But I do want to say this is our, I don't think, what is our, like, 6th or 7th media day we've done. Southwire, I do want to give a big congrats. They came on board day one and have enjoyed the media days and has been the title sponsor since the very first one. And of course, Owensboro Health, our presenting sponsor, and the live stream that you see out there on X, Facebook, and YouTube. It's all brought to you by Green River Area Federal Credit Union. We couldn't do it without them. And let's jump on to the Trinity Raiders, and we'll start with Coach West here. It seems like he's been there as long as Trinity's been there. It's been a long time, Coach. How's the offseason going?
Great offseason. Yeah, it has been. It goes by fast, but this is year 10. So I'm getting into double digits at being at Trinity, but no, it's been great. We get a little bit of a head start on everybody else because we don't have football. So we've been, going at it pretty good with weights and skill work and stuff like that. Now we're getting back into a lot of our install stuff, and we're looking forward to scrimmages. So it's been great.
No offense, but I really think Trinity at 1A football would be really good. I've been saying that for a long time. If they put 1A football together, look out. Now, you may not like it as a basketball coach, but.
No, I'm all for it. I've actually met with other schools in other states we've been trying to bring football to Trinity for a few years now. So we've got some possibilities, but still might be a few ways away.
You got the new school coming. You got maybe like the largest enrollment in a while. I mean, things are happening out there at Trinity. And, talk about, it's always kind of you had a group that came through, you kind of been in a rebuild mode and you moved forward a little bit last year. How about some steps that you've taken this year with this team compared to last year?
Well, so this group, they're just a little bit older. I would say that they've had a lot of middle school success, some freshman success. This has been one of those groups, but it's like I told them, they always heard it, especially from our community, because they were pretty good in middle school, that, they have to earn it every day and they have to prove it. Like, just because people have been saying, like, you guys are the next group, you have to prove it. And I think they have. They've been getting after it. This is a talented group. This is probably the deepest we've been in several years. Still don't have any seniors, so that's a good sign for the future. But a lot of these guys have tons of varsity experience. And so, it's just a really exciting year. I think we've got a chance to probably double our wins from last year, possibly make a nice run in the All-A, and have a chance to go to the region Sports Center. So it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, with that 12th. I mean, of course, Grayson's going to be a heavy favorite. Right. Edmonton's got a lot of back, but it's kind of up there. Who wants to step forward and be the second best team down there? Quote unquote second best team.
Yeah, and we feel like we could play with anybody. Everybody has those moments, but even last year, Grayson got us twice really good, but there was one in there that it was really, really close, and we felt like we let that one get away. So we know we can do it, and we know we can play with anybody.
You know, if you're going to take another step forward, you know, is there one specific thing that you felt like this team has to get a lot better at than it was last year, whether it be offensively or defensively?
Yeah, there are some defensive things that we've really emphasized and cleaned up. I would say we probably play one of the more unique defenses in our region, and just teaching that better on my end, having guys, you know, do certain things the way we want it done, and we kind of give them one job with zero excuses. They have to do this thing, and it's obvious to us on the coaching staff whether they're doing it or not. Offensively, we've tried. I think Kale's probably one of the better point guards in the region, so we've opened up our offense a little bit. He has quite a bit of control. We're trying to open up gaps for him to make plays and create. We've worked on his shooting a lot, and so we're excited to see all of these guys. We've got a lot of shooters, a lot of athleticism that we haven't had in the past, so we're excited.
You know, talking about Kale, you're talking about the point guard in the offseason. Well, give me a couple of things that you were looking to get better at this year than you were last year.
Yeah, I felt like last year I was good at creating for others. I still want to do that, but, you know, this year I'm looking to find my shot more and be more confident when I shoot the ball.
You know, and you know, I watched. I think it was Trinity that won down there at the Dust Bowl this year, and on some levels. I mean, you guys put in some work this offseason. Talk about that a little bit, just overall the amount of work that went in the offseason.
Yeah, that was a good experience. And then the coach for that was our new assistant coach, John Kirkpatrick. So it was good to be able to get to know him better and know what he likes to do when he's coaching. So that was and then get to also play with the team. So
well, I'll say this: I watched him. I was down there calling the Dust Bowl game. I mean, he was ready to play defense on the side over there. I mean, he's an intense guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely gets into it, but, you know, that's good for us, you know.
You know, talk about the you know, Trinity being the, you know, one of the, I think maybe the second smallest school, maybe Cloverport, but, you know, one of the smallest schools out there. Talk about the relationship that your team this year, just growing up together. You're still a very young team, as Coach West talked about, no seniors. Talk about the relationships you have with some of your teammates and what that means to you.
Yeah, you know, we're all really close, which I think is good. That way, you know, we all know what each other wants to do and know what we should say to each other, you know. That way we're not getting in fights and getting along with people.
Give me a passion that you have off the basketball floor. Like, what drives you to do, what fun do you like to have off the basketball floor? Now, we are on the radio, so you got to keep it all. No, what drives Kale?
In the summer, I like racing go-karts, so pretty big into that. So.
Are you a big go-kart guy? Are you like a NASCAR fan or?
Yeah, I watch NASCAR. I like keeping up with it.
Okay, all right, not bad. I'm becoming an F1 fan, so I'm not a NASCAR guy. I'm a Formula One guy.
I keep up with both of those.
Do
so,
you? Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It's addicting. I get up at 6 o'clock every Saturday and Sunday morning to watch qualifying in the races. I don't know how that goes.
Yeah, the time zones are so different on those. You got to keep up with it.
They are. Talk about what Coach West has meant to you, and not only meant to you, but like just to that program as a whole. You talk about going on year 10. That's a long time at a place, especially at a place like Trinity that a lot of people look, hey, I'm going to go here and spend a year and I'm going to leave or spend 2 years. Talk about what having him there 10 years has meant to that program.
Yeah, he's been there for a while, you know, ever since I was a kid, going to the basketball camp, you know, always looked up to him. And then now he is my coach, you know, being able to listen to him and getting all the advice that he has, not only for basketball, but also for life.
Let's go back here to Grant. And, you know, Grant, what was about you? What was some things you were looking at to get better in the off season?
I want to get a better shot, which I think I've got a better shot on me now.
Who's the best shooter on the team?
We're all pretty good shooters.
Okay,
Ian Roby's pretty good.
All right. You know, and talk about the relationship you have with Kale. You guys off the court, really good buddies. So, you know, tell me.
Yeah, we hang out at each other's houses, hang out all the time.
You know, and you know, it's that, like we said, that 12th district outside of Grayson, but even though Coach said that he's not going to shy away from anybody. I know I've been covering Coach West for a long time, but, for this team to kind of reach its ceiling, what do you think you guys have to be better at than you were last year?
We got to stay disciplined on defense, and sharing the ball would be a big one too.
Coach, I'm always interested. We asked a lot of different coaches, but there are some that we've heard on, the coming shot clock. That some of the smaller schools said, we think it's very unfair to the small school. You're maybe at the smallest school. I know it's not this year, but just future when it's coming, how do you feel about the shot clock being added? And I've seen a lot of your offenses before. You never had to worry about a 35-second shot clock, but how do you feel about the overall shot clock coming?
Well, I played with a shot clock in college, the 35-second shot clock, and I had zero transition issues. Like, it was just something that you adapted to. I actually liked it a little bit better because it was one of those things that you'd come down, you'd run a set. If it didn't work, it's spread ball screen, and it's kind of, it simplifies it for the players. One of the things that me as a coach, I like to teach them even more so than like plays and stuff. It's the decisions. All plays are just decisions that you have to make. So with the shot clock, training that ability to make a decision under pressure, I think that's what's going to help. I get like the stall ball things and stuff like that, and those things can work. But, you know, I've been in situations, at the end of the day, the team with the most talent is typically going to win. I've been on one team that we were a heavy underdog, and we did the stall ball tactic, and it worked for about a quarter and a half. And then at the end of the day, the talent won out. So it's possible, but I think for the game, for the growth of the game, I think it's necessary. I know European basketball at all levels has had it for years. They play with the 24-second shot clock. So if you see the players coming over to the NBA, their skills and stuff that they have at such an early age, I think it's long overdue.
I've got to ask you, because I'm just curious, you know, if I'd asked you 10 years ago when you took that job, would you say, I'm going to be at, what is it about Whitesville Trinity that's kept Coach West there 10 years and going? You know,
Yeah.
who knows how long to be? What is it about it?
Yeah, it's an incredible community. If you asked me 10 years ago, no.
It was a stepping stone.
It was a stepping stone, yes. And really, you know, we got Jalen here. You know, I was working for Coach Lynham. I really didn't think Coach Lynham was ever going to leave Hancock County. He had a great setup there. His family was nearby. And so I knew that, like, he wasn't going anywhere. So I probably needed to go somewhere. Coach K, John Kirkpatrick, who's there now, again, he was the head coach. I was actually at AP training in Louisville when he messaged me on Facebook, said, hey, I'm leaving. I'm taking a new job. The head coach and athletic director's open there if you'd like it. And I'd applied for some other jobs, and the one thing was you needed head coaching experience. And so I was like, okay, that'll be a good opportunity to get head coaching experience. Maybe I'll come back to Hancock County, maybe whatever. And then I just fell in love with the kids, with the community. The community really took me in. It's been an incredible community. I feel like there's a God's plan there. I really do. Being a faith-based school, I see it. With 10 years looking back, I came, Emily came, Father Brian came, all at the same time. Anna McDaniel, who's our advancement director and stuff. So and then we get the Horn Center after that first year, you get this new school. It's just something that I see a lot of growth in that community. And they're just great people. They've always been willing to help. Actually moved to Whitesville last December. So I love it. And it's been a great 10 years.
I've got to ask you, because I do love the Horn Center, but deep down, do you miss the Sound Palace just a little bit? And some of those nights where they'd be beating on the walls and the rim would be moving and the other team shooting free throws?
Yeah, I miss that environment. I don't miss the day-to-day stuff of like a leaky roof and some of those things. But no, you can't replicate that environment. I haven't found anywhere in the region yet. Like I would lose my voice. I've never lost my voice anywhere else, but I've lost my voice there, coaching there before I was a coach at Trinity. And then it was always the first game I would lose my voice and kind of build up, I guess, that coaching stamina or whatever. But yeah, you had to be on it.
Well, there is not too many people put the ball in the hoop better than Emily Hernandez at the Sound Palace. I know that. And back once again as the girls coach. And first of all, thanks for making. I know you're coming off surgery, and we're glad you could make it today. And, you know, this is, you've been really young for the last couple of years, but you can see it building. Had a really nice jump up in wins last year. The Missouri's come in and really play well, give you some scoring that you didn't have. Talk about the improvement you've seen from last year to this year and where you're standing at right now. Are you happy where you're at right now as a coach?
Yes, I am. Of course, we're still improving and we're still young. We still don't have any seniors. We have one junior. We have, several sophomores and freshmen, and then we still have middle schoolers playing for us. So we're still young. But watching what they did as far as their improvement last year was unbelievable. Like, we just made huge strides last year. Now, defensively, we never got where I wanted them to be. So that's our focus. Offensively, we're still improving, but I can see huge improvements. But this entire summer, we were focused on playing better defense, figuring out how to match up whenever we're in, when someone else is transitioning. We, worked on boxing out, little things that we just never really got to where I wanted them to be last year. I feel like we're moving towards that this year.
Hearing a former Mills talk about defense just blows my mind. I know that.
I love coaching defense. Defense.
But here's one thing, too, is you talk about being so young through the years. It's been a long time since you've had a senior, isn't it? But it's been a couple of years.
Here we had 3 seniors,
Okay.
but before that, we hadn't had seniors for a while.
But do you see where it's like it's in a process of like you can't throw so much at such a young team? And you said you're not where you are defensively, but you had to kind of get this fixed. And then seeing the baby steps that this team's taking, and you seeing the improvement day by day.
Huge strides in their freshman and JV games last year, and that was where our focus was. And obviously, we took that into our varsity games, and we won 10 of them. But there was huge improvements with those young girls. And I even got, people were saying, I can't believe you're playing those freshmen in freshman games. I was like, well, they're not sophomores, juniors, or seniors. We're teaching them. This is our program, and this is how we're building it. And so that's just how we felt about it. And I still think it's important that we built the program over this last few years through those freshman games, through those JV games, and then took it into our varsity games the best we could. And we feel like we're going to build on that.
You talked about, an improvement last year up to 10 wins. If you're going to take another step forward, is it all about the defense that you think to take that next step to get to 15 or 16 wins?
For sure. I think that a lot of our defense creates our offense, so we have to be able to transition from that defense to the offense. And last year at times, we turned the ball over too much. We would start to make those transitions, but we turn the ball over too much with that. And so I like to play fast, but I like to play fast and keep the ball under control at times, So I hope we learn, I feel like over the summer we made improvements in transitioning off of our defense and offense.
I talked to Coach West. I know you played at Trinity in the Trinity Hall of Fame. You went off and played at Missouri Rolla, I believe it was. If I remember correctly, I'm getting old. But did you always see yourself maybe coming back to Trinity being a coach? I know you went to Owensboro for a while, but, the principal out there now, I know that you're home, but did you always kind of see yourself in that role?
Honestly, whenever I was, I'd coached at Trinity for 5 years and then for 9 years at Owensboro, and I thought I was done. I really was finished. I was moved to being a principal, and I don't think anybody sits around and says, I really want to be a principal. I'm not being ugly about it. I loved teaching, and I do like my role as principal, but I don't know that I was sit around and thought about it. But I feel like God's guided me to where I'm supposed to be. And I think, like Coach said, I feel like we are in the roles that we're supposed to be and doing what we're supposed to be doing. Whenever we lost our coach, October the 3rd, 7 years ago, I was looking for one, and somebody told me to look in the mirror, and here I am. It was supposed to be for an interim year, and here it is 7 years later, and that's what I'm doing. So, but honestly, I've always had a passion for basketball. I love it. At the end of the day, we may have had a hard day, but we get to go to practice, and I enjoy that. I enjoy that 2 hours of teaching these girls basketball, but more than basketball, just life skills.
Yeah, and I think it's always. I've always thought it's always empowering too for not just girls, it can be guys too, but to be able to see females in a leadership coaching role. For young girls, you can affect them in a way that maybe a man can't. And I think without a doubt, knowing you all your life, this is your calling, 100%.
Yeah, I feel like God's guided me to where I'm supposed to be.
Let me ask you, why these two? What made you bring these two? What's special about these two girls you wanted to bring them to media day today?
Well, they both made, huge strides for us last year. Rollin was our leading scorer as a 7th grader, averaging 11 points a game. Ella really came out of her shell last year. I've had her since the 7th grade. She's a sophomore now, so she's kind of like a senior if you look at it. 4 years of experience,
100%.
Right? So I thought that they both made big impacts for us last year, and I expect that out of both of them this year. So that's why I chose them to come.
Well, let's go down here to Ella, talk about huge strides. And, if you've been in the program that long, you're one of the senior statesmen, it sounds like. Talk about some things that you wanted to get better from last year to this year that you felt like you needed to prove your game about. Lean into it just a little, or pull it towards you a little bit. You have to talk right into it. Okay.
I definitely think I need to improve my defense and get more confident with the ball and shooting threes and stuff. Work on my jump shots a little bit.
He's going to come over there and fix that so we can hear you a little bit better. He's going to get it up there. There we go. And then slide it to her just a little bit if you can there, Brian. There we go. Now just lean into the very front of you. There you go. Sorry about that. Emily's been a staple at Trinity. Talk about what she means to you, and what she's meant to you in all these years that she's been your coach and also the principal there and everything that she does out there at Trinity.
Yeah, she makes a great impact on us. She teaches us so many life lessons, not just through basketball, but through everything. And she sets a good example for us.
Talk about the relationship of the players that you have. And it's, as you said, it's no senior, so it's a fairly young team, but a lot of y'all been playing together for a long time. You've grown up together. Talk about the friendships that you've built through basketball with your teammates.
We're all really, really close. We're like sisters, and it's awesome that we can rely on each other and trust each other.
Who's the one on the team that is the best at like pushing buttons and getting under somebody's skin? Who's the one that can drive you crazy, or the majority of y'all crazy the fastest?
Probably Presley Missouri.
Okay, all right. And we'll now go to 8th grader. I mean, it seemed like every week last week it was like a new career high for you, Rylan. And is it Rylan or Raylin? Rylan. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I have it right. And talk about that, stepping on this team as a 7th grader and making the impact you did. What was that quite like? Was it ever a little overwhelming thinking, what am I doing out here?
I was kind of scared because I was a 7th grader, but I mean, I got used to it because I knew that it was my talent and it was my purpose. So just going out there on that court was fun for me. So.
You kind of moved into Trinity, you as a transfer out there along with, some of your sisters, and, talk about the way you were accepted out there and taken in out there. Now, is it just home now?
Yeah, it's home now. They really greeted me well, and they're probably the best school I've ever went to.
All right. Well, that's not bad at all. Then what were some things you worked at in the offseason that you want to get better at? I mean, you averaging 11 points a game as a 7th grader and leading the team in scoring, and everybody wants to get better. What do you think needed the biggest improvement in your basketball game?
I would say my defense. My defense needed to get a lot better.
You guys have been listening to Coach, haven't you? That's all I know. Y'all been listening, taking notes, right?
Yeah, we have.
What is it? Go ahead.
Because honestly, our offense was great last year. We could have gone. We could get better, but I think our defense was the main thing that would help us better last year. So we just need to get better at that.
Outside of basketball, what's some other passions that you have that you enjoy doing?
I like helping others. Like sometimes I help others with basketball, but I like hanging out with my friends more. And because during basketball season you can barely do that, so I hang out with my friends a lot and watch more games, like to watch and learn how to do more.
Was Ella right, the teammate that can get under your skin the quickest? Was she right about that, or is there somebody else that you would rather nominate for that job?
It's probably Presley.
It makes it pretty easy. Coach Hernandez, I got to ask you, you've got Edmondson down there that returns Carrie Ann Williams and Grayson that with Bree, and in Butler with Ava Wilson. But I think this is a district that, if you guys get to your ceiling and do the things you want to do, that you can compete in and find a way to get to the regional tournament in the Sports Center. Do you feel that way too?
District. I mean, there's definitely some talented players, but we have some on our team too. So I think that it's kind of an open district, and everybody, is going to be competing for those 2 spots to head on to region.
And that's kind of the way it is on the boys' side too, right, Coach West? I mean, it's, Grayson's there, but, got Edmond, somebody from, if you figure you're putting Grayson there, it's open for everybody else. Can you see your team making that run also?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Grayson's the heavy favorite, being not losing much and then finishing regional runner-up last year. But yeah, it's anybody, and it's tournament atmosphere. It's one game. So really at the end of the day, you just got to win that one game. So, and a lot of these guys have been on baseball teams that have done that.
Right.
And won that first game. So regardless of what happens during the season, that's really what it's boiling down to.
I've got to ask as a principal, Emily, because it always fascinates, Steve and I talk about this on Live at 5 a lot, a school of this size, and you look at, softball going to the regional championship game, the volleyball team making it to the regional tournament for the 20th straight year. We've seen baseball do it. We've seen basketball do it. What is it about a school that size of Trinity that it can be so competitive against bigger schools throughout this entire region?
A group of kids like everybody else does, and we start our work just like everybody else does. We work over the summer like everybody else does. But then there's this added thing about our community. You know, we have a huge support from our community. And I feel like that our kids do work as hard as everyone else does. We're not out here trying to lose, Vic. We're
Well,
trying
no,
to
I
win
understand.
too,
No,
you
no,
know?
I don't mean that at all. But I think you're right about community. I can remember when the softball
I understand
team.
you're saying that some people have like 1,200 kids to choose from, and we have 118. But I mean, our 118 are some special kids, and they do a lot. I mean, it's partly like the entire atmosphere. Like a lot of our kids not only play 3 sports but also work.
Right.
You know, like it's a different ballgame out there, and I feel like that our kids. So like I said, some of them play 3 sports and have a job, and you know, and then are in National Honor Society and all these things. It's like they do all kinds of things. They're impressive. Sometimes they'll be applying for like National Honor Society, and they're like, I don't know if I do any service work. I'm like, did you work every little Raider League? Did you do? And I start listing the things for them because I see them everywhere. But to them, it's just a way of life.
Right.
And so I just think that it's what they do.
I meant no offense by that. I'm amazed by that, is all I'm saying. But I will say, the one thing you don't do well.
We're just a part of it. So it's always like people are like, how do y'all compete?
Right.
And I'm like, we're working too.
Well, I will say the one thing you don't do well is you don't stop robberies at the Lures. How does that not happen?
That was an interesting day. We had a great 10-day trip. You know, it was an hour and a half of crazy, but that was a crazy moment. I will say it was something interesting for sure.
When I heard Trinity was there, I just knew Emily Hernandez was going to take down the robbers. That's all I know.
We never saw the robbery, the robbers. We were heading out of there like everybody else was. We didn't know what was going on, but we knew something bad was happening in there, and it was.
I've got to ask you, the one place I've always wanted to go, go for D-Day, and you think about World War II and over in France and Normandy there. Talk about just the experience of being able to experience that, and what a powerful scene that is for people that have never been or may never get to go.
Yeah, so Normandy was definitely going to the Normandy American Cemetery. That was just it was so impactful of all the crosses. You know, like you knew that people passed away, but just the amount was just huge. Yeah, and then just going to the beaches and going to Duhawk Point Duhawk, where you know that they're climbing that hill, like just things that, for one, I never thought I would get to go. I was, Father Brown was supposed to go, and we didn't get a second priest. And in April, he was like, hey, I didn't get another priest, so I can't go on this trip. And I was like, okay. And they were like, do you want to go? I was like, sure, I'll go. I haven't been. I've always had kids at home. So, it was a trip of a lifetime. But to think about what our grandfathers went through and, to help save, what was happening over in Europe was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you see those hills and you think, there's these, machine guns sitting up at the top, and you knew probably like 80% of us were not going to make it, and they all still just went.
They all went.
It's amazing story.
It is.
Well, girls, good luck. Stay healthy this year. Have a great year. Guys, same thing. And then coaches, good luck. And thank you so much for coming to Media Day. It's always a great to talk to Coach West and Coach Hernandez. The job you guys do, and not because it's a small school, just the job you do that impacting young students' lives is something to behold and watch and to be proud of. And when we get back, we're going to go to the 9th district. We got the defending champions. They got to come a little early this year, so it'll be Davis County's boys and girls. Is it Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 The Game.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
No matter your mascot, no matter what color you bleed, purple, blue, red, Sports Country in Owensboro is ready for basketball season. There's always excitement in the air leading up to the madness in March. Sports Country is loaded with sports memorabilia, apparel, t-shirts, hats, cards, and more. Team decals for UK, KWC, Western, and Louisville. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shammy's Car Wash, Owensboro's #1 sports fan store.
Join us at the Owensboro Health World Diabetes Day
Expo on Thursday, November 6th. Drop in anytime from 3:30 to 6 p.m. for some fun and facts related to type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Whether you are a child or adult living with diabetes, there will be resources and activities for you. We're offering free A1C testing while supplies last. That's November 6th at the Owensboro Health Park. We're building a healthier, stronger community and striking back against diabetes. See you there.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak?
Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rain? Get new 5 or 6-inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
That's the sound of happy at DQ. Get white meat seasoned chicken strips with fried Texas toast and DQ signature country gravy for just $7.49. For crunch time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket.
Canty Dairy Queen, with locations on Highway 231 in Owensboro and in Beaver Dam beside Ohio County High School. Canty Dairy Queen supports local high school sports broadcasts on ESPN Owensboro. Bring the whole team or the whole family to Canty Dairy Queen for your favorite treats and eats.
When the Louisville Cardinals take the field and hit the hardwood, they're backed by more than just fans. They're backed by American Legion Post 9, proud title sponsor of Louisville football and basketball. For generations, Post 9 has stood strong, serving our veterans, supporting our community, and now championing college athletics. Because honoring service doesn't stop at the uniform. It lives on in how we lead, cheer, and support the next generation. American Legion Post 9, proudly serving country, community, and Cardinal Nation.
Guess who just helped me save on insurance? Gavin Roberts at Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Gavin? He's my go-to. Home, auto, life, he does it all.
And he's right here in Owensboro on Frederick Street.
Gavin Roberts, local and dependable. Call him today.
After an accident, you should never have to worry about what happens next. You're in pain. You're unsure who to trust. Call Roads and Roads today, 833-4ROADS. That's 833-4RHOADS. Trust a local law firm with over 50 years of dedicated service, a proven track record of winning and doing what's right. You deserve the best representation, and that starts right here. Roads and Roads, we've got your back.
When the Louisville Cardinals take the field and hit the hardwood, they're backed by more than just fans. They're backed by American Legion Post 9, proud title sponsor of Louisville football and basketball. For generations, Post 9 has stood strong, serving our veterans, supporting our community, and now championing college athletics. Because honoring service doesn't stop at the uniform. It lives on in how we lead, cheer, and support the next generation. American Legion Post 9, proudly serving country, community, and Cardinal Nation.
Hawkins Avenue PLLC is a full-service architectural firm providing design services for K-12 education, business, healthcare, industrial, religious, hospitality, and mercantile projects across the state. Our motto is design-focused, service-based, and feel it nothing less than mandatory to provide a service to our clients that exceeds their expectations. With a combined 30-plus years of experience, the team at Hawkins Avenue is the architectural firm you need for your next project. Located in Beaver Dam, give Jeremiah or Kyle a call at 270-363-2235.
Got a pizza craving? Come on down to Gino's Pizza in Livermore. Proudly owned by Matt and Carrie Huff. Enjoy mouthwatering pizzas made with the freshest ingredients. Come see us at 405 East 7th Street or give us a call, 270-278-5121. Gino's Pizza, your local pizza hotspot. This is Jalen Darty, the voice of the McLean County Cougars. Did you know the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Discover the latest bestsellers, dive into fun community workshops, or explore the e-library anytime, anywhere. Visit McLeanCEOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call at 270-278-9184 to learn more. Come turn the page on your next adventure at the McLean County Public Library.
Safety is key when replacing an outlet, so leave it to the pros at Mr. Sparky. We'll get it done right and get it done safely.
Call 888-8-SPARKY.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in the respective state or county.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details. Power to protect with Secure Lock Equip at Labor Management Federal Credit Union member NCUA.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with REMAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. The live stream out there presented by the Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Vic Evans, I got Jalen Darty here with me. Jalen, it's okay. Don't switch any of that. I'll go ahead and read off the sponsors because I know you got a whole work of doing over there. We got to talk about the great sponsors that we have. First of all, Rolling Pin, who brought the great donuts for breakfast. Mr. B's Pizza, they fed all the players and coaches lunch. You've also got Pepsi Cola that came up. And not only that, man, they brought Bradley Payne his own stash of Diet Pepsis. And then Bailey Electric, Elite Auto Glass, and Canty Dairy Queen. And now we've got the school that is the defending regional champions in both boys and girls basketball. We'll start with the boys head coach. He's sitting here beside me because he brought all his players with him today. Coach Hayden, first of all, hey, it was last year. Congratulations. But it was last year. It's a whole brand new season. And now you've got the big target on your back. And how's the guys handled that so far?
Well, I think, to back up from March, I think it was an exciting thing for our program and our school. But it was also a humbling experience of getting to play Great Crossing. So I think it's been motivation. I've seen that from our guys in June, our summer games. With the identity that we've tried to build in practices and their intensity, I think we're off to a good start. And it's not going to be something where we're talking about defending anything. This is a different team and a different group, so we're going to approach it that way and go after it each day.
We've talked about it that if you listed the players 1 to 15 and maybe the teams 1 to 10 or so, it's been a long time on the boys side. And I think the region has been as deep as it is. As a coach, do you feel that way too?
Yeah, I've been in the third region my entire life, back as a player, as an assistant coach, and now as a head coach. And yeah, this is a strong region. I think we're getting some notice around the state. And I don't mean that just towards us and from an individual side, but also from a team aspect. I'm really proud of what our district and our region has done.
And you look at it with what you bring back and, a lot from last year with Jay Moss and Watkins and then Caden Payne. But you also lost a couple seniors that played big roles in the ways where, if they were left open, you knew they were knocking down shots or they were making plays defensively and so that's something that you have to replace or have somebody step into those roles. How's that gone at practice so far? And are you starting to figure out maybe some new roles for some of the new players that you have?
Yeah, I mean, any year you go through trying to figure out an adjustment. Losing Aiden, Joe, and Jaxo is huge to our program. Those guys were starters for multiple years and played in some big minutes over their time. So we've got some guys that you could argue are taking over new roles, but the way that the style that we play, I think, is allowed for concepts and reads to be made and how we run practices in the spring and the fall and allow our guys to play basketball. And the good thing about our team is we have basketball players on our team, and they have played a ton, whether with us or in travel. So honestly, we're just playing, and we know we'll use this time and even our first part of our season to figure out our true identity.
You know, one thing you've done is the schedule. I mean, you guys can be better than you were last year in the record, not getting anywhere close to last year. You're playing some really good teams, playing some national teams too. You know, I'm sure that was done a little bit, you know, where you wanted to showcase your guys, but also you knew you were going to be good and wanted to challenge yourself. Talk about that schedule a little bit.
Yeah, you know, we're playing some prep schools, Albuquerque Prep. We're playing in a MAID event or MAID Hoops event. It's got some EYBL teams. Like, I'll argue that we've got one of the strongest schedules in the state. We're playing some back-to-backs. One night we go to a grind session in Callaway County to play Albuquerque Prep. The very next day we drive to Winchester, so a 5-hour difference, and we'll play GRC, which will be a top 5 or top 10 team in the state with a chance to have a guy that will be up for Mr. Basketball. We are playing at a level that should test us and get us ready, hopefully, for a postseason run. And I felt like, you know, talking to other coaches, and I'll give one like Kerry Stovall, trying to learn from people that had not only won at a district and regional level, but at a state level. And the message to me that I gathered from multiple coaches would challenge your guys. Like, and if the better we can make this and the harder we can make it, the better it is for us in the long run.
How much does it make it easier on you when you've got a coach on the floor like Jay Moss at the point guard position that makes up for the lack of coaching you get from your staff? But how important is that, you know, to have that guy that's been through, you know, at all levels, and it almost is an extension of you and Coach Payne on the floor and Jay Moss?
I'm going to say it in front of him and make him see it. He's a joy to coach. He is can do a lot of stuff that we want. There's a lot of things that he does that we haven't taught him that he does naturally. But he has been around our system. You know, he started as an 8th grader for us. We were doing a 2-2-1 press yesterday, and he talked about a couple of guys missed a rotation. He's like, I've been doing this since I was in whatever grade. And like he knows our system in and out. And then I would like to think from a coaching side that we've given him the freedom then to go on and be who he is. And he does things that not everybody can do. And there's very few in the state that can do what he's doing.
You know, and I think throughout the entire state, and I think that one thing that has to be known is, I mean, he is a legit Mr. Basketball candidate. And for, I think maybe, you know, you get to the eastern side in the mountains, you get some of those things that you maybe a little biased, but this is a young kid that is a legit Mr. Basketball candidate that needs to have his eyes looked on 100%. to win that award.
And back to your point with our schedule, we are hitting all parts. If you go back to your Kentucky history classes as kids, we're hitting all geographical spots in the state so he can be seen. And our team, we've got more than Jonathan.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
And so, but we know in order to win certain awards, whether it be Kentucky All-Stars where De'Aaron was a junior All-Star and Jonathan up for Mr. Basketball, we feel like we've got to get around the state. You know, we go to Lexington Catholic over Christmas and we'll play some big-time teams there. So we feel like we needed to get out to challenge ourselves, but also to be seen and help our guys get recognized for the individuals that they are.
You know, Coach, Vic kind of alluded to it, talking about Jay Moss, but I'm going to have to ask you flat out, is he the best player in the state of Kentucky right now?
Yeah, yes. You know, I have no reservations about what I think, and that's not a discredit to anybody who is getting ranked or whatever rankings you want to look at or preseason hype. Like I said, this 24 years I've been coaching. There's not a finer point guard in the state of Kentucky. There's not a more important kid on any team in the state that will change the game offensively and defensively like he does. He will control all aspects of the game. So, yeah, I will put it up there with anybody that wants to argue that. And, you know, come watch him play. Come watch him practice. See the influence that he has on the game. Don't even just look at his stats, but anybody that truly watches this game be played will see how he dictates how the game is played.
Well, let's go talk to him. We'll start with Jay Moss here. And everybody has something they want to get better at. I mean, you put together a tremendous year last year. But what were some things this offseason that you wanted to work on and make your game a little better, John?
Just being more aggressive and my handles. Really, that's all.
You know, and as a coaching staff with Coach Hayden, he talks about, you know, giving you a little bit of a free rein. How easy does that make you to be able to do what you do when you know that the coach is going to allow you to do things? And if you make a mistake here, that, you know, not that it gets overlooked, but he understands that things are going to happen. Having that free rein on the court and kind of run things and be that coach on the court, you know, how does that ease the pressure of you of just going out and playing basketball?
It don't ease the pressure at all, to be honest. Like, it's still a lot on me, but I don't really know.
You know, and I know you made the college choice, got that out of the way before the senior season. How important was that as you go into the senior season, that was done, you know, beforehand?
Oh, that was very important because it was so much pressure on me. So I wanted to get it done before we started playing so I didn't have to think about it for real.
Is there anybody on the team that can shoot with you? Who's the best shooter on the team? Is that you, or is there somebody else that's a better shooter than you?
No.
I think De'Aaron's face may say otherwise.
Let's go back to the big man. Also made his college choice and got that out of the way. Was that something that was important to you to get it out of the way before your senior season?
Yeah, it was very important.
You know, and what was it about? Is it McHenry, right?
Yeah.
What was it about McHenry that made you decide that was the place for you?
It just felt like home. Everybody is supportive over there, and I know I play a big role.
You know, you've played with Jay Moss, you know, for a couple of years at Davis County, but also, you know, in the AAU circuit. I mean, you guys have been teammates for a long time. Talk about what it's like playing with him and in the chemistry that you two guys have together.
Just a good chemistry. I mean, he gives me a look. I know what to do. It's just reads, honestly.
Kind of like in the regional tournament where he comes down there and throws the alley-oop pass to you on the dunk, and it's kind of that kind of stuff. Just give me that look, and you kind of know what each other's thinking.
Yeah.
Who's the guy on the team that can push your buttons the easiest and get under your skin and drive you crazy a little bit? Is there one?
Jay?
Huh?
Jay?
Jay?
He's not on my team?
No, on your team.
Oh.
The guy on your team that can push your buttons a little bit, like at practice or if you're hanging out he just knows the buttons to push just to get under your skin a little bit. Is there one?
Still Jay.
Still Jay. Huh?
Yeah.
Does he do it intentionally sometimes just to see if he can get a rise out of you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So this is for Monte and for D. You know, looking at your schedule, a game that I've circled on my schedule is the Madisonville Maroons coming to Davis County. I know with the history with you guys have got with Madisonville, is that one that you guys are looking forward to?
What was it? Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, talking about, I always thought the athletes is, you know, coming off the knee injury where you didn't get to play last year. How tough was that for somebody, you know, that you're used to playing basketball all your life and doing that? How tough was that mentally to kind of get through that injury and also to kind of get back on the floor? And how long did it take you to say, okay, I can do this again or I can do that again? How tough was that?
It was pretty. I ain't gonna lie, it was pretty tough. It took me some time. The mental was kind of not there at all for real. But as I got started working out more and like going to the gym and like just getting my legs stronger, I got in the gym and it was just like my leg got kind of started like getting stronger more. And it was like, okay, I'm getting there. Eventually I'm gonna get there. So I was like working out more, and then it just takes time. When you tear your leg, it just takes time, and you really just gotta keep your head focused and trust in God.
You know, of your teammates here, if you had to pass a test on a Thursday so you could play on Friday, which of these guys up here with you are you asking to help you study?
Caden.
You make Mom proud over here. That's all I know. You know, and talk about the relationship. I know it's new for you. Didn't play last year, and new to the school. Talk about the relationship you've been able to build in a quick time with these guys, and how important that's been for you.
It's been really good. I mean, me and Jay and D, we've been playing AAU for a long time. I remember we was like little kids, and me and D we was like playing AAU, and Jay was on a different team, and we had played at the Boys and Girls Club at Orangeboro, and Jay gave us like 40, and then me and D switched like next week to play on his team, and like so we've been friends for a long time, but it's been fun. I ain't gonna lie, it's been fun.
You know, to go back to Rupp Arena, D, you always got to improve something as a team. You got to do something better because you're going to have the big bulls out on your back. What's one thing that you think this team needs to do better than maybe it did last year to make sure it goes back to get a second bite at Rupp Arena?
Just be more aggressive and just don't shy away from the moment.
Okay, and we'll go down here to Davin, another new one on the team and coming in. Talk about how these guys have kind of accepted you into this, being one of the new guys and making you part of this Davis County Panther basketball team.
Yeah, I've known these guys my whole life, but coming in, they made it comfortable for me. So it's been good.
And talk about, last year you were trying to guard Jay Moss. What is it like having him as a teammate now that instead of trying to shut him down, you're just trying to find open spots so he can find you?
Yeah. I mean, it's been better playing with him than against him, but yeah.
Who's the guy on the team that when Coach Hayden or Coach Payne, they get upset, you've had a bad practice, they're peeling the paint off the walls. Who's the guy that can crack a joke and kind of ease the tension a little bit?
Probably Caden.
It's Coach, it would be a coach's son. We'll go down here to Caden. And so evidently you're the class clown and the smart one. I would say you must get that from your dad. Is that where you get it from?
No, mostly mom.
Okay, all right. I've got to ask you, we've talked about this before, but, how big, now that he's like a radio superstar and he's going worldwide trying to win awards, how big has that head gotten?
Well, he's acting all big shot after doing this podcast with y'all, so he tries acting like a tough guy, but I don't really.
I learned the other day that he was like a croquet master. Did you know that? Have you ever played croquet with him, or is that just a bunch of baloney?
I've played croquet one time, and I broke the croquet stick because I was so bad.
Johnny, Coach was talking about that you guys, beefing the schedule up, going to all regions and playing. Players like to play against other, good teams, and good players like to play against other good teams, other good players. Are you looking forward to this schedule this year? And tell me about, is there one out there that, kind of sets, that you kind of have an eye on?
I'd probably say St. Joseph's.
Okay.
At St. X.
Look at those two. When you saw the schedule, do you think, man, what was Coach Hayden thinking? Or are you just like, all right, let's go?
No, I think it's going to help us a lot, especially for region, because, we're playing top teams that's not from Kentucky, so playing those out-of-state teams will help us more.
Who shoots it better, you or Kennedy down there?
Me.
Hold on. I'll get to you, Kennedy. Hold on 1 second. It's got to be not only get the RUP, but I think the goal for this year for this team has to be, get the RUP and make a run. Am I right on that? That's kind of the overall goal that you guys have set for yourself?
For sure.
And for that to happen, give me something you guys have. I asked Dee this earlier, but let me ask you, what's something you guys have to do better this year than maybe you did last year?
Just defense and then controlling the offensive rebounds on the other team. But for sure, our defense.
I've heard through the grapevine that Monty can lock up people at the guard position. Am I hearing that right? Is he as good as you've seen defensively?
Yeah.
Does he give you problems?
He challenges me every day in practice. So, teams are going to hate him when we play them. I promise you that.
I've got to ask one thing. Who wins that challenge at practice more often, you or him? Make sure you swing the mic to him so we can get this. Who wins that challenge? Be honest.
No, I'll be honest.
100%.
No,
all right.
I go up to D or I go up to J. I'd be like, bro. No, I probably go to D more. I'd be like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I can't guard him, bro. I can't guard him, bro. I go to D, be like, bro, I cannot guard him. And we was during off season, we would play scrimmage. And Coach Hayden, he would never put us on the same team. I'd be like, please put us on the same team. Just for one game, just at least one game. And if he put us on the same team, me and him on the same team by ourselves, and I'm like, dang. So, but he ain't gonna lie, it's hard to guard him for sure. But it makes me better for defense. So when I'm guarding him, it helps me a lot because I'm just coming off an ACL injury. So it's it helps me out a lot to get back to where I used to be at.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, David and Caden, you got the roles of being kind of the shooters on the team, and looking at that, that's got to, for a guy that shot it well last year, with your previous school, you got to like playing for a point guard that can get in the paint or D in the post and can kick it out to you where I get some open looks. Are you kind of looking at that going forward, Davin?
Yeah, Jay definitely passes the ball really well, so it'll be good to get more shots this year.
Ever had that pass yet, either one of you, ever had that pass yet where you didn't see it coming and the next thing you know, it's hitting you and you're like, where'd that come from? Has that happened yet? Hold on. Now do it.
I had them all last year.
You have to keep your head in the swivel, right?
Yeah.
And I got to ask you because I know, you're the guy that's going to sit out there and, hey, you guys get me open and I'm going to knock down shots. When you miss a couple in a row and you got to go sit by Dad on the sideline, what's the first thing he says to you?
I can't say it.
We're going to go down here to the next regional champion that we have here, Coach, and Natalie Pyers-Payne. And first, as you look into this offseason and you look back at last year, do you like where this team is at right now, or is there still just a lot? I know there's more work to do, but if you were going to compare where you're at now this year to kind of where this same time last year, do you like where you're at?
I do like where we're at. We have 5 seniors returning, a lot of experience. So where we are, we're still trying to figure out our identity. And last year was a prime example of that. It took us a while, but I think we're in a good place. We're a very connected team. We gel well together. We share the ball well. And we focus on the small things, and they believe in the small things. So we've got a lot of what we had last year coming back, and that's a good thing.
You know, and if you look at it for this team to reach its ceiling, you know, from where you're at right now, what do you think has to get a lot better? Is there anything that gives you pause or gives you worry that keeps you up at night?
Overall, we've got to be able to handle pressure, and it took us a while to get in that mode last year. But these girls, they know what it takes now. We've been there. We've gotten over the hump. You know, winning the region for the first time in school history is no small feat. And sometimes it just takes being there and doing that to give you that confidence. And these girls have it. So I think we got to be able to handle pressure. We've got to be able to defend night out and night out, night in and night out. We've got to be able to rebound. But those would be the things that would probably challenge us the most.
You know, you talked about handling pressure. And one thing that last year's team that a lot of teams don't have, you had two bigs, you know, with Briley and then also Zoe, that when you wanted to break pressure, you could use bigs and kind of change things. This team may be a little different. Is that something that you're still working on trying to find?
We've got kids that have stepped up and are willing to take on that role. Like Riley Hayden has worked really hard over the summer. She's just a sophomore. She started towards the end of the year because we had an injury with Briley. So that got her a lot of experience. She's not afraid to take the ball to the hole, and she's not just a standing 3-point shooter. She's doing all the other things. Of course, Kennedy, she's played for me for 5 years now since an 8th grader. So she's willing to take on that role and be a ball handler when she needs to. All three of these young ladies sitting up here, they know what it takes, and they're not afraid to play whatever role that we need to put them in. If that means handling the basketball, they're willing to do that and step up and do that.
You know, someone that was a great scorer, the all-time leading scorer in Apollo High School history. You know, Kennedy Lane, you've seen great scorers. You know what it takes. I think people forget just what a great scorer she is. Talk about that a little bit, of what the growth you've seen in her, not just in her scoring game, but in all over, but it's specifically on that where, you know, night in and night out, you can count on her to give you 18 to 20 points. And you don't see that often.
Very unique. When she gets on a roll, she gets on a roll. Every time the ball leaves her hand, I think it's going in. That's how much confidence I have in her. She knows she has the green light. But what I have loved to see over the course of the last few years is that she understands that, you know, there's more to the game than scoring, and she has developed those other parts of her game. She's willing to buy into the defensive end. She's improved dramatically on that end. Consistently blocking out. She's improved, sharing the basketball, understanding reads in the offense. So she's becoming more of a complete player, but the way she scores the ball is like nothing that I've ever seen or been a part of as a coach. She can just flat put the ball in the hole.
We'll go next here to Briley, and I think she was one that, you know, when she got back healthy, gave this team another ball handler and another rebounder, and just kind of doing all the dirty work. And is that, you know, you're a softball player maybe first, but is that something you enjoy on the basketball floor, that you just go in and do whatever needs to be done, whether it be rebounding, play defense, play physical? Is that kind of your role, and do you embrace that?
I mean, yeah,
Let's see. Hold on there, Jalen. Did that one turn on there? You got to pull that up here towards you. Okay, now try it.
all right. I mean, I just go in there just to do whatever needs to be done for the whole team to win the game.
You know, as Coach Payne said, you win the school's first ever regional title. But did also, you know, the whole experience at Rupp, which is great, but it also leave kind of a bad taste where you wanted to get back to work because it didn't turn out the way you didn't win that first game? Is that something that kind of drove you this offseason to get better?
I mean, yeah, I think it drove everybody to do it. Like, I've never seen so many people going into the gym in the off season just to get up shots, just to go and play basketball.
You know, and how good can this team be? Can this team repeat? I mean, in your eyes, I know it's a long way to go, but is this team talented enough? And if you do the right things, is this a team that can compete to repeat?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we have just a bunch of hard workers. They know the two that left us. They know their roles, and we just got to go in there and work hard.
If you only had to play one, I mean, is softball first? Is that the first love, or is it basketball?
It's softball.
It's okay, you know. No, I understand. I mean, everybody has a first love. We'll go down here to Kennedy Lane, who, you know, was a first team ESPN Owensboro area player last year. I'm always curious, you know, I don't know if you've seen the video out there, but how often you get the buzzer running down there at the third quarter in the regional championship game and get that pass with 1 second left and hit that big three. Do you ever still play that in your mind there, Kennedy?
Not really anymore, but I did when it first happened.
You know.
I just enjoyed watching it a little bit afterwards, but not anymore.
What was something that you wanted to improve on in your game? I mean, everybody's got something to have to prove. No matter how good you are, you want to keep progressing as a player. If you think you had a weakness in your game last year that you want to see get better this year, what would it be?
I'd say the under the floor, being more aggressive on defense, being a little bit stronger with that left hand. But I think I have most of the offense, and I could still get better with that. But I think defense a bit.
I've got to ask you, I've called a billion games in my lifetime, but I'm not sure I've ever seen a player the way that Molly can and be maybe one of the smallest. Like, it is amazing. It doesn't matter how big they are. I've just got to ask you, in practice, is it like that in practice every time? And how crazy does it drive you? You're like, it's practice. Like, stop boxing me out. How does that work?
It's good for me. I know it is. It's helping me get better, but sometimes I'm like, shh. She's just strong. So, it's good for us, though. It's really good.
Is that something you kind of take pride in, Molly? Is, not the biggest in the world, but you're going to play at a physical level and you don't mind, sticking your body in there and being like the one that pesters somebody? Is that kind of what you take pride in?
Yeah, most definitely. Any way to just help my team, and that's how I use it. So.
Talk about, looking back on it and is before, I know the season's getting ready to start, but that whole run, towards the end of the year, you guys got off to a rough start last year. I think you lost your first 5 games or something like that. And then, you have some injuries and you get kind of things in right. And then by the end of the year, you're playing as well as anybody. Talk about just what that meant and how it was to go through that and what that experience was like.
Definitely. It was more like just riding the waves and kind of figuring out how to get over those humps and not let the really low times keep us low, but being able to lean on each other to bring us out of it and just grow stronger and let us keep on growing every time.
I'll ask all 3 of you this. There's always new faces that come in that the average third region fan doesn't know. Give me a young player at Davis County that maybe by the end of the year, the average third region fan is going to be like, where did this person come from? Because you lost some big pieces. And, you've got Zoe that's off and playing in college, and we got Lily Hoagland, a Lady Panther. Who are some young people that nobody know? Maybe they don't even know their name yet, but by the end of the year, they'll be like, where did this person come from?
I think Riley Hayden will really show out this season. She's been working hard, and in practice, all of us can see a really big difference in her and the way she's playing.
I know one thing you don't do is leave her open in the corner because it's just automatic. Is she the best shooter on the team, Kennedy, or can you outshoot her? I want to know. You got to answer that one. Like, if you're going to put money on it, who's the shooter?
I'm not sure on that one.
Briley wants to answer.
I would say best shooter is Raleigh, but Kennedy has some better aspects to her. Raleigh's still growing as a player, and she's really young, so she's going to be really good. She's going to step into a big role for us.
And I've got to ask you, and I'll ask all 3 of you, and you can answer. The impact that Natalie Pires-Payne has made on basketball in this area. You're talking about, I think it's like every week she gets inducted into a new Hall of Fame. I think they make up Hall of Fames for her. But talk about what she's meant to you 3, just not even as a player, just as a young lady growing up in this world, what she's kind of meant to you, Briley.
With this program, I've been through 3 coaches, and she's really meant a lot. I can go to anything. I can go to her for anything. Even if it's not basketball, if it's about school, softball, just my life in general. She's there for us.
How about you, Kennedy? You've been there a long time. You've been with her a long time. Talk about what she's meant to you.
Yeah, I think the same thing what Briley said. I've known her for several years now. I think I can go to her about anything. She's just a good person, has a good family overall outside of basketball. And, besides Bradley and besides Pepsi. But, just...
How about you, Molly?
With Coach Payne, she's developed this culture
Oh, that's okay.
Culture in all of us with the team, and it's kind of grown on us. So we're able to depend on her. It's not just only our coach, but she's a part of our family now and someone that we can rely on with anything in our life.
I know, Kennedy, you're trying to set all kinds of scoring records. I must warn you, you better set them high. Because the 2 Payne girls just may demolish every record that's ever been played today. Listen, you guys, I know they're at practice. They're always there. How good are these girls going to be?
Oh, they're going to be really good. Every day I'm going to this practice, that practice. They're always working. So yeah, they are going to be really good athletes.
And Coach Payne, before we let you get out of here, and Coach Hayden, when you win the both of you, win a regional tournament and you experience that together and you're bouncing off ideas, it has to help having Coach Hayden there with you, and Coach Hayden, you having Natalie there with you. Talk about that whole experience of the school just not only winning their first girls but sweeping the boys and girls. I mean, it just doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah, last year was really neat for me on a personal level, and I think I can speak for Natalie, like to watch the experience that they had last season, the growth that they showed, and then to do it for the first time in a school is so impressive. And, I think in a good way for us, the fact that they won on a Sunday afternoon and we turned around and played, I believe, on a Tuesday, that was motivating. And to watch their growth was exciting to see. And then to Natalie, to the connection with Caden and that personal level, and then my daughter being a part of that team, and to get it, Bradley and I have been together now for 11 seasons, and I've been around Natalie even my time at Apollo as an assistant. I love these guys. I love them as a family, and getting to experience this past year and what we're going to get experience this year is exciting. So wouldn't want to do it with anybody else.
Same thing, Natalie. I mean, ask you the same question. I mean, you talked about how not just being coached at the same school, but how everything's integrated together, with you coaching his daughter and all that. That's got to be something that's unique and also very rewarding.
It's like a full circle moment. Coach Hayden and I, we also work together in the guidance office. So we rely on each other a lot. We work together well. I appreciate all the hard work and efforts that he puts into his group of guys. And he's about, they're purpose driven is their motto. And he is truly that. And so we've tried to model our team and a lot of what we do after that as well. And so, it's bigger than basketball. And that's what Coach Hayden stands for. That's what we stand for. It's about what we're doing on this side of heaven. So we try to model that every day.
The last question, we'll let y'all get out of here. For a coach that won, you won a regional title at Apollo, and you won the one that, as a player and as a coach, you won on a Sunday as a coach. How different talk about the emotions of you win as a coach on Sunday, but on Tuesday, you see your husband win and Caden win. Like, how are those emotions? And did one, was one bigger than the other, or is it just different?
It's just different, but highly emotional on both sides. Just being able to sit back and watch these guys win and watch Caden and see the other Coach Payne and Caden hugging at the end of the game and just seeing all of that. Like, those moments don't ever go away. They're always there, and you relive those. And so it's something they can take with them and carry with them forever. Just a really, really neat experience to be able to watch both of those sequences unfold.
Well, ladies, good luck, good health this year. Guys, same thing. Everybody stay healthy. Have a good year. Coach Payne, Coach Hayden, thank you so much for coming to Media Day. Good luck with trying to repeat. They say it's a little tougher. We're going to find out. But good luck on the season.
Thank you.
And up next, I think we got OHS's girls that are going to be here. It's Southwire Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, 102.7 The Game.
Pat Hayden Moving Company, located in Owensboro, Kentucky for over 30 years, is here to help with all your moving needs. We specialize in transporting everything from heavy furniture to fragile electronics. Our team of experts is equipped with the skills and knowledge to handle your belongings with the utmost care throughout the packing, loading, transportation, and unloading process. We'll move one or up to more than 100 items, whatever you might need. Contact Pat Hayden Moving Company today for your free estimate at 270-683-6683.
Kenway is not only a proud supporter of Davis County, but also providing clean solutions since 1951. We can provide the value you're looking for in your cleaning, maintenance, and janitorial programs. We are all about you and your facility. Call Brad Payne or Lee Hopewell today.
At Aflac Keller and Associates, we know that strong businesses start with strong people. Our programs are designed to help companies attract and retain top talent, while policies protect employees and their families from unexpected financial challenges. When businesses choose Keller and Associates, they don't just provide benefits, they provide peace of mind. If you want to strengthen your business and protect the people who make it thrive, reach out to Jen Keller today at 270-993-3492.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Looking for a bank that truly puts you first? At Sacramento Deposit Bank, we've been serving our communities with hometown care for over a century. From personal checking and savings to business loans, mobile banking, and more, we make managing your money simple and stress-free. You'll always talk to someone who knows your name. So whether you're saving for the future or chasing a dream, we're here to help you every step of the way. Visit sdbky.com or stop by one of our local branches today. Sacramento Deposit Bank, where banking feels like family. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
When Kentucky storms hit, you need a company you can trust. Grex Construction is your local expert, licensed right here in the Bluegrass State with years of experience repairing storm and hail damage. We specialize in insurance claims assistance so you can get the repairs you need without the stress. Our high-quality roofing solutions are built for Kentucky's weather, protecting your home or business year-round. Don't wait for small damage to become a big problem. Call Grex Construction at 270-996-1115 or visit grexroof.com today. When your roof's not doing its job, your home isn't either. At Payne's Roofing and Siding, they've got 3 generations of roofing excellence behind them, serving both residential and commercial clients. Call Payne's Roofing and Siding today at 270-302-4447 for your free inspection and estimate.
Hey, this is Basham. Huge thank you to AAA Installation for sponsoring our 3rd Region Basketball Media Day. If you're tired of high energy bills or cold drafts, call AAA Installation. They'll get your home sealed up right. Free estimates, great service, and tell them Bash sent you.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, I got Jalen Darty with me. We're here in the event center at Cromwell Media. And before we get to the Lady Red Devils, Jalen, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Absolutely, Vic. We've got American Legion Post 9, Roads and Roads, Gino's Pizza, Mr. Sparky of Northwest Kentucky, Hawkins Avenue, McLean County Public Library, Justin Nugent with Remax, Kenway Distribution, Pat Hayden Moving, Sacramento Deposit Bank, Ace Hardware Livermore, and Grex Construction.
Without those great sponsors, we couldn't do what we do and couldn't have media days and all the other games that we do. So make sure when you're spending the money in the community, you spend it with businesses that are supporting local high school athletes. And one of the newer the new coach here in the region, Coach Wynn Harris with Owensboro High School. First of all, congratulations on the job and welcome to Media Day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's weird that, Owensboro, they got so many coaches just walking the halls. I was talking to coaches like, hey, we had him. He was doing driver's ed, and he's our new women's coach. Talk about that whole experience and what got you back into coaching.
Well, this is year 31. Mm-hmm. And a few years ago when I got out, I'd gone through a health thing. I had a tumor, and I got out, and, you think, okay, will you ever get back in? And I heard Rick Pitino made a great statement, St. John's. He goes, when you get back in, because you don't know, then it becomes special. Mm-hmm. It just does. Every practice becomes special. Every meeting, every game, it just becomes a real special event because you know that you may not get it for very long. I mean, I'm 56, folks. I'm not coaching till like 70.
Closer to the end than you are for the beginning.
And then, so, Owensboro came open, and I thought, okay, if you're ever going to go back, take this one. So, and Mr. Harper was very good about, we went through a conversation, and he brought me in the office, and he was like, Coach, we think, we want you to take it. And it took probably 10 seconds to say yes. So it's a special place. I made a comment one time last summer when I've been hired about, I started out at Henry Clay when I was 20, and I'm going to get to end at Owensboro. And they are 2 of the foundational schools of the KSSAA. So to bookend the career like that is very special. I'm very blessed. And, if you don't believe in Providence, Henry Clay to Owensboro, that's all I got to say. So,
and as you talked about, like when you get back, everything is special. And when you decided to take this job, do you feel like that everything that you've done is a little different, that you think differently than maybe you did when now that, you know that this is, as you say, closer to the end than the beginning?
Oh, yeah. My wife there and I were talking. I was head coach at 25 at Bardstown. that boy's long gone. You know, at 25, you look out and go, oh, I have a lot of runway, and you know, I coach your whole life, but that's not how it works. So it's, you know, I have a special team. It's a special school. And like I said, I could not have drawn it up. I wish I could tell people this was the game plan, but it's just fortuitous. You know, when I got into Henry Clay, it was fortuitous. They lost an assistant coach, and you know, my mentor came down and said, hey, I got a spot. He goes, you're not going to coach the first 2 years. You're going to do stats and sweep the floor. But you know, that it was fortuitous I got in, and it's fortuitous that I got Owensboro.
You know, and in being in the system, I'm sure you saw, you know, a lot of games over the last couple of years and stuff. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe, you know, but it at least gave you an idea of what you had to work with going in that maybe a new coach coming from outside the school system wouldn't know.
Oh yeah, I'd seen him some. Now I was an official last year, so I didn't get to see him a whole lot. But I had him against Assumption, and I knew immediately they could play. You know, that I tell you, here's what. I'm going to be careful I put this. They don't appreciate some of the stuff being said about them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like the fact that people say all the good talent's gone and they're not going to be a factor in the region. And let me tell you, if you're a competitor, that starts to bother you a little bit. So I knew early on that they could play. We are a lot more talented than people think we are, and we're a lot more versatile than people think we are. They're young, but that's okay. You grow up, and so there's over the summer I saw some of that. But you know, like I said, they don't like some stuff being said about them, and motivation isn't always.
Oh yeah,
I don't have to worry about that a lot of times in practice.
Well,
so,
when you're a program too, you know, Coach Locker got there and really built this program up where it was in a, you know, playing for regional tournaments and being a factor. And once you get to that point, you know, everybody, you know, it kind of feeds itself. No matter how much you graduate or lose, it kind of feeds itself that's now the new expectation. And I think that's what you're just saying, that they just take offense that the people think that we should lower expectations for Owensboro all of a sudden.
If you go around the state, there's not a lot of places you can go and go, hey, my two guards have been to the state tournament. That's kind of a rare statement. I have an incredible point guard who can run the show. She can just flat out run it. I have a great shooting guard, and then around them are some young kids. And like I said, they're young, but that doesn't mean they're not talented. Mm-hmm. Part of our thing is how fast we get it all together.
You know, and every new coach, I've always said this, and I always like to ask new coaches, every new coach has, you know, some type of their stamp that they want to put on the program. Not saying that anything before was wrong or different. You know, new coach wants to put his stamp on. If you were looking to build this program going forward for as long as you're there on a couple keystones of what it is, what would those be for you?
Well, here's the thing. Basketball was never complicated to me. It's move the ball, move yourself on the offensive end, and then defense end. That's my player. I'm going to guard him, and I have help. Part of it I always believed is worth ethic about, you know, being in practice and just going hard at it. And I tell them all the time, everything being equal, it's the person that works hardest that wins. Mm-hmm. That's how that works. So a lot of work ethic. And we are starting to become a team, like I said, and that kind of does feed a culture. You have to establish a culture of this is what we do, and this is how we do it. And the teams that figure that out quickest typically win. And yeah, I tell them for the game, just go do what you do. It works. And so they've been pretty good about that. We're still trying to get to know each other, but that's coming along too. Some of that will be cemented once we actually play games. Summer was good, and they did very well in summer, but that's not a real game. And so the more we go through that trial by fire, the more we get to know each other, the better we'll be.
Well, the one thing you talk about defensively, if you want to get somebody at the guard position that can flat get into somebody's grill defensively, it's the young lady down here on the end, and Unique Carter Swanigan also shoots it well. But, I mean, you kind of got your name known out there that could be as pesty as out there defense. Does that kind of drive you? Is that something you enjoy doing, being the guard out there that can, you know, take the ball away, just make life miserable for anybody dribbling the point guard on the other team?
A lot of people fear me. They don't want me all up in the grill. Most team players around the region, most players don't want you all up in their face. But, you know, me, I'm going to go get it. That's the goal.
Well, I've never seen a guard your size that rebounds. Like, I've called a lot of your games over the year, and you get done, and you got, like, the game's over, and you're looking at the stat sheet, and all of a sudden, Unique Carter Swanigan, the smallest girl on the floor, has got 6 rebounds, and 3 of them are offensively. Talk about, is that just will and want to go do it?
I would say, yeah. I mean, I really
focused when it comes to rebounding because, like you said, I'm an undersized guard. So, I feel like I have to really work harder just to better all aspects of my game.
And I want to ask you, because you're somebody that, you were, like you said, you played at the state tournament. You were on the floor playing in a key role in that, and you new coach comes in, and let me ask it this way is, what difference do you see of maybe how things were done before that how it's changed now? And not that one way is better than the other, but just, what Coach Harris bringing to the table that you like, or maybe it's just a little different than what you guys have been used to before?
I would say practice wise, everything's more fast paced. Everything we do it with a purpose. Not saying last year we did it, but it's definitely been a little different.
And I love him talking about how, hey, just because we graduated people, we've been right here at the forefront of the region doesn't mean we're taking 3 or 4 steps back. Does that kind of bother you when maybe people don't talk Owensboro about, they'll talk other teams, but hey, we're still Owensboro High School and we're just 2 years removed from being the regional champs. And does that bother you a little bit?
No, I feel like it's always been like that. So I don't really get bothered by it. I don't care what anyone has to say.
In looking at it, you're a girl that, you've played a long time at Owensboro. You were playing at a very young age and playing a lot, through the years. You've seen the growth of this program over the years, and you've seen where it was, maybe where it was winning 3 or 4 games a year, and now it was, 2 years later, 4 years later, it's a regional championship team. Talk about that, what it means to be a part of that, of growing the game of ladies basketball at Owensboro High School.
I feel like it's been an amazing experience, especially like you said, we used to barely even win any games. And then 2 years ago, we've won region. And I was like, that's been a great experience.
There's nothing quite like playing at Rupp, is there?
Yes. The court's so big. I was like, oh my gosh. I was nervous, but then they was like, go out there, do you? Then me, I was like, well.
Who's the one teammate on your team that knows how to push your buttons and get under your skin a little bit and can drive Unique Carter Swanigan a little crazy? Who's that one teammate?
I would say Abby. I feel like I've played with her for many years with AAU too. So I feel like there's sometimes at practice, she'll say something to me. I'm like, oh my God, I'm ready to knock her out for real.
Talk about you played a lot together. Talk about the relationship you have with Abby and what that means to you.
Yes, Abby's been my friend since 4th grade. So we've always had a close bond, and I'm glad I'm still able to play with her. She means so much to me.
Abby, I'm going to ask, is the feeling mutual or no, talk about what the relationship you have with Unique and how that is and how special it is to you.
Yes, of course, it's very much mutual. I'm very grateful to still be able to play with Unique. I think Unique's a unique player in general, just to have the opportunity to play with. So yeah. Very much excited to keep playing with Unique.
Are you like that in the game sometime where you'll see her get a rebound and it's it's all these big, girls and all this, and all of a sudden she's the one that comes out with the rebound? Does that surprise you, or are you just used to that now?
It does surprise me every now and then, but all I know is if I see her get the rebound, I need to run down the court because she's ready to pass it up.
Talk about, your experience so far with Coach Harris. He's not listening, so you can give me a grade, A to F. But talk about how, it's going to be different. It's going to be new. But talk about how that whole transition's gone so far, in your eyes.
Okay. Well, my connection with Coach Harris, it actually started before anything basketball related, because like you mentioned earlier, he was the driver's ed teacher. So I had him in class the year prior. So it was nice to be able to have something to kind of build off of, So yeah, I think that really kind of helped kind of getting comfortable and getting to know the new coach and just helping everything fall into place.
You graduated a lot too last year. Some new pieces coming in, some young pieces, new coach. Talk about it. Is this team, can it go back to the Sports Center and make a run there? Do you see that being the overall team goal?
Well, yeah, I think this team has a lot of potential, definitely more than what a lot of people think. So
does it drive you nuts when people talk about who the front runners are in the region and Owensboro's not there this year when they've been there the last couple of years?
Well, if I'm being completely honest, like Unique said, I think we're kind of used to getting a little bit of doubt from teams, but we don't let it bother us much because we know we're at practice with our team every single day. We know how much work we put in. We see what we have as a team. So I just kind of give myself those daily reminders of who we are and who I am. So Yeah.
Well, you know, we've seen you play and, you know, you shoot it well at times, you know, shoot it as good as anybody at times, you know, and we've seen Unique play. Give me two names, both of you. Give me one name of a player maybe that the average fan in the third region doesn't know right now. But say on January 15th, they're going to be like, where did this player come from? Who's that one at Owensboro that we don't know who it is yet?
I would say Avery. I mean, I feel like y'all know her a little bit.
Avery, Avery what?
Martin.
Okay, all right.
I feel like y'all know her a little bit because y'all seen her a little bit against Apollo. But I think she's young, but I feel like she's gonna really
burst onto the scene. Yeah. Same thing, Abby. Is there another one, or is it Avery also?
Yeah, with what Unique said, I would also say Avery. She played a few minutes here and there last year, but she never really got that moment to kind of show who she is as a player and show what she's capable of. So I'm really excited for her to be able to come out and show like everyone like who she is.
You know, and Unique outside of basketball, what else? What else is passion? What else is Unique Carter Swanigan passionate about? What else does it drive you to, you know, to whether it be like another sport, reading, whatever? What are some other outside of basketball? What are some other passions that you have? Hold on. You like to what?
I like to play 2K26. Like
okay.
Game.
Video game.
Game a lot.
Is it just that, or do you like a gamer in itself?
No, not like I just like to just only play that game.
Okay. How about you, Abby? What's something that outside of basketball that you're passionate about?
Not so much into video games, but I think I'm pretty passionate about really focusing. You know, you spend a lot of time with basketball. You kind of buy in. It's kind of like basketball is your life. So I think it's important when you do get free time to just remember, like, hey, like I'm a person, not only a player, and I have family and friends that I need to keep that connection with, and you know, just keep yourself level-minded. So I'm really passionate about family and friends and all things like that.
You look at the sports tradition that Owensboro has, and all, you know, all different type of sports. You just look at the Owensboro, the tradition. You know, I'm an Owensboro graduate too, and, you know, and played sports there. What's it mean to you each day that you get to put on that Owensboro uniform? You know, what's it mean to you?
Well, I mean, I guess I could say that no matter how I think this like season as like right now is going, I'm always going to be proud to be a Red Devil. I think it's something that you should carry yourself with some gratitude and you just know what comes with it, like not just in the present, but in the past and also in the future. So, yeah.
How about you, Unique? I mean, you're somebody that, you know, been there a long time and been through a lot of the wars there. What's it mean to you to put on that Lady Red Devil uniform each and every time?
It means a lot. I feel like not only like I agree with what Abby said. I feel like I've met all kind of past players and I've really connected with some of them. They gave me so many advice in life, like not only with like basketball. So like I cherish that very much.
Yeah, I think it spoke mounds about Owensboro and what it meant is, you know, when you guys did go and win the region and go to Rupp, the 92 team, like almost the entire 92 team was there to cheer you guys on because that was the last time they had gone. Stuff like that is kind of special to Owensboro High School.
Yeah, like I've talked to a lot of them I'm mostly related to. So when I got to talk to them, they were very proud and I was just happy to see them.
You know, you talk about Coach Harris, you know, refereed last year. You know, does that give you a unique perspective on, like, maybe, I don't know if you had any of the teams in the region or if you called them, but does that give you kind of a unique perspective of what to expect from different teams in the region?
Sure does. You get to see them in a different light. You know, first of all, you're not a coach looking at them. You're a player. You're a referee, seeing players in a different light. So, yeah, you take away a whole different perspective. Not only that, but you take away a different perspective of dealing with referees. And that's, you know, that job is not as easy as people think it is. So that brought me, an interesting perspective of how players play, how coaches coach. Because you get a different idea. When you're coaching against a coach, you always can't step back and go, oh, that's interesting how they do that. But as official, you get time to step back and look at all that.
You know, and then we asked this to a lot of the students throughout the day, but I think you give an interesting perspective because you were a driver's ed teacher. Who's the one lady on your team that when she gets on the road, I need to worry about? That's what I want to know. I'm teasing with you, Coach. I'm just teasing with you, but talk about the growth since you started, the growth you've seen of how you want to see things done with Abby and Unique. You talk about two guards that were in the played in the at Rupp Arena, but from where you day one of your practices to where now, talk about the growth you've seen out of these two.
After 31 years and winning a state championship, here's what I'm gonna tell you. Guards drive teams. Guards win you state championships. You can have all the bigs you want, but if you can't get them the ball, then it really doesn't matter. So, and like I said, I have two seniors that have been to the state tournament, and they will drive the team. And like I said early on, the sophomores will have to lean on them, but that's okay because they're very good seniors, and I love having them.
We asked those two about a couple young names that we didn't know. How about you, Coach? Tell me about a couple younger players or players that maybe didn't get a lot of time last year that by the time we get to January, the region's going to kind of know who they are.
Well, I'm going to agree with them. Avery Martin is a hidden gem. And like I said, she came in the gym, and I thought, okay, all players are big, and then she's out there popping threes all over the place. So that kind of, like I said, we're more versatile than people think we are. Olivia Hall can play the point, and Adrian Carruthers and Taylor Souders, who ironically is also a softball player, but she can play the guard and can hit some shots. And like I said, you got to give them time to come together. And I've said this a couple times to people, please don't judge us in December.
Right.
They're a young team, and they will come together. You want to judge us come February. That's when we'll know. Our schedule is, it's just brutal. It is, we get Marshall and we get Franklin Simpson, and then we play in a district where, and understand, this is coming from an old All-A coach. Owensboro Catholic went to the state. They're a regional championship. Davis County went to state. They're a regional champion. So, before we ever get out of the district, we have two regional champions sitting there. But that just makes you better. That just does. We'll go play Marshall County and see how we stack up, and then we'll come home and go, this is what we do well, and this is what we don't do well. Franklin Simpson's going to be the same way. Davis County, people make you better, and then you go, this is what we did wrong. Let's go in and fix it. They will get better as they go along. And so come February, you're going to have to deal with us. I'm completely convinced of that. And like I said, that people got to come to Owensboro. It's not an easy place to play. So we're going to get better. I have some young sophomores that will drive us. And most people don't drive. There's a wave of younger kids under them coming. There's an 8th grade wave coming. And some of those kids will come up and help us. So I'm if you can't tell, I'm real excited about having.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be some fun. And coaching a team like that gets to be, you get, my staff will get in the room and we'll go, hey, let's try this and let's try that. And you talk about being an owner, but every once in a while, there's another state championship coach right down the hall. And so every once in a while, I'll take, one of the whiteboards and I'll walk in Drake's room and go, hey, let's just play around for a while and we'll draw plays. And that I can't tell you how much of a resource that is.
Oh,
it's
yes.
Just, yeah.
But not only a state championship guy, the guy was a Division II All-American, took him Westland to the Final Four. I mean, he's a basketball legend.
It is the most unique system or situation I've ever been in. When, like I said, I can walk down the hall and what's interesting, and we talked about this one day, he won a state championship for his alma mater. Okay, I went to Henry Clay, so I was fortunate enough to win one there. So we always joke about, you think it's special to win a state championship, win one for your alma mater.
Right.
It's kind of like, hey, I've back to school for what y'all did to me. So, but I want to get on the floor with them so bad and just coach them and go play people because they're just, like I said, they're a lot better than people think they are. And it's going to be fun as we go along.
Last question before we let you get out of here. You talk about, being a coach for 31 years. And so, good defensive guards, and I think I've seen, we talked about Unique Carter Swanigan. When she wants to put it on you, she can make life just miserable for somebody. That's got to be something special. And you've seen there, throughout practice, do you see that too in practice, that when she wants to get in your grill and give you all kinds of heck, it's going to happen?
Yeah, she will lock you up. I'm just telling you right now, she will lock you up. And we've always talked about, there are times, I'll just be honest with you, there are times we will slip into a freak. It's something I've had for a while. Well, part of that is because of her. If you can go, hey, that's your kid, lock her up. That now you're playing 4-on-4, and that changes the whole floor. And let me say, please don't underrate Abby. Right. She can go lock some people up too. So that's it. I'm just going to tell you that that changes the floor in terms of what you can do. And like I said, my staff, they'll come to me and go, "Hey, coach, let's try this." And so, defensively, we can do some things that they're going to cause you some problems as we go along.
Well, ladies, stay healthy this year. Good luck on your season. Coach Harris, it's great to meet you here at Media Day. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck on the regular season.
Appreciate your time, guys.
Hey, and up next, it'll be Apollo as it's Southwire Media Day presented by Owensboro Health right here on 102.7 The Game.
Need insulation you can feel good about? Backwoods Spray Foam Coatings and Concrete Lifting is your father and son team for residential and commercial projects, new construction, or existing buildings. From spray foam installation, polyair coatings, and spray foam roofing to crawl space encapsulation and concrete lifting, we do it all. Save big on energy bills, stop air and moisture leaks, and enjoy a more comfortable, healthier home. Call 270-314-0032 today for your free quote. Backwoods Spray Foam, the best insulation money can buy. When your roof's not doing his job, your home isn't either. At Payne's Roofing and Siding, they've got 3 generations of roofing excellence behind them, serving both residential and commercial clients. Call Payne's Roofing and Siding today at 270-302-4447 for your free inspection and estimate.
At Vantacar, we understand that finding the perfect car shouldn't be a chore. That's why we make it easy to drive away in a dependable vehicle. Check out Vantacar.com to discover our extensive range of great cars at fair prices, each carefully selected to ensure you get the best quality and value. When you choose Vantacar, you're not just purchasing a car, you're becoming part of the Vantacar family. Visit us today and feel the difference of a straightforward, friendly car buying experience. Vantacar, we are treated like family.
Looking for quality tools, building supplies, and equipment for your next project? Visit Miller Building Supply, Seabury Hardware and Rental, or the Providence Home Center. Owned and operated by Opie and Leslie Parrish, they have a friendly staff with great selection and everything you need to make your next home improvement dream a reality.
When it comes to taxes, experience matters. And Debbie Nichols at H&R Block brings 39 years of it. From maximizing your refund to helping you plan ahead, Debbie is here to help you reach your tax-related financial goals. With convenient H&R Block locations in Owensboro, Hallsville, and 2 in Southern Indiana, expert help is always nearby. Trust your taxes to Debbie Nichols at H&R Block. Experience you can count on.
Smile with the best. Bluegrass Dental has been voted Best Dental Office 4 years in a row. Experience award-winning care, friendly service, and a reason to smile. Call today and see why we're #1.
Protect your business with L&I Insurance Solutions, offering a full suite of options like commercial property, general liability, workers' compensation, and bonds. Don't let risks derail your success. Serving all of Kentucky and Indiana with offices in Newburgh and Ferdinand. Connect with our expert, Jeff Johnson, at 812-490-0200. At L&I, we don't just offer a safety net for your dreams. We provide a fortress, guarding your ambitions, protecting your future. Call us today at L&I Insurance Solutions.
House Insurance is not only a proud sponsor of Hancock County Athletics, but are also a full-service family-owned insurance agency since 1958. Let them quote your auto, home, business, farm, and life insurance needs. You can find them at houseinsuranceSVC.com.
It's more than a badge. It's a calling. The Kentucky State Police are seeking men and women who are ready to serve with honor. Starting pay, $69,500 a year, with assignments close to home. Begin your journey at joinksp.com.
At Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery, we create top quality products tailored for you and your business. With expert staff and years of experience, we make the process easy and exciting. Let us bring your vision to life at Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery at 2565 West 4th Street in Owensboro.
Busted pipes? There's no need to panic. Ricky Johnson, master plumber, and his team at Johnson Plumbing in Lewisport are just a call away. Serving Lewisport and the surrounding areas, they make sure that expert help is always within reach. Trust your pipes to the pros, Johnson Plumbing.
Bringing the University of Kentucky's research to you, Davis County Cooperative Extension offers practical programs and helpful resources. Visit our website, follow us on Facebook, or call 270-685-8480 to discover how we can make a difference in your life.
Looking to buy or sell in Owensboro or nearby counties? Meet the A-Team, Nikki and Rodney Adkins with Keller Williams Elite Realty. This husband and wife team makes every sale personal, building lasting relationships, not just transactions. Whether you're finding your dream home or marketing a property, they'll guide you every step of the way. Call Nikki and Rodney today at 270-314-0658 or email nikkiadkins@kw.com. The A-Team, where real estate is all heart.
Are you in need of top-notch excavation services? Look no further than Watkins Excavation, your premier excavation experts. From land clearing to trench digging, our skilled team can handle any project with ease. Give them a call today at 270-213-0396.
Hancock County Farm Supply in Hawesville has all your building supply needs. Lumber, trestles, metal, and so much more. Plus all your farm supply needs. Call today 270-927-8024. Hancock County Farm Supply in Hawesville.
Let Chuck's Locksmith be your pick for all your locksmith needs. Need new locks, doors, keys, or even chip keys for your car, house, or business? Call Chuck's Locksmith at 270-929-1838. Losing your keys is never easy, so let Chuck's Locksmith come to your rescue. A full-service locksmith with 24/7 emergency service.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Honor your cherished pets with everlasting love at Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary. Our peaceful grounds offer a comforting final resting place. Call 270-359-9153. Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary, opening January.
Support your school with the German American School Spirit Check Card. With each purchase you make using the card, we make a donation to your participating school of choice. So far, through our School Spirit Card program, we've given back over $300,000 to community schools. Stop in your local German American bank office, open a checking account, and request your free School Spirit Check Card today. Visit GermanAmerican.com for a list of participating schools. German American Bank, member FDIC.
When the job is tough, you need gear that works as hard as you do. Commonwealth Central Supplies got your back. Pipe, fittings, fencing, and more right here in Calhoun. Get it all at 525 Beach Grove Street or CommonwealthCentralSupply.com. Commonwealth Central Supply, built for the way you work.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans here in the Event Center at Cromwell Media. And before we've got an interview that we taped with Coach Tinsley of Apollo, as Apollo was not able to make it, but we were able to catch up with Coach Tinsley. We'll play that in just a minute. But before we do, let's talk about our great partners that we've had all season long, and especially on these media days. Talk about Labor Management Federal Credit Union, Kyle Colberth, Kentucky Farm Bureau, Backwoods Spray Foam, Hancock County Farm Supply, L&I Insurance, and the A-Team of Keller Williams Elite. And it's not always we talked about having Southwire be the title sponsor, Owensboro Health being our presenting sponsor. Also, Green River Area Federal Credit Union was the live stream sponsor throughout all day. Been live streaming since 8:30 on X, also on Facebook and on YouTube. You can find it there. And let's now jump in and get to my pre-recorded interview with Coach Tinsley of Apollo, as this was one of the up-and-coming teams and maybe one of the teams that's flying under a lot of people's radar in the third region. And we're going to jump onto the Green River Area Federal Credit Union hotline and get our new guest, Apollo head coach Ryan Tinsley. Coach Tinsley, first of all, thank you for taking some time to get this interview in. I know you couldn't make it media day. You guys were still back in school there, but thanks for taking a little time and doing an interview with us.
Yeah, I appreciate you having us on a Sunday, so I appreciate it.
You know, last year, coming off last season, 16-12, lost to Owensboro Catholic 51-50 in the district tournament. A couple key losses. Kobe Kelly, that was 12.5 points per game. Luke Jarbo, 9.2. But other than those two, you returned basically every other piece. How's the offseason gone so far this year?
It's been great. I feel like we have a continuity with, it's, I guess, abnormal in this time of, the air time now. I mean, we got guys going to their third year, and you got guys that are just going to be juniors in our program that we'll even have for another year. Only have one senior this year. So we'll graduate 3 guys in 3 years. So we're really being able to build that chemistry and do things that that other people haven't been able to see the last couple of years, because we just keep kind of layering what we're trying to do. So it's been an adjustment, but our kids are catching on pretty quick here.
You know, right off the top, return Tate Pyers, leading scorer, who was tied with Kobe Kelly at 12.5 points per game. Landon Henning comes back, 10.4 points per game, 9.9 rebounds. Talk about the growth in those two. I know I saw last year just getting physically stronger for Pyers helped him as a sophomore. Have you seen even more growth coming into his junior season? And also Landon Henning, when you're 6'11", I think people forget sometimes when you're 14, 15 years old, it's like a baby giraffe trying to learn how to walk.
Exactly.
Have you seen those a big growth out of those two in this offseason heading into this year?
Yes, just to touch on Tate, he's grown a little bit. He's grown a couple inches, and he's filling out. He's worked really hard in the weight room, and Landon has too. He's starting to develop more range on his shot, and the way he can kind of wiggle in there kind of gives him a little more of a different style of play. I'd like to say a little bit, not calling him Ty Price, but Ty Price-like. Like if he's shooting the 22 to 25-foot jump shot, and then people have to come, up there to guard him, he's going to go by a lot of people. He just got a lot of different moves, and some things that we don't teach him. He has a great feel. Landon, he's a guy who's weighed to about 215. He's gained about 5, 10, 15 pounds here in the offseason, put on some muscle, and he's just really starting to get his legs underneath him. He's had a great fall. He's really learned a lot, and like you said, just keeps growing. Started out 6'7", 180. He just keeps developing, and the sky's the limit. His best basketball's ahead of him.
Yeah, I don't think people realize it. Just that when you get that big that early, just getting the coordination and knowing where everything is at when you're trying to move. I mean, that just takes time in a process.
Oh, for sure. And that's where we try to develop those young guys early. Everybody's like, well, you're crazy for, year one, that 6 of your top 9 at that point were freshmen. But I think we're going to try to see that pay dividends here this year, that they experience as much as anything. Experience is a tool that you can't teach.
And couple other guys I think gave you great minutes at times. You got Caden Green coming back. I thought by the second half of the season he put together some of his best basketball. And then also if Max Johnson, I'm assuming he's playing. I haven't been told anything differently, but Max coming off of football, another guy that goes in and gives you another banger inside.
Oh, yeah, both guys. And Max Johnson, from what I know, is going to play. We have Keith Johnson on staff. Max played one of his best games there in the district tournament. He's just a winner. I think he had 6, 7 points, 11, 12 rebounds. You see him on the football field. He gets great court awareness on the court, great passer, great rebounder. Just so many little things help you win games. And Caden Green came on with, we had a couple kids get hurt there mid-year. We had completely changed the style of play, and Caden Green just came on, and he had a great spring and summer, picked up an offer at Brush University. I'm just super proud to see his development in our program.
And you've got the new addition, the transfer from the Dominican Republic. How's he fit in, and what can we expect to see from him this basketball season?
Yeah, Carlos is a 6'4" point guard from Puerto Rico, played for the Puerto Rican national team last year. He's just a great kid, great passer. He's a kid, everybody loves to see scoring 35 points, but he's a guy who could get you 30, but he wants to do everything else. He's a stat stuffer, and I think at some point he'll get a triple-double this year. He can rebound, he can pass, he can shoot, he gets to the rim well. He's a good defender with his length. He can do a little everything, so he brings a lot to the table for us.
One thing it sounds like too, there were times last year you guys kind of played at a more deliberate pace, trying to control maybe the number of possessions against certain teams. Do you see this being a team this year that you guys can get up and down, that you can turn them loose and get up and down the floor a little more?
Oh, for sure. I think we had a faster pace at the beginning of the year, and then we had those 2 kids get hurt and different things happen. So with Caden Green kind of came that fall, we were a lot more deliberate in the second half of the year. Just kind of depends on who we play. But, yeah, we overall, we can play a little faster this year. It should be a fun brand of basketball. So we've been working on our break a lot more this time. So it should be fun. Just kind of depends on who we play.
You know, I think people forget, like when you took over this program a few years ago, I mean, it was on some hard times and, you know, not a lot of wins in a 4 or 5 year stretch and having to go in there for new. And I think one of the things you did is you really embraced the history of Apollo basketball, trying to bring that back. You know, how much work has been put in at the younger levels? We're talking like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th graders. You know, I think you've put as much work in as that as you have the high school. Talk about that a little bit.
No, so this is the 5th year that I've been involved with our ABA program. We have about 200 kids this year. What people don't understand, and a lot of our high school coaches all over our region do a great job with, like I'm in charge of 20 teams outside of my high school team. We have 16 APA teams. I try to do a lot with our 6th grade, try to make sure they get started. Our middle school coaches are in a good place, so we feel good about them. We have 3, 4, and 5 travel teams. So establishing that, trying to build a program, it's an old school approach with that. And I feel like our kids are developing and they kind of understand what we want. It's going to be pretty cool. We have special nights for our ABA league and for our future Eagle program. Like, we're going to try to do more to get them in our gym. So it's just been a process with it being, you know, this is just my 3rd year here that we're growing and developing. And I think the people are starting to understand what we want here. So it's been a lot of work. I can't even tell you how many hours has been put into that, but it's a little bit frustrating at times, but it's a blessing too. So,
you know, we've seen,
it's been good.
I've seen over the years too, you know, schools that have multiple sports, both on the boys and the girls side, that are consistently winning. That just kind of breeds that, you know, throughout all the other programs, you know, and it's been a really good year for football. You know, I mean, it was a tough loss the other night against Davis County, but the football program and what Coach John Edge has done there, kind of building it step by step. Do you also see that, you know, with the baseball program and what it does, that it also helps the basketball program? One, you're sharing some athletes, so if you're winning on one side, you're kind of used to it. But do you see an overall athletic approach going in the right direction at Apollo?
I do. Volleyball just won the region. That's why we're going to practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow to be out there to support the girls there. But yeah, it's when people talk about the Eagle family, it's a true thing. I've been around a lot of places, and it's really special at Apollo with kind of that breeds. But yeah, the football program, they took a tough loss, but I mean, they're hosting the playoff game. They're at home, and I think they have a good chance of winning. We'll see what they do. But I mean, they've had a good year, and our baseball is our Apollo base was always really good. So we're just trying to, play a role in that. And I think we're going the right direction too. So it's a special place to work at.
You know, it's been since, I think, 17-18, the 2017-18 season that Apollo, has been to the regional tournament. This is one, we've always said, Steve and I have talked about, in a top 25 in the history in the last 50 years of high school basketball, Apollo would be somewhere in the top 25 programs in the state. What has to happen this year to kind of get off that slide and get back to the regional tournament?
Just kind of the process. We can't worry about what these other programs are doing. We're just trying to get better in what we're doing every day, having great practices. We got play by play, game by game. We lost by one last year. There's a couple of possessions, you win that game. So just trying to do the little things right. And we've been right there. I feel like we played well in both district opening games, just didn't quite get the result we wanted. So if we just keep doing what we're doing, I think we're in a good place to put ourselves in a position to be in the regional tournament and hopefully, extend ourselves in that. But, Catholic's really good. I know everybody thinks Owensboro's going to be a little bit down, but I've never seen the bad Owensboro team. I don't know what that looks like. So I know Owensboro will be young. They're going to develop, and obviously Davis has a good team. So the ninth is always strong. It's going to be fun to compete again.
Looking at social media, some changes coming to high school basketball. One of them's a couple of years down the road with the shot clock. Are you a guy that's kind of been in favor of that? And I know it's down the road, but are you a coach that's kind of been in favor of the shot clock, or would you just Kentucky high school basketball is great the way it is? Just your thoughts on it.
I voted for the shot clock.
Okay.
I like that. It's 35 seconds. I think that's a comfortable time because I remember we were at Evansville University the first time. It was 30 seconds. And we're like, what are we doing? Like, it would be adjustment. I think there's going to be more strategy involved. I think it's overall, it's better for the coaches. Like, man, you got to really coach and really figure out what you're going to do in those last 10 seconds. And it's going to be good for the players, for the people that want to develop and play college basketball down the road. I think we're growing our game. there's other ways I want to grow the game, but I think that's one that I really like the RC's doing that.
You know, well, the other thing I've seen on social media when it first came out that the KHSA was allowing regions to send in their proposals for super regionals. You seem to be one that was a big fan of that and kind of pushed that a little bit. Would you like to see the third region look? You know, I know some of them already have, like I think the fifth and some of those around the Louisville area already do. They did super regionals last year in baseball, and they already moved into volleyball and other things. Is that something you'd like to see the third region move into as a more of a super regional type atmosphere?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that. Yeah, I think in 6th and 7th they're doing other sports. I don't know if they're doing in basketball. It's either the 14th or 15th region. I can't remember. It's down there in Eastern Kentucky.
The 15th did it a couple of years ago. Yes, they did it a couple of years ago, and in the style I kind of like this because I'm a big fan of it, but I do think district tournaments mean something to some schools that probably the goal of a regional tournament's a little bit outside.
Well, that would help seed it. That's
what I was looking.
That would help you in the regional tournament. So I think it's a win for everybody. Like if you're a district champion, well, they help you seed for the regional tournament.
Double
and that's
bye.
What you want. It's just about trying to get to the state tournament. So that's why I think when people see that, they're like, well, that's going to help the big schools or the Owensboro schools. Well, it's going to help everybody. I mean, you get an opportunity, and there's different coaches that want to have the sports center for all the events, but even if it's not, maybe you could host a game. There's a lot of ways that we can work this, but I think that'd be such a great idea for basketball. It'd just be a great thing for our region.
I
Because
think
that's like an SEC format.
Exactly.
I mean, it would be incredible to get everybody in there, get everyone involved, and it would be good for all the communities in our region. So
yeah, well, Steve and I were live at 5.
I haven't got a lot back, but I threw it out there to everybody. So maybe in time when people start trying to process and see how that would work and how it could benefit everybody, I think it could be a really, really good thing.
Steve and I put together a really good bracket set up like the SEC tournament where district winners got a double bye into the round of 8, and then district runner-ups got a single bye. And then, you know, you could also have to do some RPI so you can see teams that way. And then the rounds 1 and 2 were hosted at schools' home gyms. And then the Elite 8 on was hosted at the Sports Center. And I think it's kind of a win-win for everybody. I mean, it'd be really cool to have like a regional tournament game at the Horn Center where Whitesville Trinity's hosting somebody, or, you know, Apollo's hosting somebody in round 2. You know, I think that would be really cool, but then also keep the Elite 8 at the Sports Center. I think it's a win-win for everybody.
And I feel like there's more money there. I mean, I know you get that kind of piece of it. It's good for the fans. And this is pretty interesting. So it was the 15th region. Well, I just kind of looked up there on my phone. Lawrence County won the region last year, and they lost the district opener. Go look that up.
Yeah.
So you can get, you know, like, all right, you lost one, but you have an opportunity. If you get hot, even when I get hot, you play 4 or 5 games in a row. You saw Auburn do that in the SEC tournament a few years back. Like, I think it could be a really, really special thing. And I hope you bring that to everybody at the media day. I really hope that we can kind of get some traction there.
Yeah, I think it would be cool. I mean, I also understand that, you know, that it's, you know, it's any change is hard. And then I know that some schools would be like, okay, you know, and
2025. That's what I'm going to say. It's a new era time. Like, let's evolve. Let's get to the way it is now. It's modernize our game. That's what we talk about with the shot clock too. It's time to do those things.
Well, one thing too that's modernized, and I see that, you know, because we're on there a lot through 102.7 The Game and stuff. But I mean, coaches have to now be a part of social media and promoting their kids and their programs. It's just the way of the times. You know, how much time do you spend doing that? Because I know you're one that's on there quite a bit, or at least putting out a lot of stuff about your players and your program.
Right. I just think that's what we should do for our kids. It's a kid-centered business. I mean, if I'm not helping mine, I'll help somebody else's. If it's an AAU team or it's a college, because it's about getting these kids' names out there. And with the colleges that we've had at our school, we've probably talked to 15, 20 colleges here in the fall. It's great for our program. It's great for our student athletes. It's just, like you said, it's just what you need to do now. I get a little more quiet this time of year. It's hard for me to reach out to as many. But anyone that reaches out to me, we try to connect. And I think we're going to go to a Bellarmine game. They're kind of recruiting a kid or two of ours. So I think that would be a great opportunity for just, you know, our region in general. Like, you just got to go out there and do that. Mm-hmm. So it's just a different era of time now, like you said.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you taking some time away from the family on a Sunday to make sure you were part of Media Day. Before we get you out of here, I got to ask, Steve and I have been talking about that maybe top to bottom, the top, 1 to 15 players in this region. This may be as deep and as talented as it's been in the last 25 or so years from top to bottom, and the number of really talented players that are in this region. As a coach in the region, and the guy's coached a lot of these, do you kind of have those feelings too, that from top to bottom, the top 15 or so players or as good as this region's seen in a few years?
Oh yeah, I mean, you got guys that are committed to Division I schools. There's multiple Division I commits. It's not just only the 9th district. Like, you got Meade County, who's got Charles, and you got the Lawson kid down there at Grayson County. And you can go down the list. There's just so many good players and so many good teams. I think Grayson's in the KOB this year. Everybody knows the talent that some other schools like Davis County have in our region. There could be 3, 4, 5 teams in the top 25 before this thing's over.
And I think there's also multiple teams. I know a lot of people think Grayson and Davis County, they repeat, they were the regional championship game last year. A lot of people are penciling it in as a repeat this year. I think it would be sorely mistaken, because there's a lot of teams, I think, in the right draw, get hot, playing their best basketball, have the talent to win the region. I think it's as wide open as it's been in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's like you said, we'll just see what happens, but it'll be a great challenge for really everybody. And it's cool to see our region, because, our region's been down for so long. For us to have the players that we're starting to produce right now and the talent, for Grayson County to get that KOB invite, I like to know how many times they've been in the KOB. So just our entire region's getting a lot of different, publicity. That's really neat to coach, and it's got to be really cool to play in.
Well, Coach, we thank you so much for taking a little time. And up next, it'll be Owensboro Calico, the final team for the Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. Thanks so much, Coach Tinsley. Good luck this upcoming basketball season.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Enterprise Mobility asks, does life always have you on the move?
Let Enterprise on Salem Drive take you there. Enterprise on Salem Drive is committed to going the extra mile for you. Stop by Enterprise on Salem Drive to see Kennedy or Raymond. Stop by Enterprise on Salem Drive to see Kennedy or Raymond for all of your travel needs.
Need electrical services? Call Bailey Electric. Serving Western Kentucky since 2002. We handle commercial, agricultural, and residential needs. With over 50 years of experience, we're licensed, insured, and ready to help. Bailey Electric, your trusted local electricians.
Your car deserves better, and we are here to help. Call Elite Auto Glass to schedule an appointment in our shop, or we can come to you. 270-702-1353. Elite Auto Glass, affordable and quality service.
Guess who just helped me save on insurance? Gavin Roberts at Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Gavin? He's my go-to. Home, auto, life. He does it all.
And he's right here in Owensboro on Frederica Street.
Gavin Roberts, local and dependable. Call him today.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
At Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery, we create top-quality products tailored for you and your business. With expert staff and years of experience, we make the process easy and exciting. Let us bring your vision to life at Leisure Hut Screen Print and Embroidery at 2565 West 4th Street in Owensboro.
Busted pipes? There's no need to panic. Ricky Johnson, master plumber, and his team at Johnson Plumbing in Lewisport are just a call away. Serving Lewisport and the surrounding areas, they make sure that expert help is always within reach. Trust your pipes to the pros, Johnson Plumbing.
It's more than a badge. It's a calling. The Kentucky State Police is seeking men and women ready to serve with honor. Starting pay, $69,500 a year. With assignments close to home. Begin your journey at joinksp.com.
Let Chuck's Locksmith be your pick for all your locksmith needs. Need new locks, doors, keys, or even chip keys for your car, house, or business? Call Chuck's Locksmith at 270-929-1838. Losing your keys is never easy, so let Chuck's Locksmith come to your rescue. A full-service locksmith with 24/7 emergency service.
Hail or wind damage? Storm Damage Pros has you covered. Roofing, siding, gutters, and hail repair. Serving Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee for over 40 years. Call 270-240-1045 for your free inspection today.
Honor your cherished pets with everlasting love at Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary. Our peaceful grounds offer a comforting final resting place. Call 270-359-9153. Cardwell Farms Pet Sanctuary, opening January.
Ace Hardware Livermore has everything you need for all the jobs you do. We offer Craftsman, DeWalt, and Milwaukee power tools. We are also a full-line lumber and building material store. Ace Hardware Livermore, the place for all your hardware, building, and farming needs.
Buying, selling, or just dreaming? Justin Nugent with REMAX Real Estate Executives has 20 years experience turning keys into closings. Call 270-316-8946 or visit JustinNugent.com. Let's unlock your next move.
Are you looking for an unbeatable quote on home, life, or auto insurance? Contact Kyle Colberth or Sarah Brown with Kentucky Farm Bureau in Hallsville. Their prices are second to none and the service is spot on. Located at 445 Halls Boulevard in Hallsville. Go see them for all your insurance needs.
Hey, this is Basham. Huge thank you to AAA Installation for sponsoring our Third Region Basketball Media Day. If you're tired of high energy bills or cold drafts, call AAA Installation. They'll get your home sealed up right. Free estimates, great service, and tell them Bash sent you.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Jalen Darty here in the Event Center at Cromwell Media. And before we get to the Owensboro Catholic Lady Aces, Jalen, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Yeah, Vic, we've got Aflac, Keller and Associates, Debbie Nichols H&R Block, AAA Insulation, Vantacar, Paynes Roofing, Miller Building Supply, Bluegrass Dental, Leisure Hut, Watkins Excavating, House Insurance, Johnson Plumbing, and the Kentucky State Police.
And before, I'm going to ask you, that microphone we're having trouble with, so if I can get you to move down here with Claudia and share that microphone, that way we can hear you when we get to you. We've got to taken that one out of play there. Sorry about that. But we're being joined as Coach Michael Robertson with the Lady Aces, and another great year last year. You look at it, Coach, right there at 26-7. You know, maybe it didn't go the way you wanted to in the regional tournament, but this is just you seem to every year roll it, and you bring back. You graduate a lot, with losing Randolph and Riley, but you're going through a lot of wars. But bring back a sophomore class that are now juniors. That you talked. I remember talking to you on Live at 5. You were talking about the things you could do with this sophomore class. What kind of growth have you seen from last year to now from this basketball team?
I think they've been real good leaders so far, bringing along the younger girls. So. And then they know the expectations here at Owensboro Catholic and for this program. So they're not shying away from it, and that's a good thing.
And just year in and year out, the product y'all put on the floor defensively and offensively. What's one thing if you want to cut the nets down again at the Sports Center at the end of the third region tournament? Give me a couple of things you felt like you had to do better than you did last year.
Hit layups and free throws. That's what cost us the game last year. But honestly, we just gotta get the ball. I think for us to be successful this year, a lot of people have said this many times. They always want to make us a half court game. I think we want to get up and down the court. I think we want to play 94, 84 feet, whichever one it may be, and really try to tire the other team down. Use our depth to our advantage, which that is one thing that we probably don't have that we've had in years past as much. But I think that we will by the end of the year. I think these girls will grow. I think they're going to bring along the young freshmen, and we'll be hopefully battle. I know we'll be battle tested just looking at our schedule.
Wait, yeah,
but,
you do that every year intentionally.
Yes, so we'll just have to keep working, and I just hope it doesn't defeat us early because we do have such a tough schedule, and I got the prizes at the end of the year. Just look, Natalie, last year, Davis County, they started 1-something.
I know they were 0-5 at one point, and you were worried about what's going on,
I knew they played a brutal schedule, and that prepared them for what they did, and they were playing their best ball at the end of the year. So hopefully we can do the same. Hopefully we don't struggle as much at the beginning, but we want to be playing our best ball in February, March.
You talk about looking at last year's team. You've been at this a long time, won a lot of games, and I was such impressed with the sophomore point guard that played so well. Taylor, that at times just a bulldog mentality. You've been at this a long time. Have you seen that type of mentality out of her from day one, or is that just the way
When she joined us 2 years ago, I guess. Yeah, she's never backed down from anybody. Didn't care who was in practice. She wasn't going to back down from them. She kind of, how would I say this? She always was. She was never going to take a back seat to anybody. She didn't care who you were. So she was going to fight. She might not be better than that person, but she wasn't going to back down. And you see that on the court. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It's just I've got the biggest part of her is she's just got to reel in her emotions. She tries not to get too high or get too low, but just stay that even keel. So we're working on that, and I think she's gotten better at that.
You know, and another one like Katie here at times could be really dominant in a physical presence. Sometimes it just keep her on the floor and out of foul trouble was important. But how about the growth that you've seen out of her? And also, you know, Sophie Newby, who's a one that I think is going to take another big step. That, you know, have you seen that step?
Katie has stepped her game up a lot. I think she's got an outside jump shot. I know that's surprising to her, but she's been shooting the ball fairly well. Hopefully she continues that into the games. And then, of course, Sophie Newby, we've just gotten her back. She kind of had an injury, a nagging injury over the summer. And so we're still trying to get her in. But I think both of them could average double-doubles for us every night and really be impactful for us.
The one thing I've got to ask, because I think this may be the greatest thing you've done as a coach, is to get a Muncie to play any type of defense whatsoever.
We're still working on that. We're still working on that.
I'm not saying it's great, but even as bad as it is, it's better than her dad ever thought about playing. That's all I do know. And you talked about you like to get up and down the floor and play. I think of always the one thing that's always I've been so impressed with what you do is just the defensive intensity that y'all play with at 94 feet at times. And I know that's something that you hang your hat on. You know, has this team taken to that too, or is it still a growth in progress for them?
No, there's no ands ifs. They've got to do it. And I would say if Claudia could answer this, but that's one of the things I've challenged her with. She's a very good offensive player. And I told her, I said, I need that same intensity on the defensive end, and I don't need it to matter whether you're hitting shots or not. You've got to bring it all the time on the defensive end. And if you do that, shots will fall. It's just, it all comes down to playing hard. And if she does that, she'll do great things. And leading by example, again, all these juniors are leading by example by going hard every single day in practice. And it just, they feed off each other.
Well, let's go down here to Claudia. We'll start with her. She's the one with, you know, it's in your DNA, man. I'm telling you, you just got it from your dad. There's just no defense. But talk about that of Coach Robertson saying that, you know, that's what he wants more out of you this year. And is that something that you're working hard on?
I mean, yeah, my teammates and my coaches have both pushed me to try and get better on the defensive end and even on the offensive end. But I mean, if I trust them and if they trust me, then we'll be fine.
I mean, the one thing Munchies could always do is shoot. I know I've seen you play, and I mean, there's not a shot you didn't like, is there?
No.
Let me ask you this: of your teammates and the ones, and you talk about this class, you know, these juniors that, you know, you guys have been together a long time and played a lot better. Which one of your teammates pushes your buttons the easiest and kind of get under your skin? Who is the one that can do that? Likes to pick on everybody and get under their skin a little bit. Do you have one?
They all kind of can.
How good can this group be? I mean, I know at Calicut and what Coach Robertson has built there, it's kind of, you know, you're expected not only to compete, but win a regional title. Go play in Rupp. And it came up a little short last year, but how good can this team be?
I think we can be really good if we just come to practice ready to work every single day, and we've been doing that. We've been practicing hard. And like last year, we lost 2 main seniors so us just being good role models for the younger ones can help us too.
You know, Coach, you're talking about, you know, you lose, you know, Randolph and you lose Carmen Riley. They'd been through a lot of wars. And I know you had this great group here, but did you have to push somebody to kind of be, or look at them and say, hey, I need some people to step up and be the leaders this year? How's that gone?
Talked about that, and we talked about it this summer, and they've all done great. I mean, they've all taken the role of responsibility. And that's the big thing. If they take ownership of the program, which is what I'm looking for, then we can do great things. We have no seniors, so hopefully everybody will be back again next year. And we want to create a standard again that we go by. I mean, every time people ask, what are your goals? Our goals are the same every single year. And I don't think that because we don't have a senior, I think they still have those goals. I mean, year before that year, we lost Haley Johnson, Delaney, and Jenna Crampy. So, you know, we just have somebody fill in every year. It's just a matter of competition.
You know, and Katie, as Coach Robertson challenged all of you guys to become leaders and to take ownership in the program, how big was that adjustment for you personally? I mean, some people are a little more outgoing and talkative and vocal. Is that something that you're that way, or are you more of a little bit where you had to force yourself to try to be a little more vocal and a little more that way? You know, how are you personally?
You hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Sorry. I feel like I'm usually like that anyways. Like, and I've been close with all my teammates like my whole life. So it's kind of easy because I'm kind of an outgoing person. So it's not that hard.
So of the two that's up here with you, which one is the least vocal and which one is the one that you don't have to worry about ever shutting up? Which one?
That's a hard question because they're both really talkative.
You got to pick one.
Probably Taylor or Claude, probably.
Okay. All right. There you go. How about Taylor? You know, talking about this, she says you're vocal, but is that something that you've kind of worked on to take more ownership, or has that been an easy transition, or a little bit harder for you as being, you know, with no seniors?
I think that like this year coming in as juniors, everyone's kind of overlooked us just for us not having seniors. So I think us taking on this leadership role will kind of prove that we can win and we can go to Rupp just like we should have these past 2 years. But I've always kind of been more of a leader role playing on the basketball court ever since I was younger. My dad always coached me. So he always kind of put me in that role, and I've grown up playing in the role of being a leader. So yeah, I mean, it's always been something I've grown up with. So
what were some aspects of your game that you want to see improve this year compared to last year? Like when the season's done this year and this part of my game's better, what's that one part that you want to see that?
Being under control.
Okay. Play a little out of control at times, huh? How about you, Katie? I'll give you the same question. He says you can shoot. I don't know if you believed him or not. You kind of had that look. What's the one part of your game that you want to see be better this year than it was last year and that you've worked on hard?
Probably my shot. He's right. I have worked really hard on my shot this summer. And like finishing around the rim, because last year I had trouble with that. So
I'm going to ask you the toughest question. Of all your teammates, all right, who's the worst driver?
Probably me.
At least you're honest. Is she right, Taylor? Is it her?
Depends on how she's feeling that day.
You know, and I will say, you know, the job that Coach Robertson has done there is great. But let me ask you, how is it, Claudia? How is it to play for him? I mean, I know he can push and he can prod, and it's going to be a physical, and you're going to get up and down the floor. But talk about how it is to play for Coach Robertson.
He's a good coach. He always pushes us, but I mean, if he yells at you, you can't. I mean, you have to take it. You can't back down, or you can't be scared after. You have to know you have to read his mind.
Okay. Well, I mean, you got to deal with Donnie. That's easy compared to dealing with Coach. I mean, Coach Robertson's a piece of cake if you have to deal with Donnie. You know, and he talked about young girls coming up. I'm going to ask you, Taylor. Most people know Katie, and they know Sophie, and they know you, and they've seen Claudia play. Give me a name that maybe the average third region fan, just a regular fan out there, doesn't know. But come February 1st, they're going to be like, where did Calico get this girl? Or maybe it's a year from now. Who's a name that we need to know about Calico and a young girl that's coming up?
Definitely Isabeth Osborne. She's quick. She's fast. She's good on the defensive end. And that's what we need, because this year we're going to be running up and down the court a lot. So I think she's going to develop very well this year. And she's going to kind of surprise people whenever she fills in for us, whenever we're out of breath or need a break or just kind of need like a second off the court. And I think she'll be able to step in and take on the role that we carry on the court.
You know, Katie, I want to ask you this. What passions do you have off the basketball floor? What do you like to do? Or is there anything out there that you're really passionate about other than basketball?
Basketball is like my main thing, but I don't know. I like to hang out with my friends and my family. Pretty much it.
Pretty much it. How about you, Taylor? Do you have one? And Claudia, I'll ask you the same thing. Is there anything out there that, like, you know, it could be reading, it could be something else, it could be whatever. Is there something out there that you're very passionate about? What drives you off the basketball floor?
I don't know. My life's been basketball.
That may be it. There's something like that.
So I feel feel like that's just been a big part of me. I mean, I do read on the side sometimes when I have the time, but.
How about you, Claudia? Do you have something out there that's passionate about out the basketball floor?
I'll probably say just hanging out with my family and friends, and I like binge watching shows.
Binge watching shows,
Yeah.
right? Katie, let me ask you this. This is always interesting. I've always loved these answers. Give me the one player in the region either gives you problems defensively, where they're guarding you, or maybe they give you problems offensively. Like when you're guarding them, this is your toughest matchup, the one that gives you the biggest problems in the region. Is there one out there that comes to mind? Or maybe it's a teammate in practice, but is there one out there that really comes to mind that gives you a lot of problems? Thinking about
Probably,
it?
I would say when I'm on offense, the person guarding me, it's like hard, which she doesn't really guard me much, but Unique. She's a good.
She
she's
gives
good on the
everybody.
def- She's good on the defensive end.
She gives her. How about you, Taylor? Do you have one out there? Is it the same one? Maybe. I mean, she gives everybody problems, but is there one out there?
No.
No, you can handle anybody. No, I won't ask Claudia who she can guard defensively because I know it's not anybody. But I'm not just teasing Claudia. I'm joking just because of you are, Coach Robertson. I mean, this is a team that if you reach your ceiling, this is a regional type team that can compete with no problem with the regional tournament. I mean, that's kind of what you expect. That's the goals there every year. But you see this as a team that can cut the nets down in at the Sports Center.
It'll be tough. I mean, Breck's loaded again. They've got most of their players back. Davis County again. Got to beat the woman to be the woman.
Right.
However you want to say that. So I look for those two, and then you got McLean County, who's young and coming. Grayson County. I'm not as well with the 12th, or the 10th, other than McLean. I'm not sure what Ohio County has, but I think we'll have fun this year. I think it'll be wide open this year. As I was talking to somebody else, I don't know that there's as much star power necessarily in the third region as years past.
Yeah, we were talking
overall,
about that.
It's still fairly good. So there might not be the Peyton Bradley, the Becca, the Hannah, you name them. We've had numerous ones come through here, but I think it'll be very competitive.
Well, we were talking about that on Live at 5, where Steve and I were talking about, like, in the last probably 6 years at least, if you look at the depth on the girl side, it was a lot deeper from top to bottom than on the boys side. This year, the boys always had more questions. And this year, I think it's kind of flipped, that on the boys side, 1 to 10 is as deep as it's been in a long time. And then still at the top, like you said, with Breck and you guys and in Davis County. But there's a lot of teams, probably more questions to be answered this year than there has been in the past in girls third region basketball.
I do agree with that. Yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks, but I do think there's a lot of good players.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. We asked the girls this, but I'm going to ask you, give me the names that maybe the average third region fan doesn't know right now from Calicut that, 6 months from now, 4 months from now, when we get into tournament season, they're going to be like, hey, where'd this one come from?
Well, I think they hit the nail on the head with Isbeth. I think she will surprise a lot of people. She's going to have to play point guard for me when Taylor gets in foul trouble, because we know that's going to happen. And then we've got a group of freshmen that I look for. I think Betsy Moore could step up. She plays unconscious, kind of like her dad, I guess you could say. Just plays hard. She reminds me a lot of her sister when I had her, Annabelle. Layla Hunley, she's a workhorse on the defensive end, very undersized, but she plays hard all the time. Then you got Scarlett Eisenberger that can shoot and does a lot of little things. And there's one more, Ellie O'Haron. Sorry about that, but we got I'm not great with names.
That's all right. I'm not either.
But they all bring a little something different. I think she'll bring a lot of intensity. So I've got to bring those girls along. That's the key. That's my job. Bring them along because I want to play 9-10 girls, and to do that, we've got to get them.
Well, I was going to say, in the past, you've always been one of the deeper teams in the region, and you guys, it wasn't like you did a line change, but you ran a lot of bodies out there and really did it. Do you think for this team to reach its ceiling, that has to come because you're to start the year, maybe are you a little shorter than you've been in the past as far as depth?
To gain my trust, yes, they'll have to gain my trust. The cord won't be as long, I guess you could say, but we've got to continue to get better. One that we haven't talked about, and I ashamed of is Sky Riley, Carmen's sister.
Mhm.
I think she'll have a big role again this year. She's going to kind of stop, get out of her sister's spotlight. Now her sister's gone, and I think she'll step up and really help us. She does a good job handling the ball, shooting shot, being able to hit open shots, and plays really good defense. So I look for her to be great as well.
Katie, is it the third region championship? Is that the go? I mean, you expect to be cutting the nest down at the Sports Center come at the end of February, 1st of March next year?
Yeah, Rupp.
Rupp?
That's our goal.
That's the go? Same thing, Taylor? Without a doubt. Okay. First of all, good luck. Stay healthy. Taylor, Katie, stay out of foul trouble. Coach Robertson, I know he didn't have any hair, but if you're in foul trouble, it makes the rest of it fall out. There you go. So stay out of foul trouble. But more importantly, stay healthy this year. Good luck on your season. Coach Robertson, I know you had to rush from work to get over here. I appreciate that, getting here for Media Day. Good luck on the upcoming season. And that is Owensboro Catholic Lady Aces. And then we'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have Owensboro Health join us as we're right at the end here of the Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
No matter your mascot, no matter what color you bleed, purple, blue, red, Sports Country in Owensboro is ready for basketball season. There's always excitement in the air leading up to the madness in March. Sports Country is loaded with sports memorabilia, apparel, t-shirts, hats, cards, and more. Team decals for UK, KWC, Western, and Louisville. Sports Country, 317 Park Plaza Drive, behind Shammy's Car Wash. Owensboro's #1 sports fan store.
Join us at the Owensboro Health World Diabetes Day Expo on Thursday, November 6th. Drop in anytime from 3:30 to 6 p.m. for some fun and facts related to type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Whether you are a child or adult living with diabetes, there will be resources and activities for you. We're offering free A1C testing while supplies last. That's November 6th at the Owensboro Health Park. We're building a healthier, stronger community and striking back against diabetes. See you there.
Looking for a financial partner you can trust? Look no further than Green River Area Federal Credit Union. Whether you're saving for the future, buying a new home, or need a loan, we've got you covered with competitive rates and personalized service. Join the community that cares about your financial well-being. Visit Green River Area Federal Credit Union at one of our 3 locations in Henderson, Greenville, or Owensboro and experience the difference today. Your money, your future, your credit union. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Chris, can you fix my leak?
Yes, we can. Hi, I'm Chris Estes, owner of Above All Roofing and Seamless Gutters. From your windows leaking air to installing new energy-efficient windows, we can do it. 313-4275. Gutters leaking, past few rain? Get new 5 or 6 inch gutters with guards. You have a roof leak? We can install a premium roof on your house or business. We have an affordable solution for all your leaks. 270-313-4275.
That's the sound of happy at DQ. Get white meat seasoned chicken strips with fried Texas toast and DQ's signature country gravy for just $7.49. For crunch time, it can only be the DQ chicken strip basket.
Canty Dairy Queen, with locations on Highway 231 in Owensboro and in Beaverdam beside Ohio County High School. Canty Dairy Queen supports local high school sports broadcasts on ESPN Owensboro. Bring the whole team or the whole family to Canty Dairy Queen for your favorite treats and eats.
When the Louisville Cardinals take the field and hit the hardwood, they're backed by more than just fans. They're backed by American Legion Post 9, proud title sponsor of Louisville football and basketball. For generations, Post 9 has stood strong, serving our veterans, supporting our community, and now championing college athletics. Because honoring service doesn't stop at the uniform. It lives on in how we lead, cheer, and support the next generation. American Legion Post 9, proudly serving country, community, and Cardinal Nation.
Guess who just helped me save on insurance? Gavin Roberts at Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Gavin? He's my go-to. Home, auto, life. He does it all.
And he's right here in Owensboro on Frederick Street.
Gavin Roberts, local and dependable. Call him today.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health, and I am being joined by Jacqueline with Owensboro Health. And this is an old hat for you. We had you here on football. Saw you last night with Dr. I want to tell you what. You guys may lose Dr. Stoltz at some point to the radio and as a broadcaster because that guy can sit and talk sports with anybody.
I'm telling you, and he was so comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it was like he was part of the crew. Like, y'all went from a duo to a trio real fast.
It's awesome. And we joke, when we won the KVA for Best Talk Show, we sent in the show with Dr. Stoltz. I'm not so sure next year we won't send yesterday's show in because it was fun. We had him for one segment. We're like, hey, what do you got going on, Doc? He's like, nothing. I was like, when I hang out, he's like, I'll do the whole show, guys. And we had a blast. But first of all, we can't say thank you enough, not just for Media Day, but for everything, with us, that the partnership we have with Owensboro Health, our Owensboro Health Top 10 that we put out every week. You guys are a partner in all of our games that we do, the 6 broadcasts across all radio stations. But then the presenting sponsor here at Media Day. And I think of all the things we do, I enjoy this as much as anything, just because you get a little bit of personality. And I know you enjoy, you were sitting here listening to the interviews and laughing as I was, and just a little bit of the personality of the athlete. I think sometimes, as we get older, it's all, and I see it myself, is that get all this generation just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get to sit and talk to these athletes, you understand that, the future is not as bad as people think it is. We're in really good hands with the great leaders.
I'm telling you, you're right. I love to come in here and sit and watch and listen. I have a daughter that's a junior in high school at Owensboro, and I know a lot of these kids, and I've got to see them kind of grow up as people and who they are on the court and on the field and off the court and off the field. And I must be getting really old too, because I get teary-eyed, and you see them and you see the way that they handle themselves and they represent their schools and they represent their families. And it does make you proud.
Yes.
And that's one reason why Owensboro Health loves to be involved in events like this, is because we're truly proud of the communities that we serve.
Well,
and it's incredible and it's fun.
It is fun. And like I said, we couldn't have a better partner. We thank you for everything you do here for us to allow us to do these cool things without, people like Owensboro Health, Southwire, the title sponsor, you guys, the presenting sponsor, and then Green River Area Federal Credit Union coming on, where we can go live stream across, like it was funny. I think it may have been Jordan here that we have a company we deal with that does our audio live stream, and they're in Canada for some meetings, and they called Bud, our owners here, and said, hey, we're watching your media day in Canada. That's pretty cool that we were able to do that for these kids. And I think people forget that you could be a mom and we had it where Wesleyan has, with Beezy Fernandez, where his mom used to watch on the live stream in the mornings, and we see it now. They got John's daughter, from Norway, and that's just something cool that to offer these kids and to show them to not only to do it, but to thrive in it. They really do.
Yes.
They thrive in it.
And they deserve it. They deserve these moments. And we hear a lot now about soft skills. And like you were saying, like this generation, this is preparing them for whatever's next. And they show up every day, whether it's in whatever sport they're in, or maybe it's the band, or maybe it's theater, or it's this or that, and they're working hard, so to be able to give them a platform to showcase that work, to showcase that dedication and determination, love it. And you can tell from your numbers, from all the people that have been watching on the live stream
without
today.
Without a doubt.
People are interested. They care.
100% and 100%. And, you being a big sports girl, you come down there from Mayfield, we talked about this, but I mean, think about what's going on in the region right now. You got Owensboro playing unbelievable football right at the top of 5A. Catholic, they've been to the last 2 state tournaments. They're right back trying to make another run. Apollo, their first home playoff game. The Apollo Eagles now in the Elite 8 of volleyball. Davis County and Owensboro on the men's and the boys and girls side in soccer going to the Elite 8. I mean, I think we forget just how prevalent sports is here, how good it is. And I know Owensboro Health loves being a part of that.
We do. We love it, and getting to celebrate again these student athletes, because that's what they are.
Yes.
They're student athletes. And Owensboro Health also gets to interact with them a lot in orthopedics and being able to treat them when they have injuries or help them to prevent that, help them kind of get back on their feet, no pun intended. And it's an honor. You got to talking about Dr. Stoltz last night. You can hear the passion in his voice when he talks about about it.
100%. You know, when I thought it was so funny, and we were talking about this off the air that, you know, during football media day, we happened to have a young guy from Hancock County, Eubanks, come, you know, the quarterback coming off an injury. And I was just asking about the injury, and he went on this, though, you know, talk about how tough it can be mentally for athletes when you're out and you're not sure and how that is. And he goes on this long soliloquy about how much Dr. Stoltz had him. I thought, dude, I couldn't have paid you anymore. But I mean, that's the impact that not just Owensboro Health, but your doctors are making in this area. And we see it every day when we go cover these games. You know, you guys are there as trainers for almost all these schools at some point.
That's right. You know, you see their pictures of our providers on billboards and in ads and things. They're human beings who love what they do, and they're passionate about what they do. And the great thing about Owensboro Health is that you're not only getting people who care, you're getting great quality care. And it's just really, it's great to have both. You know, you have providers who actually care about you, and they're giving you really great care. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, it is. And it all starts at the top, you know, out there. We were talking about you got to have good Well, yeah. I mean, you can see, like, and I find this, you know, not just in the, you know, at Owensboro Health, but just in business in general, you see this so much of people wanting to go hire people who played college athletics, because there's so many things that you learn, teamwork and hard work and nose of the grindstone and all that. Also, you see that at Owensboro Health and in every other business.
Of course. You know, sports teaches you how to succeed, and it teaches you how to fail.
Real quick.
Real quick. And, I mean, even if you play an individual sport like tennis or golf, you still have a team. And you have a team that you are not going to succeed by yourself. And that's a beautiful thing, because when we get into the workplace, you know, or maybe you're on a medical care team, you have to rely on your teammates.
Right.
And becoming a good teammate, being a great leader. If you were to look, I forget what the statistic is, but it's in like C-suite level and high-level managers, the majority of the people that are there have played sports in high school, especially
at least
for
high
females.
school. Yeah, at least high school. And I think that's, you know, and I think it's one thing that this region has done a good job of really in the last 10 or 15 years. You know, I mean, everybody knew about, you know, the way sports can change the young girls in the region. And, you know, you see what Calicai's done at, you know, at softball and baseball or basketball, Davis County the same way. You know, you coming from that sports background, like it is tremendous that the more we need more girls to go into it. I hate it that the girls basketball numbers have kind of been slipping, but it is a life changer, not just for boys, but really for young women out there and what they can grow and just the confidence that they give them and finding their voice. Sports is a big part of that.
It's a huge part of it. You know, I see it in my daughter who's 16. She's a junior at Owensboro High School. And, you know, you come off of last year, first ever regional championship in Owensboro High School volleyball history, to this year. It's a different year. But you know what? She learned a lot more this year than she did last year. And getting to see, again, like we said, that growth, and you get that camaraderie, which tends to come a little bit more naturally for boys than it does girls. And sports really kind of propels you into becoming the person that you can be.
Well, before we get you out, I know you got a ribbon cutting to get to.
I do.
Before we get you out of here, we got a couple names we're going to draw. We're going to give away to the player that you draw out. We're going to give away 6 sweet seats, the load seats to whatever Thunderbolts game they want to go to.
Nice.
And then for the coaches, we're going to give them a big family pack where they can take their family over to the Thunderbolts. It may be after basketball season, but they'll find there's a lot of games there. So we'll have you draw one name out of each one.
I'm going to go with this one first.
There you go. And we're going to give away, you know, to see what we got there.
All right. There you go.
And it's, how about Coach West? Nathan West from
Coach
Trinity
West.
is going to win tickets.
Perfect.
And for his family to the Thunderbolts.
There's a lot in here.
There are a lot in there. We're going to give away.
Hey.
They're going to take their buddies.
There you go.
Oh, how about Kennedy Level? Kennedy Level.
There you
McLean
go.
County. Kennedy Level wins the sweet seats to her choice of the Thunderbolts games. Jacqueline, I appreciate everything that you guys do so much. We couldn't do what we do without you. It's been a great partnership. And also, I tell you what, if Dr. Stoltz doesn't want to join Live at 5, you can join Steve and I anytime because you talk sports better than we do. But thank you so much for everything.
Thank you. We love being here, and Owensboro Health is just proud to be part of it.
Okay, well, Steve and I will be back at 5 o'clock. I may let him do all the talking tonight for Live at 5. We'll wrap up Media Day, and then we'll talk some other sports, you know, what's going on in the world. UK, I think, plays tonight, too. Who knows, you know? But it has been Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
You have been listening to the Southwire 3rd Region Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. This has been a broadcast service of Cromwell Media. If it's 3rd Region basketball, you will find it on 102.7 The Game.
The father-daughter dance. I think, that the guests, they enjoy it. It's pretty sentimental, similar to the dollar dance that